Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. The last page. Chapter 1. The last page. The beeping was the first thing. Not the sharp, frantic alarm of crisis. He'd heard that before, and it was always followed by a storm of noise and light, but the slow, steady, metronomic beep 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 of a heart that was simply growing tired. It was the soundtrack to Aiden's world. His room was a monument to sterile compassion. White walls, the faint smell of antiseptic that never quite masked the underlying scent of sickness, and the soft, perpetual glow of the monitor tracing the sluggish rhythm of his life. His body, frail and withered by Kessler's syndrome, was a cage of translucent skin and aching bones. Each breath was a conscious effort, a negotiation with lungs that felt like wet parchment. But his eyes, a startling, clear blue in his sunken face, were alive. They were fixed on a well-worn manga volume, its spine cracked from countless readings. Naruto, Volume 48. The image of the titular character, beaten but grinning defiantly on the cover, was more familiar to him than the face of any nurse. Still reading that, kiddo? His nurse, Martha, moved into his field of view, her smile gentle but lined with a permanent, professional sorrow. She adjusted his fore with practiced hands. You must know it by heart. Aiden's voice was a whisper, a scrape of air. I do. He lifted a trembling finger to trace Naruto's determined grin. It's the heart I don't know by heart. I have to remember it. Martha's smile softened further, tinged with confusion at the philosophical words from one so young and so ill. She didn't understand. How could she? To her, it was a comic book. To Aiden, it was a scripture. It was the story of a boy who was hated, who was isolated, who had a monster sealed inside him, yet who never, ever gave up. Aiden had no Kyuubi, but his own body was his prison. He had no villagers' glares, only pitying looks. The parallel was his secret solace. The day bled into evening, marked by shift changes and medication rounds. Aiden's thoughts, as they often did, drifted away from the room. He imagined what it would feel like to run. Not the weak, shuffling gait his muscles had managed before they failed, but a true, headlong sprint. To feel wind tear at his hair, to have his heart pound from exertion, not failure. He imagined what it would be like to have chakra, that fundamental life energy he lacked, coursing through his limbs, to form a hand seal and shout, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. And have a dozen versions of himself explode into being. He can make 1,000 clones, Aiden thought, watching a dust mote dance in a sliver of sunset light. I can't even make one of me that works. A deep, familiar ache began in his chest, a cold pressure that had nothing to do with emotion. It was a physical signal, one he'd learned to recognize. The closing of a chapter. He let the manga fall gently onto the thin hospital blanket. He didn't call for Martha. There was no panic. There was, instead, a profound and quiet clarity. This was it. The final villain he couldn't outsmart or outlast. His body, his oldest enemy, was finally claiming its victory. His fading vision blurred the room, but his mind's eye was preternaturally sharp. He saw the Hokage monument, vivid and grand. He saw Naruto standing on the fourth's head, declaring his dream to the world. He felt the echo of that stubborn, brilliant hope. Just once, he wished, the thought as faint as his pulse. Just once, I wanted to know what it feels like to be that strong, to be that alive. The cold pressure spread, a silent tide. The beeping slowed. Beep, beep, beep. The world didn't go black. It softened, bled at the edges like watercolor. The sterile white of the room melted into a warm, golden haze. The sound of the monitor faded into a distant, ringing silence. There was no fear. Only a deep, regretful yearning, and a final, coherent thought that spiraled into the void. I just wanted to run. Just once. Silence. Then, not a sound, but a sensation. A violent, shocking, glorious rush. A crushing pressure, then a sudden, breathtaking freedom. A cacophony of alien sensation, cold air, blinding light, a terrifying roar that vibrated in his very bones, and a pain, a searing, monumental pain, blooming in the center of his newborn stomach. And through the sensory overload, a voice, not heard but felt, warm, loving, and saturated with unimaginable grief. I'm sorry, Naruto, be happy. Conditions met, a will of iron forged in weakness. A soul versed in the canon of destiny. A vessel formed in sacrifice. System commencing integration. Welcome, Naruto Uzumaki. The last human thought of Aiden dissolved, and the first coherent, soul-deep wail of Naruto Uzumaki tore from his lungs, not just a cry of birth, but of rebirth, laden with the memory of a hospital bed and the echoing, digital chime of an impossible new beginning. Author's note. Hey Shinobis. Thanks for reading Chapter 1 of I Reincarnated as Naruto Uzumaki with a System. This story is my entry for the Fanfic Fiesta contest, and I'm thrilled to share this journey with all of you. If you're enjoying the story so far, you can support me by adding this to your library so you never miss an update. Voting with Power Stones, it helps the story reach more amazing readers. Leaving a comment, I'd love to hear your thoughts and theories. Writing a review, your feedback motivates me more than you know. Thank you for being here. Let's grow this adventure together. 2. The First Seal. Chapter 2. The First Seal. Beep. Silence. Beep. Silence. Beep. The sound was gone. The light was gone. The constant, aching pressure in his chest, the defining sensation of his entire existence, was simply absent. Aiden floated in a void of perfect, weightless nothing. There was no hospital room, no pain, no body to betray him. Had it been peaceful? Was this death? It felt less like an end and more like a pause, a breath held between one note and the next. Then, the world returned. Not as sight or sound, but as a cataclysmic wave of feeling. It was a violent, shocking inversion of his death. Where his end had been a quiet fading, this beginning was a supernova of sensation. Pressure, immense and crushing, compacted him from all sides. A terrifying, exhilarating rush followed, a sensation of motion so profound it felt less like being born and more like being fired from a cannon into a new universe. He gasped. His new lungs, tiny and pristine, filled with cold, shocking air for the very first time. The scream that tore from his throat was pure, animal instinct, the protest of life forced into the world. But it was drowned out by a roar. It was not a sound heard through ears. It was a vibration that shook the atoms of his new body, a psychic tsunami of pure, ancient hatred. It echoed in the marrow of his infant bones, a promise of rage and destruction so vast it threatened to unmake his fledgling consciousness before it could form a single thought. The Nine Tails, his mind, Aiden's mind, clinging to sanity, whispered in dawning, horrific awe. Blurred, teary vision cleared in stuttering flashes. He saw a night sky choked with smoke and orange light. He felt the chill of a stone surface beneath him, a raised, ceremonial altar. And then, he saw them. A woman with long, scarlet hair, her face pale and streaked with tears but lit with a love so fierce it was a physical warmth against the hate-filled night. Kushina. Her chakra chains, brilliant and golden, strained against a monstrous, shadowy form that blotted out the stars. A man with kind, determined eyes and hair like sunlight. Minato. His hand was pressed to Aiden's to Naruto's tiny stomach. A complex, glowing pattern of black kanji was spreading from that point, burning itself into his skin with a pain that was both searing and deeply, mystically cold. The memories of a fan collided with the visceral reality. This is the night. This is the ceiling. I'm on the altar. He's putting it inside me. I'm sorry, Naruto. Kushina's voice reached him, not through the chaotic air, but through the fading, gentle touch of her chakra, a final whisper directly to his soul. Be happy. The words, known from pages of a manga, were now the first and most profound inheritance of his new life. They carried the weight of her impending death, a sacrifice he now witnessed not as a reader, but as a son. Minato's voice was strained, layered with power and profound sorrow. This is the 8 trigrams sealing style 2-4 symbol seals, overlapping. The fox's chakra will leak through, merge with yours, it will be your power, and your burden. Aiden/Naruto understood. The fan's knowledge parsed the technique. The seal was designed not just as a prison, but as a forced partnership. The chakra would mix. The cage would have a key. It was a gambit for a future only Minato could foresee. But the beast, Kurama, understood too. The colossal hatred focused. The titanic claw, freed for a moment from Kushina's weakening chains, plunged not at Minato, but directly at the infant on the altar. A final, spiteful act to rob the 4th Hokage of his legacy. No. 2 bodies moved as one. Kushina threw herself over him. Minato shifted in the same heartbeat. The sound was wrong. Not a crash or a scream, but a wet, terrible silence. The warmth that splashed across his face was not chakra. He saw the light fade from Minato's eyes, saw the strength leave Kushina's embrace even as she held him. They slumped together, a final, protective wall around their son. Their blood, mingled, was the first real warmth he had ever felt. The pain in his stomach erupted. It was no longer just the seal being written. It was the thing itself being forced in. The young half of the Nine Tails, a maelstrom of primal, fiery chakra, was compressed and driven into the space behind the burning glyphs. He felt its consciousness, a timeless, cynical rage, centuries of being hunted and used, slam against the walls of his own fragile soul. Critical event confirmed. The voice was in his mind, sterile and absolute. The system. Host vital signs, stabilizing. Foreign entity detected, Kurama, YANG half. Seal type identified, 8 trigrams sealing style. Containment, nominal. Data streams, invisible to anyone but him, flickered at the edge of his perception. Chakra capacity graphs, seal integrity percentages, a topographical map of the hostile, swirling energy now anchored to his life force. Energy signature analysis complete. Confluence detected, Uzumaki life force, donor, Kushina. Yang chakra, donor, Minato. Baijuya chakra, source, Kurama. System protocol updated. Primary directive synthesized from legacy data. Minato and Kushina's fading wills, their final hopes imprinted on the very chakra they used to seal the beast, were being absorbed, parsed, and codified by the foreign intelligence in his mind. New primary directive established: honor the sacrifice. Achieve happiness. Protect the vessel. Stand against the coming shadow. The coming shadow. The masked man. Toby. The system knew. It had compiled the data of his past life knowledge and the terrifying context of this new one. The physical world returned in a nauseating rush. He was being lifted. The kind, wrinkled face of the third Hokage, etched with grief and resolve, filled his view. The bodies of his parents were gone, hidden from sight. The roar of the fox was a distant, internal rumble, trapped behind bars of ink and willpower. He was bundled into rough cloth. The night air stank of smoke and ozone. As Sarutobi turned, Naruto's new blue eyes, Aiden's old, weary eyes in an infant's face, caught a last glimpse of the battlefield. A massive, water-filled crater. The aftermath of a tailed beast ball detonated away from the village. This was his origin. Not a hidden, lonely apartment, but this ground zero of love and devastation. The seal on his stomach throbbed, a twin brand, one of incredible power, the other of immeasurable loss. He did not cry. The infant's instinct had been burned away by the trauma. The consciousness inside, the boy who was both Aiden and Naruto, was silent, observing, and utterly, terrifyingly awake. In the dark water of his new mindscape, a place he couldn't yet see, a massive cage door sealed shut with a thud. Behind it, in the darkness, a single, giant slit-pupilled eye snapped open, burning with crimson malice. And a deep, rumbling voice, filled with centuries of scorn and a spark of cold curiosity, echoed in a space only the two of them shared. So you're the new prison. System notice, first contact established. Subsystem, Baijuyu interface, initializing. 3. The Caged Bird and the Wounded Fox. Chapter 3. The Caged Bird and the Wounded Fox. Silence did not return. The roar of the beast was gone, but it was replaced by a new, oppressive quiet, the quiet of a room that held only one breathing occupant. The third Hokage's arms were strong, but they trembled. Naruto, the consciousness that was once Aiden, now irrevocably fused with the infant vessel, could feel the minute vibrations of grief and exhaustion through the blanket. He was carried not with the joyful cradle of a newborn, but with the solemn duty of a soldier retrieving a piece of sensitive, dangerous equipment. The journey was a blur of hushed voices, sidelong glances that slid away from his bundle, and the stark, clean lines of a Konoha hospital corridor. He was processed. A nurse, her face carefully neutral, cleaned the soot and his parents' dried blood from his skin. Her touch was clinical, efficient. When she turned him to inspect the seal, a stark, spiral-shaped brand on his stomach, he felt her hands freeze for a single, telling moment before she continued, her breath held. No one spoke to him. No one cooed. He was an object of profound ambiguity, a savior, a sacrifice, and a bomb. He was placed in a simple, clean room in the Konoha orphanage. It was here, in the pre-dawn gloom, that the full weight of his reality settled upon him with the crushing force of a mountain. He was a baby. Not a baby with a baby's mind, but a mind filled with the memories of a full, if stunted, life, trapped in a body of utter, infuriating helplessness. He could not turn his head at will. His limbs flailed with chaotic, uncoordinated jerks. His vision was a milky, unfocused haze beyond a few feet. The urge to scream in frustration was stifled by the sheer biological limitation of his new lungs. He could only manage weak, mewling cries. And the system was his only companion. Host status, secure. Vital signs nominal. A transparent, blue-tinted interface hovered in his mind's eye, unaffected by his poor physical sight. It was clean, minimalistic. On the left, a simple status panel. Name, Uzumaki, Naruto. Age, 0 days. Chakra capacity, seal locked. Chakra control, F. Vitality, D, malnourished infant. Body coordination, F. On the right, a log updated. Environment scan, Konoha Orphanage, Nursery Wing. No immediate hostile intent detected. Passive hostility field, present. Analysis, host physical form is critically undeveloped. Priority 1, physical stabilization and growth. A quest notification popped up, glowing softly. Daily quest, Foundation. Objective, complete basic motor function cycle. 0/100. Description, host must strengthen neural pathways. Actively attempt to control limbs, focus vision, vocalize. Reward, vitality plus 0.1, neural efficiency increase. Aiden felt a grim smile try to form on his infant lips. It came out as a drool bubble. So, this is my training now. Not the raisin gan. Not tree walking. Lifting my own head. The first day was a lesson in humiliation. He spent hours staring at his own chubby fist, a mere foot from his face, pouring every ounce of his will into the command, close, close, make a fist. The fist twitched, the fingers spasming weakly. The system log noted each attempt. Motor command issued. Success rate, 2%. He was fed by a rotating staff of women. Their faces were always different, but their eyes were the same, a guarded, cautious pity that never warmed into affection. The milk was bland, nutritionally complete, and given on a strict schedule. No lullabies. No gentle rocking. He was a chore to be completed. The loneliness was a physical ache, deeper than any Kessler syndrome had ever caused. Before, he was alone in a room. Now, he was alone in a world. At night, when the orphanage was silent, he turned his focus inward, not to his body, but to the other presence. The seal on his stomach was a cold, dormant tattoo by day, but in the stillness, he could feel it. A low-grade rumble, like a distant furnace. A pulse of simmering, infinite anger. He didn't know how to communicate. He had no chakra to project. So, he did the only thing he could. He thought at it. He focused on the cold, heavy feeling in his gut and pushed his consciousness toward it. Hello. There was no response. Just the endless, grinding hatred. I can hear you, he thought again, the silent words shaped by Aiden's weary patience. I'm not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. We're stuck. A wave of corrosive malice washed over him, a psychic sneer so potent it made his physical body whimper. The system flickered. Warning, foreign consciousness influence detected. Seal integrity 100%. Psychic incursion negated. Days bled into weeks. His vitality inched up from D to D. He could hold his head up for a few seconds. He could make a definitive, clumsy grab for a sunbeam on his blanket. The system rewarded him with tiny, incremental stat boosts that felt like lifelines. He was engineering his own body, one agonizingly slow upgrade at a time. Then, one evening, a new nurse entered. She was younger than the others. Her eyes, when they met his, held a flicker of something besides professional duty, a spark of sadness. As she lifted him to feed him, her sleeve brushed his cheek. It was the first intentional, gentle human touch he had received since the third Hokage's transport. He looked up at her blurry face. On instinct, the old Aiden instinct that longed for connection, he forced his uncooperative facial muscles to move. He attempted a smile. It was a lopsided, gummy thing. The young nurse froze. Her breath hitched. For a beautiful, suspended second, the guarded look melted away, replaced by pure, unguarded warmth. She smiled back. Well, hello there, little one, she whispered, her voice barely audible. It was a sip of water in a desert. And then the door opened. The head matron, a stern woman with lines like cracks in stone, stood there. Her eyes went from the nurse's softened face to Naruto's, and they hardened into flint. Nurse Aya, she said, her voice like the snap of a lock. Your shift is over. Do not dally. The warmth vanished from Nurse Aya's face, replaced by fear and shame. She placed Naruto back in his crib hastily, her touch turning clinical once more. She left without another glance. The matron stood over the crib, looking down at him. Her expression was not hateful. It was worse. It was the cold, strategic look of someone assessing a risk. You must not confuse them, she said, not to him, but to the room. Comfort is a privilege for normal children. For you, it is a security flaw. She turned off the light and left him in the dark. The loneliness that returned was not the old ache. It was a new, sharpened thing. A realization. He was not just alone. He was quarantined. The village's policy was not just neglect, it was active emotional suppression. They were trying to shape him into a tool that felt nothing. In that darkness, the rage in his stomach found an echo. Not just the fox's rage. His rage. The rage of a boy who had died once and was now being denied the very humanity of his second chance. He focused inward again, toward the seething darkness. This time, he didn't send a thought of greeting. He sent a pulse of pure, shared understanding, the one thing he and the creature within truly had in common. He sent the memory of the matron's eyes. The calculated coldness. The deliberate theft of a single moment of kindness. He sent his own, silent, infantile fury. The rumble in his gut stilled. The endless cycle of hatred paused. For the first time, there was a different quality to the silence from behind the seal. Not just malice, but attention. A predatory, ancient attention, now focused not on the bars of its cage, but on the small, furious creature standing outside it. A response came. Not in words, but in a single, clear concept that bloomed in Naruto's mind, dripping with cynical amusement and a thread of something almost like recognition. Weak. The word was an indictment, a judgment on him, on the humans, on everything. And then, a second concept followed, carrying the faintest, most reluctant hint of something that was not hatred. Hate them. In the dark crib, Naruto finally closed his eyes. A new notification glowed in the system log, more significant than any stat increase. Baijuyu interface status updated. Communication protocol established, non-verbal/empathic. Warning, symbiotic resonance detected. Host alignment shift may influence seal stability. He had his first ally. It was the embodiment of primal hatred. And for the first time since opening his eyes in this new, cruel world, Naruto Uzumaki did not feel entirely alone. Author's note. Just a small announcement. From now on, for every 10 power stones the story receives, I'll release a bonus chapter as a thank you for your support. Your encouragement really motivates me, so if you're enjoying the story, don't hesitate to vote. It directly helps unlock more chapters. Let's keep this journey going together. 4. The First Lesson, Early Bonus Chapter. Chapter 4, The First Lesson. The word from the fox hate them, did not fade. It became a foundation stone in the dark, quiet architecture of Naruto's new mind. It wasn't a command he followed blindly, but a truth he acknowledged. The matron's calculated cruelty, the nurse's averted eyes, the village's silent, suffocating fear. It was a system designed to break a spirit. Aiden's spirit, however, was already familiar with breaking. It had broken in a hospital bed, piece by piece. This time, the breaking was external, and it forged a cold, sharp resolve instead of despair. He had two allies, a divine beast of hatred, and a sterile system of progress. He would use both. His days fell into a brutal, self-imposed regimen. The daily quest, foundation, was his scripture. Every waking moment was dedicated to the grueling, mundane work of sovereignty over his own flesh. He stopped wasting energy on frustrated crying. Every ounce of will was channeled into motor control. He would lie on his back, staring at the sunbeam that traveled across the ceiling, and command his right arm to rise. For an hour, it would be a trembling, shuddering lift of a few inches before collapsing. The system log was a relentless coach. Motor command, right deltoid engagement. Success rate 8%. Neural pathway efficiency plus 0.01%. Sustained effort detected. Vitality plus 0.05. The rewards were infinitesimal. To anyone else, they would be meaningless. To him, they were everything. Each tiny decimal point increase in neural pathway efficiency was a brick in the road out of helplessness. Each fraction of a point in vitality was a step further from the sickly infant they expected him to be. He turned feeding time into training. Instead of passively swallowing, he focused on the muscles of his jaw, his throat, trying to control the rhythm, to strengthen the act. He turned diaper changes into core strength exercises, attempting a feeble, shaky lift of his hips when the nurse's hands were there. They saw only a fidgeting baby. They didn't see the furious, focused mind conducting a symphony of microscopic biological adjustments. At night, he communed with the darkness in his gut. It was not conversation. It was the sharing of a mood. He would push the cold, hollow feeling of the day's neglect toward the seal. In return, a wave of warm, aggressive anger would seep back through the bars, not enough to influence him, but enough to be felt. A perverse comfort. The fox's rage was a furnace, and Naruto, in his emotional isolation, would hold up his hands to its heat. Baijiu interface status, empathic feedback loop stable. Host negative emotion resonance, 34%. Warning, prolonged high resonance may attune seal to host's emotional state. He didn't fully understand the warning, but he understood the principle. He and the fox were tuning themselves to the same frequency, one of simmering, locked-down fury. Weeks turned into months. His body grew stronger, faster than any normal infant's. At 5 months old, he could sit up unassisted, his back straight, his blue eyes scanning his sparse room with an unsettling, uninfant-like focus. At 7 months, he began to crawl. Not the clumsy, exploratory crawling of a baby, but a deliberate, efficient movement from one point of the crib to another, his limbs moving with a coordination that made the occasional observing nurse pause, a frown on her face. The system reflected his growth. Name: Uzumaki, Naruto. Age: 8 months. Chakra capacity: seal locked. Chakra control: F. Vitality: C, optimal for age. Body coordination: D+. Neural efficiency: C+. He was an athlete in the body of a toddler. And he was bored. The daily quest had become routine, its rewards now mere maintenance. He needed a new challenge. He needed to touch the energy that thrummed beneath everything in this world. He needed to touch chakra. He had no one to teach him. No scrolls. No instructions. Only Aiden's theoretical knowledge from 1,000 reread manga chapters, and the system's cold diagnostics. He started with breathing. In his past life, breath had been a ragged, failing thing. Now, it was strong and deep. He sat in the center of his crib, cross-legged, a feat of balance that would have been impossible for a normal child, and closed his eyes. He ignored the smells of antiseptic and boiled linen. He focused inward, past the beat of his own heart, searching for the feeling the books described, the coalescence of physical and spiritual energy. For days, he felt nothing. Then, a week into his meditation, he felt a twitch. Not in his muscles, but deeper. A flicker of warmth, a ripple beneath his navel, where the seal lay dormant. It was gone as quickly as it came. Chakra sensation detected. Host awareness initiated. New objective available, the first cycle. Objective: consciously generate a complete cycle of chakra. Reward: unlock stat, chakra capacity. Unlock skill, chakra sensing, basic. This was it. The real beginning. He redoubled his efforts. The flicker became an occasional pulse. The pulse became a faint, steady glow he could feel in his mind's eye, a tiny, fragile wellspring of blue energy hovering in the darkness of his inner world. But every time he tried to draw from it, to move it, it slipped through his mental fingers like smoke. It was maddening. His frustration was a tangible thing. He pushed it toward the seal, a silent snarl of effort. The response was immediate. From the vast, dark ocean of hatred behind the cage, a single, contemptuous drop of red, fiery energy leaked out. It didn't come through the front door of the seal. It was like a stain seeping through a crack in the floorboards of his soul. It mingled with his own feeble blue chakra. The effect was explosive. His own chakra, previously inert and difficult to grasp, suddenly felt alive, potent, and viciously responsive. It was like trying to hold a kitten one moment and a live wire the next. Warning, foreign chakra detected in host system. Minimal quantity. Origin, Karama, Yang half. Effect, host native chakra reactivity increased by 1200%. Control difficulty increased by 500%. Naruto's eyes snapped open in the dim room. His hands were glowing, not with a controlled, gentle light, but with a flickering, unstable aura of pale blue shot through with angry red sparks. He could feel the energy crackling under his skin, desperate to be released, to destroy. He couldn't let it out. He couldn't form a jutsu. He had to contain it. This was his first, real test. Gritting his teeth, all four of them, he poured every ounce of his will not into using the chakra, but into crushing it back down. He imagined the system's interface as a physical dam, slamming shut over the wellspring. He fought against the fox's aggressive, empowering pollution, forcing the riotous energy back into its source. It was a silent, titanic struggle in the body of an 8-month-old. Sweat broke out on his forehead. A tiny trickle of blood seeped from his nose from the mental strain. The glowing in his hands flared, then sputtered, then died. He sat there, panting, utterly drained. He felt hollowed out. But he had done it. He had not lost control. Objective updated. The first cycle, completed. Reward granted. Chakra capacity unlocked. Chakra capacity, F+, seal modified, volatile. Skill unlocked, chakra sensing, basic, . Warning, unauthorized Baijuyu chakra utilization detected. Seal integrity, 99.97%. Practice discouraged. A grim, triumphant smile finally found its way onto Naruto's face. It wasn't the sunny, oblivious grin of the boy he was supposed to be. It was the cold, satisfied smile of a prisoner who has just filed a shiv out of a spoon. He had learned his first real lesson. Not from a kind teacher, but from a demon. Power here was not just about having energy. It was about surviving it. His chakra was not pure. It was a poisoned well, made explosively potent by the very curse that gave it strength. To use it was to dance with the fox. Control would not come from gentle meditation. It would come from a battle of wills, fought in the silence of his own soul, with his sanity as the battleground. He looked down at his small, ordinary-looking hands. They had just contained a storm. A new quest notification, glowing with a faint, urgent red border, appeared in his vision. Critical long-term quest, The Tamer's Path. Objective, achieve dominion over the Baijuyu chakra within. Prevent seal corruption. First milestone, sustain a 10-second cycle of mixed chakra without physical feedback. Reward, skill, volatile chakra manipulation, basic, unlock subsystem, seal architecture analysis. Failure consequences, seal degradation, Baijuyu influence, host subsumption. Naruto closed his eyes again, not to sleep, but to plan. The orphanage thought it was raising a docile weapon. The fox thought it was corrupting a weak container. They were both wrong. He was building something else entirely. One stolen decimal point, one bloody nose, one spark of demonic energy at a time. Author's note. Thank you for the power stones. 5. The Watchful Eye. Chapter 5. The Watchful Eye. The seasons turned, marked only by the changing angle of the sunbeam on the floor. Naruto was a ghost in the machine of the Konoha orphanage. His world had shrunk to a brutal trinity: the crib, the system, and the Baijuyu. His progress was a silent, secret revolution. The critical long-term quest, The Tamer's Path, governed his existence. Every night, after the last nurse's footsteps faded, he would sit in perfect, unsettling stillness and summon the storm within. He'd draw a thread of his own blue chakra, then deliberately, carefully, provoke the seal. Not enough to leak, but enough to draw a wisp of that corrosive red energy, a spoonful of poison to mix with his well. The first time he tried for the 10-second milestone, his left arm convulsed so violently he bit through his lip. The system log blared: failure, physical feedback, muscle spasm. Seal integrity, 99.95%. He wiped the blood on his sleeve and tried again. He learned through agonizing trial and error. The fox's chakra wasn't just powerful, it was sentient. It resisted, it lashed back, it tempted. It whispered wordless promises of easier power if he just stopped fighting it. He refused. His control was not about friendship or understanding, not yet. It was about sheer, brutal dominance. He was a rider breaking a wild stallion, and the stallion was made of hatred and fire. After 47 failed attempts over 3 weeks, he succeeded. For 10 full seconds, a stable, shimmering aura of blue shot with crimson coated his hand without a single tremor. The effort left him drenched in cold sweat, his vision swimming. Milestone achieved, The Tamer's Path, first milestone, . Reward granted, skill, volatile chakra manipulation, basic, . Reward granted, unlocking subsystem, seal architecture analysis. A new layer of his interface bloomed. Schematics of the 8-trigram seal, breathtakingly complex, appeared in his mind. He couldn't comprehend most of it. It was like a medieval peasant staring at a quantum physics diagram, but he could see stress points. Tiny nodes where his and the fox's chakra ground against each other. He could see the integrity percentage in real time, watch it dip a fraction when he pushed too hard, and stabilize when he found balance. He was no longer just a container. He was becoming the engineer of his own prison. his physical training escalated. The daily quest had evolved into daily regimen body foundation, with sub-objectives for strength, flexibility, and coordination. At 14 months old, he looked like a healthy toddler. But when no one was looking, he performed perfect, silent push-ups against the crib rail, his tiny arms moving with a soldier's rhythm. He practiced standing on one foot, holding poses that would challenge a genin's balance. His stats were a testament to a will that refused infancy. Vitality B, peak for age. Body coordination C+. Neural efficiency B. Chakra capacity E, volatile. Skills, chakra sensing basic, volatile chakra manipulation basic. He was a prodigy of his own making, and he was beginning to be noticed. It started with the nurses. The chatter in the staff room grew hushed. He never cries. Not even when he's sick. He watches you. Not like a child, like he's assessing you. I tried to tickle him last week. He just looked at my hand. I felt silly. Then cold. The head matron's policy of detached care had created something she didn't anticipate, a child so self-contained he was unnerving. The reports, as they were required to do, filtered up. From the matron to the orphanage director. From the director to the civilian administration office. And from there, in a blandly worded memorandum, to the desk of the Hokage. Subject, Uzumaki, Naruto, Ward 7, Orphanage. Observation, subject displays atypical developmental traits. Markedly advanced motor skills. 0 instances of age-appropriate vocalization or emotional display. Staff report a disturbing quiet. Recommend discreet assessment. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, felt the weight of the years more heavily with each report. The pipe smoke in his office did little to calm the old ache in his heart. The memorandum about Naruto lay before him, next to a file marked Minato and Kushina. The smiling faces in the photos accused him. He had promised. He had promised a dying Minato and Kushina that their son would be seen as a hero. He had failed. The best he could enforce was a cruel, silent compromise. The boy would be kept alive, fed, housed, but isolated from the village's hatred and from its love. It was the politics of survival, and it tasted like ash. But this a disturbing quiet. Advanced skills? It didn't fit. A neglected child should be weak, withdrawn, emotionally stunted, not preternaturally coordinated and silent. Guilt and duty warred within him. He had kept his distance, a shadowy guardian. It was time to look. He did not go as Hokage. He went as old Sarutobi, in simple robes, using a basic transformation jutsu to appear as a benign, visiting council official. The matron was flustered, obsequious. Of course, honored sir, this way. He is a very well-behaved child. Hiruzen followed her to a door at the end of a quiet hall. She opened it and stepped back, as if reluctant to enter. The room was sparse, clean, sterile. And in the center, in a plain wooden crib, sat Uzumaki Naruto. The boy was not playing. He was not sleeping. He sat cross-legged in the exact center of his mattress, back straight, eyes closed. His hands rested on his knees, palms up. He was breathing in a slow, measured, rhythmic pattern that hit Hiruzen's senses like a physical blow. That's a meditative breathing pattern. A basic one taught in the academy to focus the mind. How? As if sensing the intensity of the gaze, Naruto's eyes opened. Hiruzen had looked into the eyes of S-rank criminals, of dying comrades, of the Ninetales itself. But the gaze that met his now sent an unexpected chill down his spine. They were Minato's brilliant blue. But the light in them was not Minato's warm determination or Kushina's fiery passion. It was a calm, deep, observing stillness. There was no curiosity, no fear, no childish delight at a new face. The boy looked at him, through the transformation jutsu, and simply registered him. There was no recognition of the Hokage. But there was a profound, intelligent awareness that should not exist in a child not yet a year and a half old. Hello, little one, Hiruzen said, his kindly old man voice feeling hollow to his own ears. Naruto did not smile. He did not look away. He gave a single, slow nod of acknowledgement, as if accepting a report from a subordinate. Then, his gaze shifted minutely to the matron lurking in the doorway, and a flicker of something passed through those blue eyes, a shard of cold recognition that vanished as quickly as it came. Hiruzen's heart clenched. He saw it. Not hatred. Not fear. Contempt. A pure, distilled contempt for the woman who represented his cold, institutional prison. It was an emotion far too old for the face that wore it. He made pleasantries, asked the matron questions, all while his senses, finely tuned over decades of war and leadership, stretched out. He wasn't using active chakra sensing, which could be detected, and might startle whatever this was, but he felt the air in the room. It was charged. Still, yes, but with a potential, like the moment before a lightning strike. And beneath it, so deep it was almost subconscious, he felt the faintest, most distant rumble. A familiar, hated resonance, locked away but present. The fox was quiet, but the boy was a void. A calm, controlled, terrifyingly aware void. He left soon after, his mind racing. The reports were wrong. This wasn't a typical development. This was an anomaly. Back in his office, he dismissed the transformation, staring at the Hokage monument. Minato's stone face gazed serenely over the village. What is happening with your son, Minato? He whispered to the empty room. Did the ceiling do more than we knew? Or is this something else entirely? He thought of the boy's posture. The breathing. The eyes. This was not the work of the Nine Tails. The fox's influence was rage and destruction. This was discipline. This was purpose. Someone, or something, was training that child. But how? In that locked room, with only hostile caretakers? A dark, paranoid thought, born of his long life in the shadows, crept in. Could it be another will? A fragment of consciousness sealed alongside the fox? Or something older? He made a decision. The policy of distant observation was insufficient. He needed to know what was growing in the dark soil of that orphanage. He would not intervene, yet the political risk was still too great, but he would watch closely. He formed a hand seal. In a puff of smoke, a single ANBU operative in a crow mask appeared, kneeling in silence. Tengu, Hiruzen said, his voice the hard, flat tone of the god of shinobi. New assignment. Priority observation. Subject, Uzumaki Naruto. You are to watch from the utmost distance. Do not interact. Do not be detected. Report anything out of the ordinary. His movements, his routines, any sign of instruction. Understood, Hokage-sama. The ANBU's voice was muffled by the mask. Parameters 4, out of the ordinary. Hiruzen met the blank eye holes of the mask, the image of those ancient blue eyes burning in his mind. Everything, he said quietly. Everything about him is out of the ordinary. Report it all. As the ANBU vanished, Hiruzen slumped into his chair. He had hoped to see a child he could, from afar, protect. He had seen a puzzle box, and within it, he feared, a ticking clock. He didn't know that in the silent room, Naruto had felt the faint, professional touch of a sensor's chakra from the visitor. The system had logged it. Scan detected, low-level chakra sensing. Origin, visitor, disguised. Threat level, negligible. Intent, assessment. Inference, village authority aware of anomalies. Observation likely to increase. Naruto had closed his eyes again, returning to his chakra exercises. A tiny, hard smile touched his lips. It wasn't a happy smile. It was the smile of a player who has just seen his opponent make their first, predictable move. The game, it seemed, was finally beginning. 6. The Shadow and the Spark. Chapter 6. The Shadow and the Spark. A new layer was added to Naruto's world, the Watcher. The system logged at first, a passive alert that appeared as he woke from a chakra-exhausted sleep. Environmental update, persistent low-level chakra signature detected at perimeter. Pattern indicates stealth surveillance. Designation, Observer, 01. Naruto didn't look toward the window, the vent, or the shadowed corner of his ceiling where the ANBU operative, Tengu, was likely concealed. He went about his morning routine, sitting up, stretching his limbs with a precision that was still unsettling, and filed the information away. The Hokage's visit had borne fruit. The village's eye was now officially upon him, not with care, but with suspicion. This changed everything. His training could no longer be just about brutal, hidden progress. It now required theater. He split his development into two tracks, the visible curriculum and the hidden syllabus. The visible curriculum was for the matron, the occasional nurse, and Tengu's silent gaze. He allowed himself to seem precocious, but within the blurred edges of what a prodigy might be. He began to babble, stringing together nonsense syllables that sounded like toddler talk. To a shinobi listener, they were meaningless. But he practiced tone, inflection, building the muscle memory for speech he would need later. He played with his blankets, arranging them in simple patterns that could be mistaken for accident. He practiced walking, but sometimes let himself fall with a clumsy thud, followed by a few seconds of calculated, frustrated silence before getting up. He was crafting a persona, a very smart, unusually focused, but ultimately normal orphan child. A curiosity, not a catastrophe. The hidden syllabus began when he was certain of the observer's patterns. Tengu was professional, his chakra signature a near-inert smudge on the system's senses for hours at a time. His shifts changed, but there was a rhythm. Naruto, with his neural efficiency B, mapped it within a week. During the deepest hours of the night, in the 2-hour window between Tengu's shift change and the first morning patrol, Naruto worked. His body, now nearing 2 years old, was a tool honed to a razor's edge. The daily regimen had evolved. He no longer did push-ups, he did them with one arm, his small body rigid as a plank. He practiced falling from his crib rail and landing in a silent roll, dispersing impact through his shoulders. He moved through the moonlit patches on the floor in a low crouch, a shadow within shadows, practicing the shinobi basic, silence. But the core of his hidden syllabus was the chakra. The seal architecture analysis subsystem had become his most vital tool. The schematic of the 8 trigram seal was a labyrinth, but he was learning its corridors. He identified a minor stress node, a junction where his own chakra and the fox's passively bled into each other, creating that volatile mix. His goal was no longer to just withstand it, but to orchestrate it. Critical quest, the Tamer's Path, Milestone 2. Objective, isolate and purify a single unit of Baijuyu-tainted chakra. Reward, skill, chakra filtration, basic, seal integrity control plus 1%. It was like trying to separate oil from water that was also on fire. His own blue chakra was receptive, malleable. The fox's red chakra was aggressive, clinging, and carried the echo of a bestial consciousness that fought him every step of the way. He would spend an entire night session coaxing a single spark of red from the miasma, guiding it through a mental filter he visualized as a lattice of pure will, trying to scrape the hatred from the raw energy. He failed. Repeatedly. The energy would destabilize, flare, and force him to dissipate it, leaving him with a headache and a nosebleed. The fox found this new endeavor immensely entertaining. Foolish human, the concept washed over him one night, rich with disdainful amusement. You seek to wash the blood from the ocean. My hatred is not a stain on the power. It is the very heart of it. To remove it is to make it nothing. It's making me bleed from the nose, Naruto thought back, the mental equivalent of a grumble as he wiped his face. A small price for your arrogance. You wish to use my power without my will. A parasite eating a lion, thinking itself clever. I'm not trying to use it. I'm trying to understand it. A weapon you don't understand will cut your own hand. The flow of contempt from the seal paused. The fox's attention focused, less amused, more intrigued. This was a new argument. Not a plea, not a demand, but a cold, practical statement. It was a language the centuries-old creature understood. Then let your hands be cut to ribbons. It will be a fleeting diversion. But the next time Naruto attempted the filtration, the chakra felt different. It was no less violent, but the resistance was structured. It was testing him, probing his mental defenses like a predator pawing at a fence, looking for the weak point. The fox was no longer just mindlessly raging. It was engaging. Progress, in its most twisted form. One evening, during the visible curriculum, a new nurse was on duty. She was older, grandmotherly, with lines of genuine kindness around her eyes that the matron's rules hadn't yet erased. She saw Naruto quietly stacking his meager wooden blocks and smiled. "Aren't you a clever one?" she said softly, more to herself than to him. As she lifted him to change him, she hummed a lullaby. It was a simple, folk melody from the land of fire. The sound washed over Naruto. It was an artifact of pure, uncomplicated human kindness. It had no tactical purpose, no hidden meaning. It was just a gentle woman offering comfort to a child she perceived as alone. Aiden's soul, buried under months of calculated discipline and cold fury, ached. It was a pain sharper than any chakra feedback. He didn't know how to process it. His entire existence here was built on being the outsider, the weapon, the student of hatred. This softness was a vulnerability he had no defense against. He froze in her hands, his carefully constructed facade of precocious toddler shattering. He just stared at her, his ancient blue eyes wide with a confusion so profound it looked like fear. The nurse saw it and misinterpreted. "Oh, there now, little one. It's just a song. See, all safe." She finished her task and, on an impulse the matron would have punished, leaned down and brushed a featherlight kiss on his forehead. "Sweet dreams, little prince." She left, taking the humming with her. Naruto sat in the middle of the floor, the phantom warmth of the kiss on his skin like a brand. A turmoil of emotions he'd locked away, a dying boy's loneliness, the yearning for his lost mother's touch, the sheer desperate want for connection, threatened to breach his inner dam. And from the seal, the fox reacted. Not with rage, but with a surge of violent, possessive jealousy. The red chakra in his gut stirred, hot and prickling. It was as if the beast could not tolerate this foreign, gentle emotion invading its container. The hatred rose, not to destroy Naruto, but to scour away the feeling of that kiss, to reassert the only truth it accepted, that this world was pain, and isolation was strength. Warning, post-emotional volatility detected. Baijiu resonance spike. Seal integrity fluctuation, 99.9%. 99.8%. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails biting into his small palms. He couldn't afford this. Not a breakdown. Not now, with Tengu watching. He couldn't let the village see him vulnerable, and he couldn't let the fox use his weakness to destabilize the seal. With an act of will that felt like tearing his own soul in two, he did the only thing he could. He took the raw, aching longing for that kindness, and the fox's jealous rage, and he smashed them together. He didn't try to filter. He didn't try to control. He forced the two opposing energies, the human warmth and the bestial cold, into the same mental crucible and let them annihilate each other. There was a silent, internal detonation. A flash of blinding white pain behind his eyes. When it cleared, he was empty, shaken, but calm. The dangerous emotions were gone, burned up as fuel in a psychic furnace. All that was left was a strange, crystalline clarity and a single, sparking strand of chakra hovering in his inner world. It was neither blue nor red, but a shimmering, unstable silver. Alert, unprecedented chakra reaction. Baijiu resonance suppressed. Host equilibrium forced. Milestone 2, objective achieved through atypical means. Reward adjusting. Skill unlocked, emotional catalysis, basic. Convert extreme emotional states into unstable chakra output. Warning, skill is high risk. Damage to host psychological integrity possible. He had done it. He had purified a unit of chakra, not by filtering the hatred out, but by forcing it to consume his own humanity. The cost was written in the system's cold warning. He had just discovered a way to weaponize his own heartbreak. From the cage, the fox's voice came, quieter now, stripped of amusement, carrying something akin to wary respect. "What are you?" Naruto looked at his hands, still seeing the afterimage of that silver spark. He had no answer. He was no longer just Aiden. He was not yet the Naruto of prophecy. He was the crucible, the alchemist, the boy who turned loneliness and rage into a strange, new fire. In the shadows, Tengu saw none of this internal war. He only saw the toddler freeze after the nurse's kiss, then go very still for a long moment before resuming play, his movements slightly more deliberate, his eyes slightly colder. He noted it down. Object displays a typical emotional response to physical affection. Apparent shutdown, followed by heightened focus. No tears. He didn't see the spark. But he felt the air in the room grow heavy for a second, as if before a storm that never broke. Naruto picked up a block. The hidden syllabus had just rewritten its most important chapter. He had learned a terrible, powerful truth. In this life, even his sorrow could be forged into a shiv. And he would need every weapon he could get. Author's note. The skill emotional catalysis will significantly affect the MC's personality and the way he thinks. It pushes him toward a more analytical, logical mindset, which can make him appear cold, distant, or even machine-like at times. Some readers may not enjoy that shift, and that's understandable. However, this skill also greatly enhances his reasoning, decision-making, and intelligence, even if it comes at the cost of emotional warmth in certain moments. This change is not permanent. As the story progresses, you'll see why he continues using the skill despite fully understanding its consequences. In fact, once you reach chapter 19, his decision should make a lot more sense. I just wanted to clarify this in advance, before misunderstandings arise, especially for readers who prefer more emotional protagonists. Thank you for your patience and for continuing the journey. 7. The First Word. Chapter 7. The First Word. The aftermath of emotional catalysis was a silent winter in Naruto's soul. The skill worked, but its cost was a pervasive, hollow detachment. The nurse's lullaby, the phantom kiss, their emotional echoes had been burned away, used as fuel. He could recall the events with perfect, system-assisted clarity, but they were data points now, stripped of feeling. Nurse, elderly, kind, secure. Action, humming, kiss. Effect, triggered emotional biju resonance. Resolution, catalytic burnout. It was a clinical report. This, he realized, was the true danger the system warned of. Not just psychological damage, but erosion. He was treating his own humanity as a consumable resource. The fox, sensing the new emptiness, was oddly quiet. Its usual stream of contempt had diminished to a low, watchful hum. It was studying this new development, this boy who could turn his heart into a weapon and then walk through the ashes without seeming to notice the burn. The visible curriculum continued. His babbling became more articulate, forming near words. Bobby A for bottle, Ta for matron. He let his coordination seem to improve at a rate that was remarkable, but not impossible. He was a painting, carefully layered for an audience of one hidden observer. Tengu's reports to the Hokage grew longer, more detailed, and infinitely more frustrating. Day 47, subject constructed a tower of 12 blocks. Balance was precise, methodology systematic. No signs of playful experimentation. Appears to be testing structural load limits. Day 58, subject observed staring at a sunbeam for 73 minutes without moving. Not sleeping. Pupils tracked dust motes. Purpose unknown. Day 65, nurse offered a sweetened nutrient paste. Subject sniffed it, refused. Later ate standard paste without issue. Possible heightened sensory perception or food aversion training. Hiruzen Sarutobi read these reports in the small hours of the night, the glow of his desk lamp carving deep gullies into his weary face. The picture they painted was not of a child, but of a small, self-contained research project. There was no malice, no overt signs of the fox's influence. Just a profound, unsettling otherness. He is training himself, Lord Third, Shikaku Nara, the Jainin commander, had murmured during a private briefing, his sharp eyes scanning the reports. But without a teacher's hand. It's instinctual, yet highly deliberate. Like an animal practicing survival skills it has never needed to use. Or a sleeper agent activating its own programming, Hiruzen had replied grimly. The darkest part of his mind, the part forged in the fires of all three shinobi wars, would not rest. The seal was Minato's masterpiece. But what if the yondaime embedded more than just a lock? What if he embedded instructions? The political calculus was a tightening knot. If Naruto was just a strange, traumatized orphan, showing too much interest could draw the village council's hostile attention. If he was something more, a latent weapon, a vessel slowly being shaped by an unknown will, then ignoring him was an existential risk. Hiruzen's orders to Tengu remained unchanged: observe. Do not interact. Back in the orphanage, Naruto's hidden syllabus was entering a new phase. With emotional catalysis offering a brutal, last-ditch pressure valve, he could afford to be more aggressive with the fox's chakra. His focus returned to the seal architecture analysis. He no longer just looked at stress points, he began to trace the flow of energy, mapping the minute currents of his own chakra as they brushed against the fox's prison. He discovered a feedback loop. A tiny, almost imperceptible trickle of the fox's corrosive anger constantly seeped into his system, creating the volatility. His own chakra, in turn, pressed against the seal. It wasn't a flaw, it was the seal's intended function, the leak Minato designed to mix their powers. But Naruto wondered, if he could control the pressure of his own chakra against specific points, could he modulate the leak? Could he, for a fleeting second, open a specific, microscopic channel not for raw power, but for something else? You are a gnat trying to pilot a fortress, the fox rumbled, its attention fully caught by Naruto's mental probing of the seal's architecture. I'm learning the controls, Naruto thought back, his mental voice flat, focused. The fortress is mine. I should know its doors. Arrogance. The fortress is your coffin. I am its occupant. You are the dying caretaker. Then we should be able to talk. Naruto pushed, directing a focused thread of his chakra against a minor rune on the seal's schematic one. The system highlighted as a regulatory node, emotional feedback. A jolt, not of power, but of pure, undiluted fury shot up the channel. It wasn't an attack. It was a broadcast. A memory flash of centuries of betrayal, the sage's children, the greedy hands of humans, the feeling of being torn apart and sealed into screaming, powerless containers. It was overwhelming, timeless, and profoundly lonely. Naruto's breath hitched. He didn't block it with catalysis. He let it wash over him, experiencing it not as a victim, but as a historian reviewing a tragic text. The emotion was vast, but he was an empty vessel. It filled him, then drained away, leaving only the stark knowledge behind. I see, he thought into the sudden silence. The statement held no pity, no fear, only acknowledgement. From the cage, there was no scornful reply. The fox had shown a piece of its truth, and the boy had not broken, nor wept, nor tried to console. He had simply registered it. The silence from the abyss was now one of shared, if hostile, understanding. Days later, the event that would shift everything began with a minor illness. A winter bug swept the orphanage. Naruto, with his vitality fought it off in a day, but the toddler in the room next to him, a quiet girl with a chronic cough, was not so lucky. Her condition worsened, her breathing turning to a desperate, wet rasp in the night. The matron, citing policy, said the doctor would come in the morning. The night nurse was a lazy, indifferent man who simply turned up his radio to drown out the sound. Naruto lay in his crib, listening to the girl's struggling breaths. It was a sound he knew intimately from his past life, the sound of a body losing its fight. Aiden's memory surfaced, not as emotion, but as a cascade of associated data: fever, pulmonary congestion, high mortality rate if untreated. He was not emotionally compelled to help. It was, he assessed, an inefficient use of energy. It risked exposure. Yet, a different part of his calculus emerged. This was a variable. A test subject was failing. Could his unique skills affect an external biological system? Quietly, he sat up. He focused his chakra sensing. He could feel the girl's flickering, feverish energy, a weak and sputtering flame. He extended a single, hair-thin strand of his own chakra, not the volatile mix, but his purest blue energy, refined through his nightly exercises. He guided it through the wall, a feat of control that would make a Chunin pale. He didn't know medical ninjutsu. But chakra, at its core, was life energy. He willed the strand to be calming, strengthening, using the intent-based control he'd learned from managing volatility. He pictured it bolstering her immune response, easing the inflammation in her lungs. For an hour, he held the connection, a tiny, invisible lifeline. Slowly, the ragged breathing evened. The desperate rasps became deeper, if still congested, sighs. The girl's feverish chakra signature stabilized, settling into a pattern of restful sleep rather than frantic struggle. He severed the connection, exhausted but analytically satisfied. Hypothesis confirmed: directed chakra intent can influence foreign biological systems. Efficacy, low. Efficiency, poor. Stealth requirement, extreme. He did not see Tengu, who had watched the entire process through a chakra-sensitive lens in his mask. The ANBU had seen nothing visually, but on his sensory overlay, he had seen a thin, impossibly precise beam of blue chakra, denser and more controlled than any Genin's, lance from Naruto's room into the next, holding steady for a precise temporal interval. He had seen the dying child's chakra stabilize in direct correlation. This was not precociousness. This was application. This was deliberate, conscious, expert-level chakra manipulation with a healing intent. By a 2-year-old. Tengu's report that night was a single, stark sentence, underlined twice and marked with the highest priority cipher. Subject has demonstrated active, precise, and therapeutic chakra control. No prior instruction is possible. Threat assessment must be revised. The next morning, the visiting doctor pronounced the girl's recovery surprising but welcome. The matron shrugged, calling it luck. That afternoon, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood again at Naruto's door, this time without a disguise. He wore his Hokage robes and hat. The weight of his authority filled the small room. The matron had been dismissed. It was just the old man and the boy. Naruto looked up from where he sat, arranging pebbles in a perfect Fibonacci sequence. He met the Hokage's gaze with that same unnerving calm. Hiruzen knelt, bringing himself to eye level. The kind grandfather was gone. This was the commander, the strategist. Naruto, he said, his voice gentle but leaving no room for evasion. Can you understand me? Naruto stared. He saw the lines of grief, duty, and deep, deep worry. He saw a man trapped by his own promises, looking at a puzzle that might be a weapon. He processed the tactical situation, direct engagement by the village's supreme authority. Denial was useless. Pretense was suboptimal. He needed to establish a new parameter. He needed to shift the game from observation to communication. On his terms. He opened his mouth. For 2 years, he had practiced muscle memory, tonal exercises, and babble. Now, he formed his first intentional word in this life. He did not choose mama, papa, or hello. He chose the one concept that defined his entire existence, the core objective of every system quest, every nightly battle with the fox, every moment of calculated performance. He shaped his breath, engaged his vocal cords with perfect control, and spoke. The word that emerged was clear, flat, and hung in the silent room with the weight of a declaration. Control. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the god of shinobi, felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. The boy's blue eyes held his, devoid of childish glee or fear. They were the eyes of a scientist stating a fact. In that moment, Hiruzen understood. This was no sleeper agent. This was not the fox's doing. This was something born in the crucible of that terrible night, shaped by neglect, and now announcing its primary directive. The child in front of him wasn't seeking love, or recognition, or even power for its own sake. He was seeking absolute, utter control. Over the power within him. Over the world that feared him. Over his own destiny. And he had just declared that he was beginning to achieve it. A/N. I'll be releasing 12 chapters every day, and for every 10 power stones, I'll add 1 bonus chapter on top. 8. The Hokage's Gambit, bonus chapter. Chapter 8. The Hokage's Gambit. The single word - control. Hung. In the orphanage air, a detonation in the silent room. It wasn't a plea. It wasn't a question. It was a State of the Nation address from a sovereign who was 2 years old. Hiruzen Sarutobi, a man who had faced down Kage and Baijuya, felt the floor beneath him grow unsteady. His mind, the finely honed instrument of a lifetime of command, scrambled to process. The child's blue eyes held his, but they weren't windows to a soul, they were deep, still pools reflecting his own shock back at him, unblurred by childish emotion. He didn't say, "Grandpa." He didn't say, "Hungry." He said that. The core of every shinobi's struggle. The very thing the nine tails and every tailed beast before it has sought to destroy. To master the self is to master the battlefield. And this child's first battlefield is his own body. Years of political calculations of balancing village fear with Minato's dying wish, shattered and reassembled themselves in an instant. This changed everything. This wasn't a latent weapon or a corrupted vessel. This was a conscious mind with a clearly defined, terrifyingly advanced goal. Naruto watched the old man's eyes. He saw the shock, the rapid reassessment, the hardening of resolve. Good. The variable, Hokage, was now operating on new data. Naruto's internal systems word. Strategic objective achieved, forced re-evaluation by command authority. Status quo disrupted. He had grown tired of the shadow play. The observer's silent gaze, the matron's cold efficiency, it was a low-stakes game yielding diminishing returns. To advance his primary directive, honor the sacrifice. Achieve happiness. Protect the vessel, he needed to manipulate larger variables. The Hokage was the largest variable of all. Control, Hiruzen repeated slowly, the word ash in his mouth. He let the silence stretch, not as a test, but to master his own breathing. The kindly grandfather was gone, burned away by that one word. What remained was the shinobi. What do you wish to control, Naruto? A direct inquiry. Optimal. Naruto tilted his head, a mechanically precise gesture. He lifted one small hand, turning it over to examine his palm. Then he placed that palm flat against his own stomach, right over the hidden spiral of the 8 trigram seal. The message was unmistakable. This. The thing inside. A cold knot tightened in Hiruzen's gut. I see, he murmured. The reports, the stillness, the advanced development, it wasn't just trauma. It was a life dedicated from infancy to a single, monumental task, the mastery of the nine tails. Minato Kushina, what have we created? A guardian? Or a force of nature waiting for a trigger? The political landscape of Konoha flashed in his mind. The village, still rebuilding. The council, divided and suspicious. The Uchiha clan, isolated to their compound on the outskirts, their loyalty questioned by everyone after the fox's attack. The very air of the village was thick with unspoken tensions. And here, in this sterile room, was another tense, silent standoff, one that could determine the future of all of them. It is a difficult path, Hiruzen said, choosing each word as if defusing a bomb. A path of great pain. You do not have to walk it alone. Naruto's hand remained on his stomach. His gaze didn't waver. Alone is a relative term. I have the system. I have the fox. Your help has been a locked door and a watching eye. Define your terms. The child's unbroken silence was more eloquent than any rant. Hiruzen had the distinct, chilling feeling he was being negotiated with. He was used to the fiery defiance of a Jiraiya or the cool arrogance of an Orochimaru. This was different. This was the silent, patient pressure of a deep ocean current. He made a decision. A dangerous one. The council would howl. Danzo would see it as a catastrophic vulnerability. But the boy in front of him was no longer just a Jinchuriki, he was a strategic anomaly of unimaginable potential, and he was currently a free agent, developing in the dark. That was a risk Hiruzen could no longer tolerate. The path of control requires knowledge, Hiruzen said, his voice dropping, becoming conspiratorial. It was the tone he used with his ANBU captains. It requires understanding. You have shown an ability to learn, to adapt. He reached into his robes. Naruto's threat assessment subsystem flickered to yellow, then back to green as the Hokage withdrew not a weapon, but a single, old scroll. It was small, plain, and sealed with basic chakra ink. This contains the Academy's preliminaries on chakra theory, Hiruzen said, placing it on the floor between them, like an offering. The foundational principles. How energy is generated. How it is shaped. The nature of control exercises. He paused, his dark eyes boring into Naruto's. It is the first lesson every Konoha shinobi learns. You will learn it now. Analysis, offered resource. Scroll, basic chakra theory. Probable trap? No. Intent, facilitation and assessment. Giver seeks to guide development and measure capability. Naruto's logic circuits approved. This was a superior data stream to his own trial and error. But, Hiruzen continued, and the air grew heavy again. This is not a gift without cost. It is a test. My test. You will study it. You will not speak of it to anyone. You will hide it. And in 1 week, I will return. You will demonstrate for me what you have learned. Not with power, he added sharply, seeing Naruto's eyes flicker to his own volatile chakra network display. With understanding. You will explain to me, in your own way, the relationship between physical and spiritual energy. He was offering a teacher's guidance, but framing it as a commander's mission. It was a bridge, fragile and fraught with peril, thrown across the chasm between them. Naruto looked from the scroll to the Hokage. A week. 168 hours. To decode a written language he could visually recognize but had never functionally read, comprehend advanced theory, and prepare a demonstration. The system was already generating a study schedule. He gave a single, sharp nod. Acceptance. Hiruzen rose, his bones protesting. He felt 100 years old. 1 week, Naruto. He turned to leave, the weight of the gamble settling on his shoulders. As the door closed, Naruto picked up the scroll. The chakra seal was simple, a focused pulse of his will, not brute force, but a precise key of intent, dissolved it. He unrolled the parchment. The diagrams of chakra pathways, the explanations of hand seals as focal points, the theories of nature transformation. It was like breathing pure oxygen after months of stale air. Foolish old man, the voice from the cage rumbled, not with its usual torrent of scorn, but with a low, vibrating curiosity. He thinks to give you a leash. He does not see you already hold the knife. He is providing a blueprint for the weapon. A blueprint is more valuable than 1,000 random strikes. You will use his knowledge to build a better cage for me, Kurama stated, the concept laced with a dark, almost appreciative amusement. I will use it to understand the cage we are both in. The first step to opening any door is to know how its lock was made. The fox fell silent. The sheer, pragmatic ambition of it was something it had not encountered in a container before. Not rage, not fear, not a desperate desire for friendship. Cold, purposeful acquisition. That night, the hidden syllabus had a textbook. Naruto's world dissolved into characters and charts. The system helped, cross-referencing terms, creating interactive models of the chakra coil system. He didn't sleep. He learned. He practiced the most basic control exercise described, bringing a single drop of chakra to his fingertip and holding it, perfectly stable. With his volatile energy, it was like trying to balance a diamond on a sword's point. He failed 100 times. On the 101st, a shimmering, silver-blue sphere, no larger than a pinprick, glowed there, steady and calm. The grunt from the darkness was the closest thing to approval he would ever get. When the week ended, Hiruzen returned. He found Naruto waiting, sitting in the same position, the scroll neatly resealed beside him. The boy looked up. Demonstrate, Hiruzen said, no preamble. Naruto lifted his hand. On his index fingertip, the perfect, stable pinprick of light appeared. Not a flare, not a spark. A tool. Then, with his other hand, he pointed to the scroll, then to his own head. He then made a series of gestures, not hand seals, but illustrative ones. He mimed energy rising from his stomach, physical, then descending from his forehead, spiritual, and clapping his hands together where they merged, chakra. He then pointed to the glowing dot on his finger, and made a smoothing, shaping motion with his hands. The demonstration was utterly silent, but its meaning was crystalline. I absorbed the data. I comprehend the synthesis. I have applied it to achieve precise, sustained manifestation. Hiruzen stared. The chakra point was academy level. The understanding behind the pantomime was that of a seasoned chunin. In 1 week. From a child who had never been taught. The gamble had paid off in a way that terrified him. The boy was a learning engine of monstrous efficiency. Good, the Hokage breathed, the word thick with awe and dread. Very good. He reached into his robes again. This time, he placed 2 new scrolls beside the first. One was labeled, Basic Chakra Control, Tree Walking. The other was thinner, older, Introduction to Sealing, Principles of Containment. Your next tests, Hiruzen said, his voice grave. The first, to walk. The second to understand the nature of your own walls. 2 weeks. He turned to leave, the secret tutelage now an unbreakable pact. As his hand touched the door, a small, clear voice spoke from behind him. Hokage. Hiruzen froze. The second word. He turned. Naruto was looking at him, the pinprick of light extinguished. The ancient eyes in the young face held something new, not gratitude, but acknowledgement of a mutually beneficial transaction. Thank you, the boy said. The words were flat, tonally perfect, and carried the weight of a signed contract. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a shiver tracing his spine. He had just armed the most dangerous child in the world with knowledge. He could only pray he was also giving him a reason, one day, to protect the village that had shown him only fear and now watched another clan with deep suspicion. He had gambled not just on a Jinchuriki's control, but on a soul's allegiance. The game had irrevocably changed. 9. The Principles of Walls, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 9. The Principles of Walls. The two scrolls were more than lessons, they were declarations of intent. The first, Basic Chakra Control, Tree Walking, was a promise of freedom. The second, Introduction to Sealing, Principles of Containment, was the key to his prison. Naruto placed them side by side on his blanket, the system already analyzing the texts before he even broke the Hokage seals. Training Module Update, Foundation, Phase concluded. Advancing to Application Phase. New primary objectives loaded. Objective 1, Master Vertical Surface Adherence, Tree Walking. Prerequisite for advanced mobility. Objective 2, Decipher Sealing Theory. Understand the architectural principles of the 8 trigram seal. The timeline was 2 weeks. His internal clock, synchronized with the system, began its countdown. He started with the tree walking scroll. The principle was simple: exude a constant, adhesive layer of chakra from the feet. For a normal shinobi, the challenge was output and consistency. For Naruto, it was a tactical nightmare. His chakra wasn't a steady stream, it was a geyser capped by a fragile seal, laced with a volatile, hateful energy that resisted subtlety. His first attempt, in the dead of night, was catastrophic. Focusing on the sole of his foot, he drew forth chakra. A burst of blue, shot through with angry red sparks, erupted. It didn't adhere, it detonated, blowing a charred, foot-sized crater in the wooden floor of his room with a muffled thump that sounded like a thunderclap in the silence. Failure, chakra output volatile. Control insufficient for fine manipulation. Suggestion: utilize seal architecture analysis to modulate flow from source. From the cage, a wave of smug satisfaction washed over him. Crude. You wield a sculptor's chisel like a club. The tree would be firewood before you took a single step. The principle is sound, Naruto thought back, analyzing the smoldering mark. The execution is flawed. The variable is the fox's chakra interference. Solution: isolate a purer stream, or account for the interference in the output formula. He turned to the sealing scroll. This text was denser, older. It spoke of symbols as focuses of will, of ink and blood as conductors of intent, of barriers not just as walls, but as structured concepts. A containment seal wasn't just a lock, it was a law written in chakra, stating, nothing shall pass this boundary. As he cross-referenced these principles with the glowing, three-dimensional schematic of his own seal provided by the system, he began to see it not as a tattoo, but as a living document. The swirling lines were clauses. The central spiral was the core axiom: the entity known as Kurama, Dan, is contained within the entity known as Naruto Uzumaki. Chakra may permeate at a defined rate. The will of the container is paramount. His will was paramount. The seal responded to his emotional state, his chakra pressure. It was a symbiotic barrier. To master it, he didn't need to break it, he needed to understand his side of the contract. This revelation reframed the tree-walking problem. It wasn't about forcing his messy chakra out. It was about issuing a clear, authoritative command to the seal and his own energy system: provide a steady, adhesive output of energy to the soles of the feet. He had to become the unquestioned administrator of his own power grid. For 3 days, he didn't attempt to walk. He sat, mediating between the scrolls. He would visualize a thread of chakra leaving his core, and instead of letting it flood out, he used the sealing principles to define its purpose before it even reached his foot. He imagined a mental seal formula for adhesion: stable, constant, adhesive, 1/10 of total output. On the 4th night, he tried again. Placing his bare foot against the wall, he initiated the sequence. A layer of shimmering, silver-blue chakra, the result of his forced emotional catalysis, coated his skin. It flickered wildly, the red sparks threatening to bloom. He didn't fight them. He enforced the law he had written: stable, constant, adhesive. The red sparks sputtered and were absorbed into the blue, strengthening it rather than destabilizing it. His foot stuck. He lifted his other foot, placed it higher. Stuck. He was standing sideways on the wall. The silence from the fox was profound. Not approval. Astonishment. Naruto took a step upward, then another. The chakra control required was immense, a constant, draining effort of will. He reached the ceiling, his body parallel to the floor. He held for 10 seconds, 20, a minute. The strain was mental, a migraine building behind his eyes, but his feet held firm. Objective 1: progress, 40%. Vertical adherence achieved. Stamina and duration require improvement. Skill unlocked: chakra adherence, basic. synthesized from ceiling theory and control exercise. He descended. The moment his feet touched the floor, a wave of nausea and exhaustion hit him. He swayed, but did not fall. The cost was high, but the breakthrough was fundamental. He hadn't just learned a technique, he had developed a methodology. He could apply ceiling logic to chakra control. This changed everything. He spent the next week in a fugue state of experimentation. He tried to apply a containment principle to his own senses, muting the distant sounds of the orphanage to deepen his focus. He tried to write a simple luminescence formula on a pebble with his chakra, making it glow. It worked for 3 seconds before the volatile energy overloaded the crude construct. The fox observed it all, its mocking commentary slowly replaced by a watchful, analytical silence. This was no longer a beast raging against its cage. It was a scholar watching a gifted, terrifying student reverse engineer the universe. You treat chakra as a language, Kurama finally communicated, the concept not hostile, but probing. You write laws with it. A dangerous way to think. Laws can be rewritten. Challenged. All systems operate on laws, Naruto replied, examining a failed attempt at a chakra-based cooling effect on his water cup. Physical laws. Social laws. The laws of ceiling. To master a system, one must first comprehend its legislation. The fox had no retort. When Hiruzen returned, 2 weeks to the hour, Naruto was ready. The Hokage entered to find the boy not on the floor, but sitting cross-legged on the wall beside the window, 3 feet off the ground, bathed in morning light. He wasn't holding on. He was at rest, as if the wall were a chair. Hiruzen's pipe nearly fell from his lips. Without a word, Naruto stood up on the vertical surface, walked calmly down to the floor, and approached. He then held up a single finger. Upon it, he formed not the pinprick of light, but a complex, tiny, 3-dimensional shape, a rotating, simplified model of the 8 trigram seal, rendered in stable silver chakra. It was a visual thesis. He pointed to the ceiling scroll, then to the glowing model, then to his own stomach. The message: I have studied the principles. I have applied them to understand my own reality. Hiruzen sank slowly onto the room's solitary stool, feeling the world tilt. Tree walking was a milestone achieved by talented genin in months. This child had done it in 2 weeks, while simultaneously decoding introductory ceiling theory to the point of holographic representation. The speed wasn't just prodigious, it was impossible. The walls, Hiruzen murmured, gazing at the boy who mastered them, both literal and metaphorical. You see them not as barriers, but as structures to be analyzed. Naruto nodded. He made a new gesture. He mimed the tree walking, then formed a fist. Then, he pointed at the Hokage and made a walking motion with 2 fingers. A question. You gave me this skill, this tool. For what purpose? What is the mission? Hiruzen understood. The boy was asking for a function, an application beyond the test. He saw not a gift, but an issued piece of equipment. The Hokage's heart ached with a complex pain. This was the perfect shinobi mind, adaptable, ruthless, logical. And it was growing in total isolation, seeing relationships as transactional exchanges of data and utility. The purpose, Hiruzen said, choosing a truth that was also a test, is to ensure you are never trapped again. By a rune, by an enemy, by the very power inside you. The purpose is to give you a path to walk where none exists. He saw Naruto process this. The boy's eyes flickered to the system interface only he could see, as if comparing the Hokage's words to his primary directives. After a moment, he gave another nod. The answer was satisfactory. It aligned with core programming. There is another wall, Hiruzen said softly, the political reality pressing in. One you do not see. The village is unsettled. Your progress, if known, would cause fear. You must be discreet. Your freedom depends on their ignorance. Do you understand? Naruto looked at him. He thought of the matron's coldness, the villagers' averted gazes he'd seen on the rare trips outside. He thought of the observer, always present. He understood perfectly. He was a secret project, a classified weapon. Secrecy was a parameter of his survival. He placed his hand over his stomach, where the seal lay, then covered his mouth with the other hand. A vow of silence. Good, Hiruzen said, rising. He produced one final scroll. This one bore no label. This is not a test. It is a tool. For the mind. Basic memory retention and cognitive focus exercises. To help you manage the data. It was a primer on mental discipline, a gentle nudge towards mastering the torrent of his own thoughts. As he left Konoha's orphanage, the weight was heavier than ever. He had just accelerated the growth of a being he barely comprehended. He thought of the simmering tension with the Uchiha, of Danzo's paranoid whispers about handling the Jinchuriki problem, of the village's fragile peace. In his mind's eye, he saw Naruto walking calmly down the wall, a sovereign in a tiny kingdom of one. The boy was learning to master every wall he encountered. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only hope that when Naruto finally looked beyond the walls of his own existence, he would still see Konoha as something worth protecting, and not merely as the next, largest barrier to be analyzed, understood, and ultimately, overcome. 10. The Garden of the Mind, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 10. The Garden of the Mind. The scroll on mental discipline was not a map to power, but a mirror. It did not teach him how to do more, but how to be more, with himself. For days, Naruto did nothing but breathe. He followed the exercises to the letter, focusing on a single point, tracing the flow of his thoughts like a hunter tracking spoor, learning to observe the chaos of his own mind without being swept away. The orphanage faded. The ever-present watchfulness of Tengu became a distant datum. Even the low, constant rumble of the fox's hatred became just another weather pattern in his internal sky. You quiet the surface, but the depths still churn. A storm does not care if you name it. Naruto did not argue. He acknowledged the truth and returned to his breath. He was not seeking peace. He was seeking order. On the 5th day, the system reacted. System notification, host neural efficiency threshold, B+, reached. Cognitive framework optimization available. Initiating, mental partitioning, protocol. A new schematic unfolded in his mind's eye. It was not of chakra coils or seals, but of his own consciousness. The system presented it as a vast, derelict estate, the garden of the mind. Most of it was overgrown, wild with the untamed undergrowth of instinct, emotion, and the fox's influence. A single, small clearing represented his focused will. The protocol was simple, brutal, and perfect. It allowed him to wall off sections of his mind, to create partitioned spaces for specific functions, isolating them from the turbulence of the whole. He began with a single partition. He visualized a simple, clean room with a single window. This would be the analysis chamber. Here, and only here, would he process the data from the system, cross-reference scroll knowledge, and plan. No fear, no anger, no Kurama's grumbling could enter. The door sealed with a soundless click of will. The effect was instantaneous. The migraines that followed intense study vanished. His thoughts, once a roaring river, became a network of canals, each flowing where he directed. You build more cages. For your thoughts now. How amusing. A library is not a cage. It is a system of organization. Chaos is data without a directory. He created a second partition, the sensory buffer. Here, the overwhelming input of the world, the smell of antiseptic, the sound of distant crying, the feel of rough sheets, could be dampened, examined, and dismissed. The world became less loud. Hiruzen Sarutobi, reviewing Tengu's latest report, felt a new layer of unease. The report was bland. Subject's activity has diminished. Sits in meditation for 12 to 14-hour intervals. No overt training. Physiological readings indicate extreme mental fatigue, but no distress. Atypical stillness has reached new thresholds. He's not stagnating, Hiruzen thought, tapping his pipe. He's diving inward. But to what end? The mental discipline scroll was meant to give the boy tools to manage his unique burdens, not to make him vanish into his own skull. The Hokage's gamble was yielding stranger fruit by the day. Across Konoha, in a lightless room deep beneath the Foundation's headquarters, another mind was at work. Danzo Shimura's single eye scanned a different report. His agent, a root operative seamlessly embedded in the orphanage's cleaning staff, had provided more troubling details than the ANBU. Details of precise motor control witnessed in private, of food being arranged in geometric patterns by a toddler, of a chilling, unwavering gaze. The third coddles the beast, Danzo murmured to the darkness. He sees a child to be taught. I see a variable. An unstable one. The Jinchuriki was a village asset, but this level of preternatural development was not in any of the first's projections. It smelled of the fox's corruption, or worse, of some unknown factor from the night of the ceiling. A variable needed to be quantified, and if necessary, controlled. Cat, he spoke. A masked figure knelt instantly. The observation of Subject Ninetails is elevated to priority alpha. I want a full behavioral and capability profile. Use non-invasive sensory pulses during sleep cycles. The Hokage's watcher is not to be compromised. Understood, Lord Danzo. Back in his room, Naruto's newly partitioned mind registered the intrusion immediately. A faint, spiderweb-thin pulse of foreign chakra, designed to read his vitality and mental state, brushed over him as he lay seemingly asleep. External diagnostic scan detected. Origin, unknown, stealth protocol. Intent, biometric surveillance. Countermeasure, sensory buffer, partition engaged. Feeding PRE recorded vital signature data, base state. He let the scan pass, feeding it the dull, empty readings of a normal, sleeping child. In the analysis chamber, a new subprocess launched. Threat assessment, new observer. Methodology, advanced, clandestine. Affiliation, probable root, Danzo Shimura. The game had a new player. Naruto filed the information away. Danzo was a known variable from his meta-knowledge, a radical, a schemer. His interest was predictable, and therefore, manageable. As the weeks bled into months, a physical change became apparent. Naruto's blonde hair, never cut, began to grow past his ears, then to his shoulders. It was fine and straight, unlike the spiky mess of his canonical self. The head matron, seeing this, arrived one day with shears. It's unruly. It will harbor lice. It must be cut. Naruto, sitting in his now customary meditative pose, opened his eyes. He did not speak. He simply looked at her, then at the shears, and then back at her. In the pristine silence of his mind, the command was formed. No, it wasn't defiance, it was a simple statement of fact, as immutable as gravity. The matron took a step forward. The air in the room didn't grow cold, but it grew still, as if all the background noise of the world had been sucked out. Naruto's blue eyes held hers, and in them, she did not see a child's rebellion. She saw the absolute, unshakable certainty of a mountain. Her hand, holding the shears, began to tremble. She retreated, muttering about willful wretches. The next day, a different woman entered. She was older, with gentle hands and the lingering scent of herbs, Ijao, the part-time medic who checked on the children. She saw Naruto quietly attempting to finger-comb a knot from his long hair. "That's a difficult task," she said softly, kneeling before him. She pulled a simple, beautiful comb of polished sandalwood from her pocket. It was old, with worn teeth. "My son, he preferred his hair long, too. This was his. He has no need of it where he is now. Would you like it?" Naruto looked at the comb, then at her. He saw no pity, only a quiet offering of a tool for a need she perceived. It was a transaction of pure utility, laced with a kindness that didn't demand anything in return. It was safe. He reached out and took it. His small hand closed around the warm wood. "Thank you," Ijao whispered, not expecting a reply. She showed him a few basic strokes before leaving. That night, in the moonlight, Naruto used the comb. The ritual of drawing it through his hair became another exercise in control, in patience. He envisioned his appearance not as it was, but as it would be, the long, pale gold hair falling straight and neat down his back, like a Hokage's. He imagined dark, simple clothes that would not draw the eye, that would speak of silence and purpose. A noble's bearing, forged in an orphan's room. Vanity, from a creature of such grim purpose? Kurama's thought echoed, more curious than mocking. It is not vanity. It is a uniform. The mind shapes the body, and the body shapes the world's perception. This, he thought, drawing the comb through a final snag, is the first draft of that statement. System notification, host self-image parameters updated. Visual projection, subsystem unlocked. Mental partition, self-simulation, now available. A new partition formed. Here, he could project and refine the image of his future self, how he moved, how he stood, how he held the comb. He practiced the graceful, efficient movements he admired in the Hokage he sometimes saw through his window, discarding the clumsy exuberance of the Naruto he remembered. He was no longer just training his chakra or his mind. He was architecting his entire being, from the thoughts in his head to the fall of his hair. One evening, as he practiced tree walking on the ceiling of his room, his enhanced senses caught a new signature. Not Tengu's familiar watchfulness, nor the clinical scan of Root. This was a young, brilliant, and profoundly sad chakra, observing from a nearby rooftop. It was carefully controlled, but it carried a weight of darkness and genius that was unique. Chakra signature analysis matches records for Uchiha Atake, age 8. Threat level, theoretically extreme. Current intent, observation, curiability. Itake, the prodigy. The future clan killer. Here, now, watching the Jinchuriki. Naruto did not look up. He continued his silent walk across the ceiling. But in the analysis chamber, gears turned. Itake's presence was a data point of immense significance. It tied the Uchiha's watchful anxiety directly to him. He was not just a village secret, he was a piece on the clan's political board. He finished his walk and descended. Sitting on his blanket, he picked up the sandalwood comb and began to slowly, methodically, run it through his growing hair. It was a message to any who watched: I am not what you expect. I am building something else. On the rooftop, Uchiha Atake, tasked by his father to assess the village's greatest threat, watched the small, serene boy in the orphanage window. He saw the precision of his movements, the unsettling calm, the deliberate care of his grooming. He did not see a monster, or a weapon. He saw a puzzle box, locked tight. Father fears the fox, Itake thought, his sharing and secretly active, recording every detail. But the container is what I do not understand. For the first time in a long time, something cut through Itake's own heavy dread. Not hope, but a sharp, professional fascination. The Jinchuriki was an equation, and Itake's mind, trained to solve for the worst possible outcome, began to work on it. In his room, Naruto placed the comb beside his scrolls. The garden of his mind was growing, ordered and secure. But outside its walls, the forest of the world was vast, dark, and full of watching eyes. He had begun to shape himself. Soon, he would need to decide how to shape the world around him. The next phase would require more than meditation. It would require a move. A/N. I left something in the comment to thank you for the power stones. 11. The First Move, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 11. The First Move. The world was a system of watchers. Naruto, now 3, had mapped its primary variables. In the analysis chamber of his mind, a schematic glowed. Observer 01 Tengu/ANBU Black Ops was a constant, predictable pressure on the eastern wall, shifts changing at 0600, 1400, and 2200. Observer 02 Root/Covert Ops was more elusive, their diagnostic scans arriving in random, 72-hour cycles, like clockwork testing a circuit. And now, Observer 03 Uchiha Prodigy/Clan Affiliation had appeared 3 times in 2 weeks, a fleeting, brilliant signature of controlled fire and profound sorrow from the northwest rooftop. They were data streams. And data streams could be analyzed, predicted, and, eventually, manipulated. His physical development, guided by the system's regimens, was accelerating. His hair, meticulously combed each night with the sandalwood comb, now fell past his shoulders in a straight, pale waterfall. He had begun using scraps of cloth from worn-out blankets, practicing with the system's guidance to tailor simple, dark wraps for himself, crude prototypes of the uniform he envisioned. He looked less like a neglected orphan and more like a small, silent monk from a forgotten sect. The chakra adherence skill was now subconscious. He could walk on walls and ceiling for hours, his mind free for other tasks. His focus had shifted to the second scroll, Introduction to Sealing, Principles of Containment. He wasn't trying to alter his own seal, that was a foolish risk. He was learning its grammar. The scroll spoke of intent locking, imbuing a barrier with a specific command that must be satisfied for passage. A lock that required a key of thought, not just chakra. One evening, during Tengu's shift change, Naruto enacted a plan. He placed a single, plain pebble in the center of the floor. Kneeling before it, he extended a finger. Not with volatile chakra, but with pure, focused will. He visualized a simple containment field around the pebble, a bubble defined by a single law: this boundary shall vibrate if touched by a chakra signature not my own. He traced a invisible seal in the air above it, pouring the conceptual framework into the structure. It took 20 minutes of excruciating concentration. When he finished, a translucent, shimmering film, visible only to his chakra sensing, encased the stone. System notification: prototype barrier seal created. Classification: Sentry Ward, basic. Duration estimate: 8 hours. Chakra cost: minimal. It was his first original creation. An alarm. A test. He went to sleep, or appeared to. In the sensory buffer partition, he maintained a thread of awareness tied to the ward. Just past 0300, it triggered. A vibration. Not from Tengu's side of the room. From the door. The signature was clinical, stealthy, root. They were making a physical inspection. Naruto, through slitted eyes, saw the door open a crack. No light spilled in. A silent figure ghosted inside, scanning the room with more than eyes. Their gaze passed over the pebble on the floor, seeing nothing of interest. They moved toward Naruto's sleeping form, a hand extending, likely to take a hair sample or measure chakra output at close range. They passed within an inch of the pebble. The ward's vibration spiked in Naruto's mind. Data flooded the analysis chamber: precise chakra frequency, approximate mass and speed of the intruder, trajectory. The root operative leaned over him. Naruto remained perfectly still, breathing deep and slow, feeding the sensory buffer script of a child in deep sleep. The operative's hand came close to his temple. Then, from the cage, a surge. Not of rage, but of pure, territorial negation. This one smells of rot and dead trees. His will is not his own. A whisper of Kurama's chakra, unbidden but not unwelcome, seeped through the seal. Not enough to glow, not enough to be detected as an attack. Just enough to mingle with Naruto's own energy and radiate a faint, bestial heat from Naruto's skin, the subconscious, protective radiance of a Baijuyu warning a predator away from its den. The root operative froze. His breath hitched, audible in the absolute silence. He did not feel threatened by a child, he felt the ancient, mindless hostility of the nine tails brushing against his soul. It was the difference between stepping on a landmine and feeling the tiger's breath on your neck in the dark. He recoiled, vanished back through the door. The ward on the pebble dissolved, its energy spent. The encounter had lasted 12 seconds. Data recorded: root operative behavior under minimal Baijuyu emanation. Result: disengagement. Hypothesis confirmed: fear of the fox outweighs curiosity about the container. New variable logged: unconscious cooperation from entity Kurama for territorial defense. You used me, Naruto thought into the darkness of his gut. You were a useful tool. Do not flatter yourself. But the tone lacked its usual venom. It was a statement of fact. An alliance of convenience had been silently acknowledged. The next morning, during one of Ijayo's medic visits, she noticed the change. He was sitting straighter, his long hair neatly combed, his makeshift dark wrap clean. His blue eyes, when they met hers, held a focus that was unsettling, but no longer empty. You look well, Naruto, she said, her voice soft. She performed her checks, her hands gentle. As she finished, she hesitated. The comb, does it still serve? Naruto looked at her. He saw the sadness in her eyes, the memory of her son. He understood the transaction. She gave a tool to alleviate a perceived need. He gave her purpose to that memory. It was clean, efficient. He nodded once. A small, genuine smile touched her lips. It was the first real, unguarded human emotion directed at him that he hadn't immediately dissected or catalyzed. It simply was. He stored the sensation in a new, isolated partition for later study. Later that day, from his perch high on the wall where he sat reading the sealing scroll, he felt Observer 03 return. Itake. The brilliant, sad fire on the rooftop. This time, Naruto made a decision. Passive observation had given him data. It was time to send a signal. As Itake watched through the window with his Sharingan, the small boy in the orphanage room closed his scroll. He stood, walked to the center of the room, and looked directly at the window, not with the blank stare of before, but with a knowing, deliberate focus. He then raised his right hand, palm out. Attack is sharing in word, capturing every detail. This was no childish gesture. Naruto focused. He drew not on volatile chakra, but on the purified, silver-blue energy born of his emotional catalysis. In his palm, he began to construct, not a jutsu, a demonstration. Using the principles of containment and adhesion, he built a miniature, rotating model. A tiny, glowing tree grew from his palm, its roots gripping his skin. A pebble orbited it, surrounded by a shimmering barrier. Above them, a simplistic fox mask, ANBU, and a root symbol faced each other. It was a dynamic, chakra-powered diorama of his world, the tree, Konoha, the observed pebble, himself, the watchers. It was a message in a universal language: I see the system. I understand my place in it. He held it for 5 seconds, then let it dissolve. On the rooftop, Itachi Uchiha's breath froze. The sharing and burned the impossible image into his memory. This was not the fox's power. This was not madness. This was lucid, artistic, intellectual communication from a 3-year-old Jinchuriki. The puzzle box had just opened itself a crack, revealing not chaos, but breathtaking, intricate order. Father the council, they are all wrong, Itachi thought, a seismic shift cracking his understanding. The threat isn't the beast losing control. The threat or the hope is the mind inside gaining it. He vanished, his report to his clan head now containing a secret he would never fully share. In the Hokage's office, an hour later, Hiruzen listened to Tengu's frantic, confused report. He created a complex chakra model, Lord Third. Representational. He looked right at my position. He knows. Hiruzen closed his eyes. The path of secret tutelage had reached its end. The child was no longer just absorbing knowledge. He was communicating with it. And he had just communicated to every watching faction that he was aware of their game. The stakes had just been raised. The orphanage could no longer contain what was growing inside it. The carefully maintained policy of silent neglect was now an active liability. Recall the watch detail, Hiruzen said, his voice tired. All of them, ANBU and any others you may sense. Lord Hokage. He has declared his awareness. Continued covert observation is now an insult, and a provocation. Hiruzen looked at the Hokage monument, at Minato's face. It is time for a new policy. The seedling has outgrown its first pot. We must either transplant it or prune it. He knew Danzo would argue for the latter. The council would panic. But Hiruzen had seen the model in Tengu's report, the tree, the pebble, the watchers. The boy didn't see himself as the pebble. He saw himself as the artist. And an artist, properly guided, could build wonders, or unravel them. Naruto, back in his room, felt the withdrawing chakra signatures. First Tengu, with a final pulse of bewildered respect. Then, moments later, the root signature, lingering with frustrated reluctance before fading. Silence. True, unwatched silence, for the first time since his birth. It was not peaceful. It was pregnant with potential. You have cleared the board. Now they will send a different piece. I know, Naruto thought, looking at the sandalwood cone. The first move was his. The game was no longer about hiding. It was about defining the terms of engagement. He had forced the system to acknowledge him. The next chapter would begin when they decided how to respond. 12. The Reflection in the Pool. Chapter 12. The Reflection in the Pool. The silence that descended after the watchers withdrew was not empty. To Naruto, it was a new medium, like clear water after mud. For 3 days, he simply existed within it, recalibrating. His routine continued, meditation, chakra exercises, studying the scrolls, but the oppressive weight of external observation was gone. The sensory buffer, partition, which had been working constantly to filter and dampen the chakra signatures of ANBU and root, reported a dramatic drop in processing load. Environmental scan, sustained surveillance protocols discontinued. Perimeter clear. Analysis, Hokage's direct order. Probable reason, acknowledgement of host's awareness renders covert observation counterproductive. He had forced a change in the system's parameters. It was a minor victory of agency. Ichio, the medic, continued her visits. Her kindness remained a variable he couldn't fully process with cold logic. One afternoon, as she checked his vitals, her fingers gently brushed through the hair now falling past his shoulders. It's getting quite long, Naruto-kun, she said softly, not with the matron's disapproval, but with a note of quiet observation. It's very fine. It must be difficult to manage. Naruto looked at her. The sandalwood comb she had given him was his most prized tool, not for sentiment, but for its perfect utility. It executed its function flawlessly. He retrieved it from under his thin pillow and held it out to her, a question in his eyes. You want me to? She asked, understanding. He gave a single nod. She sat behind him on the floor, and began to carefully comb through the pale gold strands. Her movements were methodical and gentle, working through the occasional snarl with patience. Naruto sat perfectly still, his mind analyzing the sensation. The rhythmic pull, the separation of strands, the resulting order. It was not pleasure he felt, but a deep appreciation for efficient function and the tangible result of a well-maintained system. Your mother had beautiful red hair, Ichio murmured, almost to herself, lost in the task. Long and vibrant, like a flame. They say the Uzumaki clan were known for their strong life force and their hair. She trailed off, realizing she was speaking of things that were likely secrets. She finished her work, tying the hair back simply at the nape of his neck with a spare piece of cloth. There. It suits you. It looks noble. Naruto raised a hand, feeling the smooth, ordered fall of hair down his back. Noble. It was an aesthetic parameter. A visual signal that contradicted the expected image of the wild, neglected Jinchuriki. He filed the data away. Visual projection, effective. System notification, hosts, self-image construct, updated. Parameter, visual distinction, refined. Mental partition, aesthetic control, subconsciously reinforced. Preening like a bird, Kurama's thought grumbled, but the heat behind it was muted, habitual rather than aggressive. Does a well-combed fox hunt any better? Perception is a layer of reality, Naruto thought back, his internal voice calm. They expect a monster, chaotic and unkempt. I will present control. Every detail is a statement. But the fox offered no retort, only a simmering, watchful silence. Their dynamic had settled into a tense, wordless negotiation, punctuated by brief exchanges. Across the village, in the fortified compound that felt more like a gilded prison, Uchiha Itachi stood on a training ground, his Sharingan deactivated. The image burned into his memory was not of a battle, but of a child's chakra model, a tree, a pebble, watching masks. He had reported the incident to his father, Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head. He omitted the profound clarity he sensed, focusing only on the fact of the Jinchuriki's advanced chakra control and awareness. Fugaku, a man with stern eyes and the weight of a clan's discontent on his shoulders, had listened in silence. A tool that is aware it is a tool, Fugaku had finally said, his voice low. That is more dangerous than a mindless weapon. The village keeps its greatest threat locked away, yet allows it to think. What does the Hokage plan? Itachi had no answer. His father saw only political utility and threat assessment. But Itachi, who had seen the quiet order in the Jinchuriki's demonstration, saw something else, a mirror. Here was another child shaped by immense, invisible pressure, living a life of profound isolation for the supposed good of the village. The parallel to his own path, bearing the secrets and sins of the clan to prevent a war, struck him with painful clarity. He was a double agent, spying on his own family for the village that distrusted them. The Jinchuriki was a contained entity, watched by the village that feared him. Both were alone. Both were sacrifices on the altar of Konoha's stability. He is not what they fear, Itachi thought, staring at a lone crow circling overhead. The beast is a power. The boy is a will. And a will cannot be controlled forever. In the darkness beneath the Hokage tower, in a room that official maps did not acknowledge, Dan Shimura received a different report. The observation was terminated on Sarutobi's order, his root operative stated, kneeling. The subject's last observed act was a sophisticated chakra construct, demonstrating comprehension of his observed status. Physical development continues to exceed norms. Hair is grown long, well kept. Demeanor remains aberrantly calm. Danza's single visible eye narrowed. Sentiment. Sarutobi's sentiment for the fourth son was a blinding weakness. The boy was not a child, he was the Ninetales cage. A cage that was not only strengthening but developing a distinct consciousness. This was an unpredictable variable. Awareness invites ambition. Calm masks calculation, Dan said, his voice like dry leaves. The Uchiha fester in their compound, plotting their rebellion. And now this entity grows in the village's heart. Sarutobi hopes to guide it. I see only a second calamity waiting to be born. He made a decision. Maintain perimeter surveillance. Do not approach. But begin contingency planning. Catalog all sealing artifacts in the storage. If the Hokage's guidance fails, we must be prepared to recontainment. Permanently. Back in his room, Naruto reached a conclusion. The silent pause was a strategic window. The Hokage was reassessing. Dan's was plotting. The village continued its life, oblivious to the small storm growing in its orphanage. He could not remain passive, waiting for their next move. He needed to expand his dataset. He needed to observe the system he was meant to be part of, not from reports or scrolls, but directly. That night, he enacted a new protocol. Using the chakra adherence, skill refined to near silence, he became a ghost in his own home. He slipped from his room not through the door, but through the high, small window, his chakra-glued hands and feet making no sound on the stone and wood. He moved across the orphanage's outer wall like a shadow, then dropped into the darkened alley below. For the first time in his 3 years of life, Naruto Uzumaki was outside, unsupervised. The village of Konoha at night was a veil of shadows and muted sounds. He moved with precise, efficient grace, his dark, makeshift clothing blending into the gloom, his long pale hair the only bright spot, tied tightly back. He was a small, silent observer, mapping routes, noting guard patrol patterns, feeling the ebb and flow of the village's nocturnal chakra. His destination was not random. He navigated towards the central, bustling memory of the village, the Hokage monument. It was a symbol of the system's hierarchy. As he reached the base of the cliff, he began to climb, not with the slow care of a beginner, but with the steady, vertical gait of one for whom gravity was a negotiable law. Minutes later, he stood on the stone head of the fourth Hokage, his father. The wind was stronger here, pulling at his hair and clothes. Below, Konoha spread out like a circuit diagram, lit by scattered points of light. He sat, cross-legged, on the stone forehead. He did not feel awe, or connection, or sorrow. He felt location, perspective. He was above the system, literally and figuratively. System notification, geographical data expanding. Village layout mapped. Security patrol cycles logged. New objective suggested, continued environmental familiarization to optimize future mobility. From this vantage point, he could also see the cluster of buildings on the village outskirts, darker and more tightly arranged, the Uchiha compound. Another pressurized subsystem within the larger whole. A new chakra signature flickered at the edge of his awareness below. Not a patrol. A single, familiar, brilliant fire. Itake. He had been followed after all, or perhaps their paths had converged by the logic of the night. The young Uchiha was observing him observing the village. Naruto did not look down. He acknowledged the presence with a slight tilt of his head. He knew he was seen. It did not matter. This was not an act of stealth, but of declaration. He had left his cage. He had climbed to the highest point. He was looking at the world that feared him, with calm, analytical eyes. After an hour, as the first hint of gray touched the eastern sky, he descended. He returned to the orphanage the way he came, slipping back into his room unseen. He sat on his bed, the night's cold still on his skin. The chapter of passive containment was irrevocably closed. He had taken the first, real step into the wider world. The next move belonged to the village. Would they try to put the ghost back in the bottle? Naruto picked up the sandalwood comb and began to methodically undo the wind-tangled mess of his long hair, restoring order strand by strand. He was no longer just the experiment. He was the scientist. And the entire village had just become his laboratory. 13. A Change in the Wind. Chapter 13. A Change in the Wind. The silent return to the orphanage was not an end, but the closing of a data-gathering loop. Naruto sat in the center of his room as dawn broke, processing. The night's expedition had yielded terabytes of environmental data, patrol vectors, chakra signatures of sleeping citizens, the faint, complex hum of Konoha's barrier system at its lowest power setting. It was all neatly filed within the analysis chamber. The most significant datum was Observer 03's presence at the monument's base. Itake had not interfered. He had only watched, his brilliant chakra signature a quiet beacon of acknowledgement in the dark. The message was clear: you are seen, but I am not your captor. It was a fascinating deviation from the parameters of ANBU or root. Analysis: Uchiha Itake, Observer 03, behavior indicates neutral curious stance. No hostile intent registered. Possible utility as an unofficial data source on Uchiha/village politics. Naruto filed the thought away. Alliances were complex functions he was not yet ready to compute. But a neutral observer with high-level access was a resource. The expected reaction from the system's primary administrator came with the morning sun. It was not ANBU, not root. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, appearing at the orphanage door with an expression that blended grandfatherly concern with the grim resolve of a Kage who has discovered a security breach. The head matron, flustered and pale, was dismissed with a look. The Hokage entered Naruto's room alone and closed the door. He did not speak immediately. His eyes took in the room, the neat bed, the carefully stacked scrolls, the sandalwood comb placed precisely parallel to the wall. They lingered on Naruto, sitting calmly with his back straight, his long, now perfectly ordered hair falling over the shoulders of his dark, makeshift tunic. The boy looked less like a child and more like a young ascetic prince under house arrest. The view from the monument is quite beautiful before dawn, Hiruzen said finally, his voice neutral. He leaned his staff against the wall and settled onto the floor, crossing his legs, making himself an equal in height. The village looks peaceful from up there. Naruto met his gaze. Denial was illogical. The Hokage was stating a fact to establish a new baseline. He gave a single, slow nod. It is also a restricted security area after dark, Hiruzen continued, his eyes sharpening. The patrols you mapped have a purpose. You circumvented them. You left a designated containment zone without authorization. These are not the actions of a child at play. They are the actions of a shinobi on a reconnaissance mission. He let the words hang, watching for any flicker of fear, defiance, or pride. He saw none. Only the same analytical focus. Why? The Hokage asked. Naruto considered. Lying was inefficient. The truth was a better tool. He raised his hands and began to construct another chakra model in the air between them. This one was simpler, a small, glowing cube to represent his room. Arrows of light pointed inward at it from all sides, labeled with tiny glyphs for ANBU, root, and Uchiha. Then, the cube expanded, bursting the arrows. A single, small figure walked from the cube to a simple representation of the Hokage monument. The figure then turned and looked back at the cube, now seeing the entire village network around it. The message was clear: the observation parameters became a known constraint. To understand the full system, I had to step outside the test environment. Hiruzen's aged face was a mask, but his eyes were chasms of tumultuous thought. The boy wasn't being rebellious. He was conducting independent field research. He was applying the lessons on chakra control, sealing theory, and tactical awareness with a terrifying, seamless logic. You understand that your unique status makes such excursions dangerous, Hiruzen said, choosing his words with the care of a bomb disposal expert. Not just for you. If you were seen, if you were provoked, the power within you could react. The village's fear, which is currently a passive thing, could become active. Panic is a weapon that wounds both holder and target. Naruto nodded again. He understood cause and effect. He had calculated the risk of Kurama's interference as low their current tense equilibrium was stable. The risk of being seen by a civilian was minimal given his route and timing. The primary risk had been the Hokage's reaction. He was now experiencing it. The old policy has failed, Hiruzen admitted, a sigh deflating his shoulders. You cannot be both a secret to be hidden and a mind to be educated. The contradiction has created this. He gestured at Naruto, at the model, at the palpable intelligence in the room. Therefore, a new policy. You will have a teacher. A proper one. This was a significant new variable. Naruto's interest sharpened. He is eccentric. He is often absent. But he is powerful, knowledgeable, and he understands what it is to carry the weight of a village's destiny upon himself, Hiruzen said, and a note of true, strained affection entered his voice. He was your father's teacher. He will be yours. His name is Jiraiya. Data retrieval, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Student of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher of Namikaze Minato. Renowned summoner, sealing master, author. Threat level, extreme. Affiliation, Konoha, loose. Predicted behavior, highly erratic. The system's dossier aligned with Naruto's meta-knowledge. Jiraiya was a variable of high power and high unpredictability. A superior source of data on advanced sealing and chakra theory, but also a potential source of chaotic social interaction. He is not in the village at present, Hiruzen continued. But he has been informed. He will come. Until then the Hokage's gaze grew steely. Your excursions stop. This is not a request. It is a condition for this next phase. Your training must be structured, not self-directed in the shadows. You will remain here, but your studies will intensify. I will provide the materials. You will not test the boundaries again. Do you accept these terms? Naruto analyzed the proposal. Input, cessation of external exploration. Output, formalized, high-level tutelage from a premier expert, plus increased resource allocation. The exchange was suboptimal. He preferred continued freedom, but the potential gain in knowledge was significant. The Hokage was offering a legitimate pathway to power in exchange for a return to observable containment. He extended his hand, palm up, and generated a tiny, perfect replica of the Hokage's head in chakra. He then placed it over the small figure in his earlier model, who was standing on the monument. The figure gave a sharp, military nod. The terms were accepted. Sovereignty acknowledged. Hiruzen's smile was thin but held a shred of relief. Good. We understand each other. He stood, retrieving his staff. The teacher will come. Prepare yourself. His methods will be unorthodox. After the Hokage left, the orphanage did not return to its old rhythm. The matron, clearly terrified by the Hokage's personal visit, now looked at Naruto with something closer to superstitious dread. She no longer entered his room, leaving his meals and clean linens at the door. Ichio, however, remained a constant. During her next visit, she brought not just her medical kit, but a small, dark blue yukata of good quality, child-sized. It was my son's, she said simply, her voice soft. It is a dark color. It will not show dirt. It is better than what you have made for yourself. She helped him into it. The fabric was soft, well-tailored. It fell straight from his shoulders, the dark blue a stark contrast to his pale hair and eyes. Combined with his erect posture and calm demeanor, the effect was immediate. He looked like a young scion of a noble house in exile. As she combed his hair again, she spoke softly. Change is coming, Naruto-kun. I can feel it in the village air. Be careful. Even the most well-meaning plans can go astray. It was a warning from a gentle soul who had seen tragedy. He stored it as a pertinent data point on human irrationality. She fears for the fledgling bird being pushed from the nest, Kurama mused as Ichio left. She does not realize it is not a bird, but a hawk that has been studying the shape of the sky from its cage. The analogy is flawed, Naruto thought, running the comb through a final strand. Hawks are instinctual predators. I am an engineer. They are not giving me a sky to hunt in. They are giving me a larger workshop with more advanced tools. The principle is the same, but, /1. In the Uchiha compound, Fugaku Uchiha listened to his son's report in the austere family room. Itachi knelt formally, his face a placid mask. The Jinchuriki ascended the Hokage monument unimpeded. His chakra control is precise, silent. He demonstrated awareness of my presence. He offered no threat. He only observed, Itachi reported. And the Hokage's response? Fugaku asked, his voice a low rumble. A prolonged private visit to the orphanage this morning. ANBU cordon was re-established, but at a greater distance. A change in policy is likely. Fugaku's fingers tightened on his knee. The village coddles its monster while it isolates us for suspicion. They fear the Uchiha's eyes, but they nurture the fox's container. The injustice is a poison in the clan's heart, Itachi. They are not the same, Itachi thought, but he said nothing. In his mind's eye, he saw two figures, one standing atop the stone heads of power, looking down, the other kneeling in this dark room, bearing the weight of a clan's simmering rage upward. Both were alone. Both were seen as problems to be managed. A strange, cold kinship of circumstance settled in his chest. For Naruto, the following days were a period of intense preparation. New scrolls arrived, delivered by a masked ANBU who left them at the door without a word. Advanced chakra nature theory, fundamentals of summoning contracts, the architectural logic of barrier ninjutsu. He devoured them. The analysis chamber worked overtime, integrating the new theories. He began tentative exercises, not to perform jutsu, but to understand the underlying formulae. He used his sentry ward principle to create more complex barrier drafts around his scrolls, keyed to his chakra signature only. He was assembling a formidable intellectual arsenal, waiting for the master who would teach him how to forge it into a physical one. He was no longer a secret experiment. He was an acknowledged apprentice. The village's strategy had shifted from containing it to educating him. The risks were exponentially higher. But so, Naruto calculated as he traced a complex barrier seal in the air, watching its energy matrix stabilize, were the potential returns. The next move was Jiraiya's. And Naruto would be ready. Which one do you prefer me to use? 14. The Calm Before the Sage, Early Bonus Chapter. Chapter 14. The Calm Before the Sage. The scroll on Fundamentals of Summoning Contracts lay open before Naruto, its concepts slotting into his mental framework with satisfying clicks. It described a tripartite formula, chakra as the fuel, blood as the authenticator, and will as the targeting system. It was, he realized, a specialized form of spacetime ninjutsu, a seal that created a temporary, bidirectional gateway. His mind immediately began cross-referencing it with the principles of the 8 trigrams seal. Both were binding agreements written in chakra and intent. One summoned, the other imprisoned. System notification, theoretical synthesis in progress. Parallels detected between summoning, blood contract protocol and sealing, containment protocol. Core principle, a binding law, enforced by sacrificed biological data, blood, and will. He would not attempt a summoning. Without a contract scroll and a patron species, it was a useless expenditure of energy. But the theory was invaluable. It explained how a being of immense mass and chakra, like the 9 tails, could be compressed and stored within a human vessel. The seal was not just a prison cell, it was an inverted, permanent summoning contract, calling the beast into a state of contained non-being within him. So, you finally grasp it, Kurama's voice rumbled, a note of grim satisfaction in the mental space. You are not a cage. You are the destination of a one-way summoning. My chakra is perpetually arriving into your system, leaking through the keyhole Minato left in the door. A continuous function, not a static state, Naruto thought, his respect for the fourth's work deepening. The seal doesn't just hold you. It manages a constant energetic transaction. And you wish to become the accountant, the fox sneered, but the heat was gone. It was a statement of fact. The system administrator, Naruto corrected silently. His practical work shifted. Using the sentry ward as a base, he began drafting more complex barrier formulas. He created a silence shell, a personal, one-way barrier around himself that absorbed sound emanating from within but allowed external sound in. When activated, his breathing, the rustle of his dark blue yukata, even the faint scrape of the sandalwood comb through his hair, vanished. He moved through his room as a ghost. Next was a chakra-dampening field, a crude, stationary dome that reduced the detectability of any chakra source within it by 70%. It was exhausting to maintain for more than minutes, but it was a proof of concept for stealth far beyond simple suppression. Ichio noticed the changes not in his power, but in his presence. During her visits, he seemed even more contained, a still pool absorbing all ripples. She continued the ritual of combing his hair, which now fell in a straight, gleaming sheet to the middle of his back. The simple act felt like tethering something ethereal to the earth. You grow quieter each day, Naruto-kun, she said one afternoon, her hands gently working. It's as if you are gathering yourself. For what? He could not give her the true answer. So, he offered a different truth. He pointed to the scroll on summoning, then to his own chest, where the seal lay. He then made a slow, expanding gesture with his hands, like something opening. Ichio's eyes widened slightly. She was a medic nin, not a seal master, but she understood the basics of the Jinchuriki. You're studying it, to understand it. Naruto nodded. A complex emotion, fear, pity, and a fierce, protective admiration, crossed her face. That is a path walked on a blade's edge. Please be the careful one you are. She finished tying his hair back with a simple dark cord. Remember, even the most powerful summoners must respect the beings they call. They are not tools. They are partners with their own wills. The advice was operational. He logged it. She speaks wiser than the old fool Hokage, Kurama grunted, an unusually neutral observation. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not having a productive day. The scroll from Jiraiya, delivered by a small, grumpy toad, had been typically frustrating. Old man, it began, disrespectfully. Got your message. Brat's got Minato's spark and Kushina's stubbornness, you say, and a creepy calm brain on top. Sounds like a recipe for a world-ending disaster or the next Hokage. Maybe both. I'm hip-deep in rain country mist, tracking leads that stink of that masked bastard. Can't just drop it. Give me 2 months. Keep the kid's brain busy with puzzles. Don't let Danzo's vultures get to him. If he's half what you say, they'll already be trying, 2 months. It was both too soon and an eternity. Hiruzen massaged his temples. Jiraiya was right about Danzo. His own sources confirmed Root had intensified their peripheral surveillance. They weren't watching Naruto, they were watching the ANBU watching Naruto, and cataloging all comings and goings from the orphanage. Danzo was building a case, waiting for a mistake. The other problem was the council. The civilian elders, led by the sour-faced Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homura, were becoming restless. The orphanage issue was on the agenda for their next meeting. They would ask about costs, about security, about behavioral problems. Hiruzen would have to lie, obfuscate, and minimize. The truth would trigger panic. I am gambling the village's future on the stability of a 3-year-old who thinks in schematics, he thought, looking at the portrait of the fourth. Minato, was this part of your design? Or is this what happens when a genius's seal interacts with a soul from beyond? He penned orders. The ANBU guard was to be rotated with his most trusted, discreet operatives. The flow of advanced scrolls to the orphanage would continue, but their contents would be blandly logged as remedial educational materials if anyone inquired. It was a stopgap. The clock was ticking. Naruto, unaware of the political sands shifting around his foundations, encountered a new, unexpected variable. It was during one of his mandated recreation hours in the orphanage's small, walled courtyard, a patch of dirt and a single, sad tree. He was practicing tree walking not on the trunk, but on the underside of a thick branch, suspended upside down like a bat, a test of sustained, inverted chakra adhesion. His long hair hung straight down toward the earth. A group of 4 older children, boys of 5 and 6, were playing a rough game of tag. One of them, a bulky child with a mean streak, was tagged and, in his frustration, looked for a target. His eyes landed on Naruto, the silent, strange boy who never played, who was always alone, who the matron seemed to fear. "Hey, freak!" the boy yelled, picking up a small stone. "What are you doing up there? Playing bat? You look like a weird girl with all that hair." The other boys snickered, gathering behind their ringleader. Naruto, from his inverted perch, observed them. His sensory buffer dampened the insult, analyzing it as a social aggression pattern stemming from pack dynamics and projected insecurity. The stone was a low-velocity projectile. Threat level, negligible. He did nothing. He simply watched. His lack of reaction of fear, anger, or even acknowledgement, inflamed the boy. "I'm talking to you, monster!" he shouted, and threw the stone. Naruto's head moved a precise 2 inches to the left. The stone whistled past his ear and thudded against the wall. The boys fell silent, startled by the calm, effortless dodge. The ringleader, face reddening, scrambled for another, larger stone. "You think you're special? Everyone knows what you are. You killed people." This was new data. A direct reference to the fox. The social aggression had escalated to a targeted psychological attack. The boy hurled the second stone with more force. Time seemed to slow in Naruto's partitioned mind. In the analysis chamber, options flashed. Option 1, dodge again. Outcome, continued escalation, possible group attack. Option 2, retreat. Outcome, loss of positional advantage, perceived weakness. Option 3, neutralize. He chose option 3, but not with violence. As the stone flew, Naruto detached one hand from the branch. He didn't form a seal. He simply pointed a finger at the projectile and exerted his will, using the principles of his chakra-dampening field, but in a focused, linear shot. A needle-thin beam of intent-laden chakra, invisible to the untrained eye, lanced out and struck the stone in midair. There was no explosion. The kinetic energy propelling the stone was simply cancelled. As if it had hit an immovable wall in the empty space between them, the rock stopped dead and dropped straight to the dirt with a soft thud. The courtyard was utterly silent. The boys stared, their mouths agape. The laws of physics, as they understood them, had just been briefly suspended. Naruto, still upside down, turned his head to look at them. His blue eyes were not angry. They were interested. Like a scientist noting the reaction of test subjects to a new stimulus. He then, slowly, deliberately, pulled himself back onto the top of the branch and stood up, looking down at them from his height. The message was unmistakable. "Your world's rules do not apply to me." The ringleader stumbled back, fear finally overwhelming bravado. He turned and fled, his cronies scrambling after him. Naruto dropped lightly to the ground. He picked up the 2 stones. He placed them in a neat stack at the base of the tree, a monument to the concluded experiment. The silence shell around him had held. No one had heard a thing. A crude demonstration, Kurama noted, but efficient. They will fear you more now, but they will not bother you. Fear is a more reliable deterrent than hatred. It was a waste of chakra, Naruto thought, analyzing the 3% drop in his reserves. But the data on social coercion was valuable. The incident was reported, of course. A weeping, hysterical boy babbling about the ghost boy and stopping stones with his mind. The matron, pale and shaking, came to investigate. She found Naruto in his room, silently reading a scroll on barrier arrays, his hair perfect, his dark yukata immaculate. He looked up at her with placid, inquiring eyes. She asked no questions. She simply backed out and closed the door. The report that reached the Hokage's desk was heavily edited, blaming an overactive imagination and rough play. But Tengu, who had been watching from a new, more distant post, provided the real account. Hiruzen read it and felt the blade's edge beneath his feet grow sharper. The child wasn't just learning theory. He was beginning to apply it in original, subtle, and profoundly unsettling ways. Jiraiya's 2-month window felt desperately short. The calm was an illusion. Naruto was a deep, still pool, but beneath the surface, tectonic plates of potential were beginning to grind. The village waited, holding its breath, for the sage who was supposed to guide the power slowly taking shape in their midst. The calm was over. The prelude had ended. A/N. Hey guys, I'd really appreciate it if you could leave a positive review. It helps the novel get noticed a lot more, and if you enjoyed at least the first 14 chapters, your support would mean the world to me. Your reviews truly motivate me to keep writing and continue the story. Thank you. 15. Converging Paths, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 15, Converging Paths. Silence had become Naruto's natural state, but the silence following the courtyard incident was different. It was a held breath. The matron's fear had crystallized into a policy of absolute avoidance. His meals appeared and his empty tray vanished from a small shelf outside his door. The other children, if they saw him during the mandated yard time, clustered on the far side like birds sensing a predator, their games suddenly hushed. He had become a ghost in the system, a null point they instinctively avoided. This suited his current work perfectly. The incident with the stone had revealed a flaw in his chakra-dampening field. While effective as a stationary area effect, projecting it as a linear countermeasure was inefficient. He needed something more elegant, more economical. A principle, not just a technique. In the analysis chamber, he deconstructed the event. The stone's path was kinetic energy. His response had been a brute force negation, creating a wall of will to cancel it. The chakra cost was linear to the force negated. Inefficient. His studies on barrier ninjutsu provided a clue. The most advanced barriers weren't just walls, they were conditional filters. The village's own barrier could distinguish between authorized shinobi chakra and intruders. They didn't stop all energy, they stopped specific energy signatures. A new hypothesis formed. What if he could create a personal, passive barrier that didn't stop physical objects, but selectively negated hostile intent? Not the knife, but the will behind the thrust. He called it the intent ward. It was his most complex undertaking yet, a fusion of barrier theory, the introspective focus from the mental discipline scrolls, and the sentry ward's reactive nature. 4 days, he sat motionless, constructing the formula in his mind. It had to be subconscious, autonomic, a permanent upgrade to his personal defense system. He defined the parameters. It must key to his own chakra signature as the safe baseline. It must analyze the emotional chakra resonance of any object or energy entering his personal space. If it detected aggression, fear-based hostility, or murderous intent, it would trigger a microscopic, targeted chakra dampening pulse exactly at the point of contact, neutralizing momentum without a visible display. A shield that reads the heart, Kurama observed, its curiosity a palpable weight in their shared space. Not a bad idea for a human. My kind need no such subtleties. Efficiency, Naruto thought back, his consciousness weaving the final conceptual threads. Stopping the stone required power. Stopping the boy's will to throw it requires precision. Precision is sustainable. On the 5th day, he activated it. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer, like heat haze, surrounded him for a second before fading from even his own chakra sight. It was running. A test was needed. That afternoon, a new, bolder orphan, egged on by others, waited until Naruto walked past and swung a stick at his back. It was a clumsy, cowardly blow, brimming with peer-pressured malice. The stick connected. Or, it should have. Instead, an inch from the dark blue fabric of his yukata, the wood lost all force. It didn't bounce or break. It simply stopped, as if the boy's muscles had failed, then clattered harmlessly to the ground. The would-be attacker stared at his own numb hand, then at Naruto's unconcerned back as he continued walking. No flash, no sound, just the silent, absolute negation of his act. The intent ward had performed flawlessly. Chakra expenditure, 0.3%. System notification, original technique, intent ward, passive, validated. Defensive efficiency increased by 300%. Adding to host's core protocols. Ichio, during her next visit, noticed nothing of the new defense, but she noticed everything else. She helped him into a new, slightly larger dark yukata she had procured, a deep charcoal gray this time. As she combed his now hip-length hair, she spoke in her soft, worried tone. The whispers are changing, Naruto-kun. The children don't just avoid you. They tell stories. About things stopping near you. About you not being quite real. She paused, her hands stilling. When people don't understand something, they either fear it or try to break it. Please, promise me you'll be more than they can break. He heard the data within her fear. His social isolation was generating folklore. Folklore could be weaponized by interested parties. He stored the warning. He did not promise. Promises were emotional variables. He simply gave a slow, acknowledging nod, his eyes meeting hers in the reflection of the window glass. Her reflection showed a woman aged by care. His showed a pale, serene face framed by meticulous waves of gold, belonging to no child she had ever known. In the depths of Root HQ, Dan's shy Mura was past patience. The Hokage's soft approach was an unfolding failure. His agent's reports on the courtyard incident, corroborated by a terrified cleaner who'd overheard the children, described a level of chakra control that was biologically impossible for a 3-year-old, Jinchuriki or not. It wasn't about raw power, it was about conceptual application. The boy wasn't leaking the fox's rage. He was weaponizing its potential with a genius's focus. Sarutobi waits for Jiraiya to play teacher, Dan said to the darkness of his chamber, his voice like stone grinding on stone. He sees a student. I see a security breach developing in real time. A mind that advanced, tied to that power, with no loyalty to the village. It is not a resource. It is a predestined catastrophe. He had convened a cell of his most loyal, ideologically pure operatives. The Hokage's policy is compromised by sentiment. We cannot allow the Jinchuriki to develop further without safeguards. The fourth seal is potent, but it is not the only option. He laid out a scroll. It depicted schematics for the hexagram seal, or root-developed containment protocol. It was cruder than the fourth's work, a brutalist cage designed to suppress both the beast's and the host's consciousness, reducing the vessel to a stable, obedient source of power. It required direct application and immense chakra to impose. We will not act within the village. Sarutobi's watches too close. But the child is a ward of the state. A mandatory health evaluation at a remote facility can be arranged. Once there, a containment incident can be regrettably declared, necessitating emergency stabilization. He looked at his operatives, their faces masked but their will his own. The Hokage will be presented with a fait accompli, a secure, stable vessel. The village's fear will be settled. Its weapon will be reliable. The plan was set in motion. Paperwork began its ghostly journey through the civilian administration. A clinic in a remote, western forest of Fire Country, secretly operated by Root, was prepared. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt the gears turning. The amended report on the courtyard was a pale fiction. Tengu's true account sat in his mind, heavy and cold. The boy was evolving from a curious intellect into something capable of instinctive, terrifyingly subtle defense. And now, across his desk, was a request from the Civilian Logistics Directorate. A copy, he noted, had also been sent to the council elders. It concerned Ward Uzumaki, Naruto. It cited, concerning, persistent developmental eccentricities observed by childcare staff and recommended a comprehensive psychophysical evaluation at the specialized Hokuri Forest Sanatorium to ensure optimal integration outcomes. The language was bland, bureaucratic poison. The signature was a minor functionary. The scent, however, was unmistakably Dan's. It was a perfectly legal first move. To refuse without cause would look negligent, fan the council's fears, and lend credence to Dan's narrative of a dangerous, unstable asset. He needed Jiraiya. Now. But the Toad Sage was in the wind, chasing shadows in rain. He sent another urgent summons via Toad, but the reply would take days. He needed a countermove. A legal, political shield. His mind raced. He couldn't publicly assign a Jonin guard to a 3-year-old orphan. But an idea, dangerous and unconventional, formed. There was one person, brilliant and observant, already peripherally aware of the situation, whose presence might give even Dan's pause, and who could provide a legitimate, alternative assessment. Someone not fully under the Hokage's thumb, nor within Dan's reach. Someone whose loyalties were, for now, still to the village as a whole. He sent a discreet summons, not to the Hokage's office, but to a neutral, secure location. 2 days later, Uchiha Itachi received orders from his father. The Hokage has requested you, Fugaku said, his expression unreadable. Personally. A discreet assessment mission. He believes your unique perspective may be of value. Do not share clan secrets. Observe everything. The clan's standing may hinge on what you learn and report. Itachi felt the familiar, crushing weight of dual loyalty. He arrived at the designated tea-house private room, bowing low to the Hokage, who sat in plain clothes. Itachi, Hiruzen began, his voice weary. You have observed the Jinchuriki. I have, Hokage-sama. Your reports have been more insightful than others. You see what he does, not just what he is presumed to be. Hiruzen slid the logistics directorate request across the table. There are those who wish to take him from the village for evaluation. I believe their evaluation would be permanent, and would break something precious. I cannot refuse this without cause. I need a cause. I need an independent, credible evaluation of my own. Itachi's dark eyes scanned the document. He understood the subtext instantly. Root. A seizure. You wish for me to evaluate him, Lord Hokage. I am not a medic nin or a seal master. You are the most brilliant young mind this village has produced in a generation, Hiruzen said frankly. You see layers. I do not need a medical report. I need a strategic assessment. Of his mind. Of his potential trajectory. Is he a latent disaster? Or is he something that can be guided? Your word, as an Uchiha of your caliber, would carry weight even with the council. It would buy me the time I need for his proper teacher to arrive. Itachi was silent. The Hokage was asking him to step into the central fault line of village politics. To shield the village's most feared asset from its own black ops. The irony was almost too perfect. I understand, Itake said finally. I will provide my assessment. The next morning, a new visitor came to the orphanage. Not a medic, not a matron. Uchiha Itake, wearing his standard attire, his face a calm mask, stood at Naruto's open door. The matron had fled after letting him in. Naruto looked up from a scroll on elemental chakra theory. His eyes, the blue of a deep lake, met Itake's onyx black ones. No fear, no surprise, only recognition and assessment. Itake took in the scene, the impossibly neat room, the advanced scrolls, the poised child with the noble bearing and waterfall of gold hair. The air around him hummed with a faint, intelligent stillness he had never felt anywhere else. Uzumaki Naruto, Itake said, his voice quiet and level. My name is Uchiha Itake. The Hokage has asked me to speak with you. Naruto regarded him. He closed his scroll, set it aside with precise alignment, and gestured for Itake to enter. The game had just changed. The Hokage had introduced a new, high-value piece. Danza's bureaucratic trap was set. And Naruto, sensing the shift in the currents of power around him, prepared to engage with the most dangerous and insightful mind he had yet encountered. The converging paths were about to meet. 16. The Assessment. Chapter 16. The Assessment. The space between them was not empty. It was filled with the silent hum of two prodigious intelligences taking each other's measure. Itake stood just inside the doorway, a study in composed darkness. Naruto sat perfectly still, a pool of serene gold and blue light. Neither spoke for a full minute, a conversation conducted in stillness, posture, and the subtle pressure of chakra-aware perception. Itake's sharing and remained inactive. To activate it now would be a declaration of war, a tool of extraction, not observation. He relied instead on the heightened senses honed by its latent potential. He saw the impossible order of the room, the absence of childish clutter, the deliberate placement of every object as if part of a sacred geometry. He felt the air, clean, still, faintly charged, like the atmosphere before a lightning strike that never arrives. Most of all, he saw the boy's eyes. They held no curiosity about a new person, only a deep, analytical focus, as if Itake were a complex scroll that had just been unrolled before him. The Hokage is concerned, Itake began, his voice a soft, neutral instrument. He did not move closer, respecting the invisible boundary of the other's space. There are proposals to remove you from Konoha for evaluation. He disagrees. He wishes for my evaluation instead. Naruto processed this. The Hokage's gambit was clear: introduce a third-party observer from a politically sensitive clan to create a competing narrative. The variable, Dan's, was moving. The Hokage was counter-moving. He, Naruto, was the board. He offered a single, slow nod of understanding. Then, he did something unexpected. He raised his right hand and, with a focused whisper of chakra, generated a three-dimensional model between them. It was not a demonstration of power this time. It was a flow chart. At the top, a simple Hokage glyph. Lines branched down to two nodes, one labeled with a stylized eye, Itake/Uchiha, the other with a tangled root, Dan/root. Both lines pointed to a central cube representing himself. From the root node, a dotted line led to a box outside Konoha's borders labeled Sanatorium. From the Uchiha node, a line looped back up to the Hokage glyph, labeled Report. It was a brutally efficient, politically astute diagram of the current situation. A 3-year-old had just mapped the covert power struggles surrounding him. Itake's breath, for the first time in recent memory, hitched audibly. The clinical part of his mind admired the clarity. The rest of him felt a profound chill. This was not a child playing with chakra. This was a strategist communicating in meta-language. Accurate, Itake acknowledged, his mask of calm firmly back in place. My report will influence the Hokage's next decision. To report, I must assess. What would you have me see? Naruto considered the question. Showing power was easy, but crude. It would feed the weapon narrative. Showing control was better, but he had already demonstrated that. He needed to show something that existed in the narrow space between asset and person that neither Danza's calculus nor the Hokage's hopeful guilt could properly categorize. He pointed first to his own chest, where the seal lay. Then, he pointed to Itake's eyes, and shook his head. No, do not look at the fox. Then, he pointed to his own temple. He wanted Itake to assess his mind. Not his power, not his control, but the nature of his consciousness itself. Itake understood. Very well. He finally moved, walking to sit Caesar style on the floor opposite Naruto, maintaining a respectful distance. I will ask questions. You may answer in any way you choose. Naruto nodded. The villagers fear you, Itake stated, his tone flat, observational. Do you understand why? Naruto's response was immediate. He created a small, simple animation. A stylized fox, crude, but recognizable, attacked a village. The villagers became blobs of chakra-colored fear, a sickly yellow. The fox was sealed into a small, human-shaped container. The yellow fear blinks now surrounded the container, though the fox was invisible within it. The animation looped. They fear the memory of the attack. They conflate the container with the contents. A logical error of association. Do you hate them for this fear? Itake asked, his dark eyes watching for any flicker in the pristine calm. Naruto tilted his head, as if the question was curious. He generated 2 symbols. One was a raging fire. The other was a complex, interlocking knot. He pointed to the fire, then shook his head. He pointed to the knot, then gave a small nod. He then dismissed both and made a sweeping gesture around his room, his scrolls, himself. Hatred is a volatile, consumptive energy. Useless. Understanding is a complex, constructive process. Useful. My focus is here, on understanding. Itake filed the answer away. No resentment. No wounded pride. A purely pragmatic dismissal of emotion as non-functional. It was more disconcerting than any outburst of rage. The power within you is immense. What is your primary goal regarding it? This time, Naruto's response was a single, elegantly crafted symbol that hovered between them. It was a perfect, multi-layered sphere. The outer layer was a barrier seal. The middle layer depicted chakra flowing in regulated circuits. The inner core was a stable, contained flame. Around the sphere, tiny kanji for autonomy, stability, hand, function, orbited. Total systemic management. Not dominance, not friendship, but perfect administration. He sees it, Kurama's voice grumbled, a distant thunder in Naruto's mind. The little Uchiha prodigy. He looks at your pretty picture and sees the death of the old ways. The end of the beast as a force of nature, to be replaced by a utility. Itake did see it. The ambition was so vast, so cold, it bordered on the philosophical. This wasn't about becoming Hokage or being strong. It was about achieving a state of absolute, self-contained order. He felt a strange kinship. Wasn't his own life's goal, to bear all sin, to prevent war, also about imposing a terrible, logical order upon a chaotic emotional reality? He asked his final, most dangerous question. The Hokage hopes you will protect Konoha. Do you feel any connection to this village? Any reason to protect it? Naruto went still. This was not a question of logic, but of allegiance. A variable he had not yet solved. He looked down at his hands, clad in the dark gray sleeves of the yukata. He thought of the cold walls, the fearful eyes, the bureaucratic machinery that sought to remove him. The data pointed to a hostile system. Then he thought of Ijayo's comb, the feel of her gentle hands fixing his hair. Of the Hokage's weary eyes, offering scrolls instead of chains. Of the sandalwood teeth moving through a snag, creating order from tangles. These were not systemic functions. They were anomalies of positive value. He looked up at Itake. Instead of a symbol, he performed a series of actions. He picked up the sandalwood comb from beside him. He held it out for Itake to see, then carefully set it down. He then gestured to the scroll on elemental theory. Finally, he placed his hand over his heart, where the memory of his parents' sacrifice, a knowledge, not a feeling, resided as a permanent data point. His message was clear, and heartbreakingly transactional. I protect the tools I am given, the knowledge I am granted, and the legacy I have inherited. The village is the context for these things. Its continued existence is currently the most efficient framework for my development. Therefore, for now, it is logical to protect it. It was not love. It was not loyalty. It was a calculated, conditional pragmatism. It was perhaps the most honest answer any Jinchuriki could ever give. Itake closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, his decision was made. He had seen enough. The boy was not a monster. He was not a weapon. He was an emergent system. A new form of consciousness, born of trauma, power, and impossible circumstances, trying to make rational sense of an irrational world. To hand him to Dans would be to try to smash a diamond on an anvil. You might break it, but you would never shape it. It would be a crime against the very intellect the shinobi world claimed to value. My assessment is complete, Itake said, rising smoothly. Thank you for your clarity. Naruto dipped his head in acknowledgement. As Itake turned to leave, Naruto raised a hand. He created one last, simple image, a single crow in flight, holding a scroll in its talons. He looked at Itake, a question in his eyes. Itake almost smiled. A faint, tragic ghost of an expression. An apt symbol, he said softly. Yes. My report will fly. And I hope it will be enough. He left, the door closing softly behind him. In the sudden silence, Naruto accessed the analysis chamber. System notification, interaction with Uchiha Itake concluded. Analysis, subject is bearing significant external pressure, probability, 94%. His assessment of host was neutral to positive. Prediction, his report will advocate for host's continued autonomous development. Effectiveness against a root, variable, 65%. It was not a guarantee, but it shifted the probability curve. You gave him nothing to love, and nothing to fear, Kurama mused. You gave him only logic. A cold comfort for a boy drowning in other people's passions. It was the only currency I had to trade, Naruto thought, picking up the comb. He began the methodical ritual of running it through his hair, stroke by stroke. Emotion is a variable he is saturated with. Logic is a respite. He understood, in a distant, analytical way, that Itake was also alone, also carrying a terrible weight. Their situations were isomorphic. Different equations, same crushing variables. His own path was clear. Danza's move had been revealed. The Hokage's countermove was in play. Jiraiya was an approaching unknown. The only factor he could absolutely control was the speed and depth of his own development. The assessment was over. The race had begun. In the Hokage's office, Itaka delivered his report verbally, his face a placid mask. Subject Uzumaki displays cognitive function and chakra control at a level that redefines prodigy, Itaka stated, his voice devoid of inflection. His mindset is not martial, but systematic. He views power as a system to be managed, and the village as the current operational framework for that project. He holds no observable malice, but no emotional allegiance. His loyalty is conditional upon continued access to knowledge and stability. Hiruzen listened, his pipe cold in his hands. And the risk? The risk is not of him losing control, Itaka said, meeting the Hokage's gaze. The risk is of him outgrowing the framework. If the village ceases to be the most logical platform for his development, or becomes an active impediment, his conditional loyalty will expire. The resulting entity would be unprecedentedly rational, powerful, and devoid of sentimental constraint. Not a rogue beast, but a sovereign intellect. It was the most terrifying assessment Hiruzen could have imagined. Not a weapon gone off, but a weapon calmly walking away, finding a better user. Your recommendation. The proposals to remove him are the worst possible course. They would transform the village from a framework into a prison, instantly invalidating his conditional loyalty. He must remain. He must be given structured, challenging growth within the system, to strengthen the logical ties that bind him to it. His teacher cannot just be powerful. He must be intellectually formidable enough to remain a relevant source of data. Otherwise, the student will surpass the master and see no further value in the connection. Itaka bowed. That is my assessment, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen dismissed him, his mind heavy. Itaki had just described the ultimate shinobi, a perfect, rational mind with ultimate power. And he had confirmed it was growing in Konoha's basement. The report was a masterpiece. It would hold Dans at bay. But it painted a future so dizzying in its implications that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the god of shinobi, felt like a man trying to catch a thunderbolt in a bottle. He looked out at the village, at the monument, at the distant, secluded orphanage. The assessment was in. The child was not what anyone thought. Now, they had to live with what he actually was. 17. The Storm in the Forest, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 17. The Storm in the Forest. Itaka's report landed in the Hokage's office with the weight of a verdict. Hiruzen read the written summary, a more sanitized version of their conversation, but carrying the same chilling core. The boy was a conditional ally, bound by logic, not loyalty. It was enough. He used it as a political cudgel. At the next council meeting, when the request from the logistics directorate was raised by a proxy elder, Hiruzen dropped his counterweight. The assessment has already been conducted, he stated, his voice allowing no debate. By Uchiha Itake, at my request. His findings indicate the subject is in a critical, self-directed developmental phase. Removal from his current structured environment would be counter-therapeutic and pose an unacceptable risk of regression. The request is denied. The room was stunned. Involving the Uchiha prodigy was a masterstroke. It gave the decision an air of impartial, elite scrutiny. It also subtly warned Dans that moving against the Jinchuriki would now mean crossing the Uchiha's most valuable asset, a complication even Root would hesitate to invite. The request was tabled indefinitely. The immediate threat seemed to recede. It was an illusion. In the darkness of Root, Dans received the news not with anger, but with cold recognition. Sarutobi had played a good hand. Using the Uchiha boy was clever, it bought time and created bureaucratic cover. But Dans did not need bureaucracy. He dealt in concrete realities. The Hokage believes he has won a stay of execution, Dans said to his two most trusted operatives, F and Torun, who stood motionless before him. He believes he can wait for Jiraiya. He believes the child's development is something to be nurtured. His single eye glinted in the low light. He mistakes the gathering thunder for a passing cloud. The time for observation is over. The risk of the asset developing beyond any form of secure containment grows daily. We will act before Jiraiya returns. He unfurled a map. The official request is denied, but the subject remains a ward of the state. A medical emergency supersedes all administrative orders. You will extract him from the orphanage tonight. Use the standard, hazardous chakra fluctuation, protocol. The ANBU guard will be preemptively neutralized with non-lethal takedowns. You will take him to the Hokage Forest facility. I will be waiting there with the sealing team. He looked at his operatives, their wills utterly subsumed to his. The child is not to be harmed. He is of immense value. But his conscious mind is a liability. At Hokage, we will administer the hexagram seal. He will become what he was always meant to be, a stable, silent vessel. A perfect weapon. The Hokage sentiment will be a footnote in the history of Konoha's security. The order was given. The storm was scheduled. Naruto knew nothing of the council meeting, but his systems were built to detect shifts in pressure. The intent ward hummed at a constant, subconscious level. The withdrawal of the immediate bureaucratic threat, instead of calming the environment, had created a vacuum. And nature, he knew from his scrolls, abhorred a vacuum. That evening, as he practiced refining his chakra filtration, trying to isolate a single, stable mode of Kurama's energy without the catalytic burnout, a new alert flashed in his mind. System notification, perimeter breach detected. 2 chakra signatures. Speed, high. Stealth, superlative. Protocol, not Umbu. Not Uchiha. Signature match, root operatives, elite. 1. Threat assessment, critical. Inference, covert extraction imminent. There was no fear. Only a rapid, cascading series of calculations in the analysis chamber. The ANBU guard, Tenga's replacement, was stationed 50 meters northwest on the rooftop. The root operatives were approaching from the south and east, moving to envelop the building. Their chakra was suppressed, but their intent was a focused, chilling beam of purpose. Not murder. Capture. So, the old warhawk finally loses patience. Kurama's voice was a low growl, but threaded with something else, anticipation. He sends his best trained dogs to fetch the fox cub. Options, Naruto thought, his body already moving. He swept his precious scrolls into a hiding space beneath a loose floorboard. The sandalwood cone went into the inner fold of his dark gray yukata. Option 1, compliance. Allow extraction. Probability of successful containment/neutralization at destination, 99%. Option 2, resist in place. Engage 2 root elite in confined space. Host survival probability, 2%. Option 3, evasion. Break containment. Utilize superior local terrain knowledge and chakra adherence. Survival probability, 38%. Consequences, become fugitive within fire country. Option 1 was oblivion. Option 2 was suicide. Option 3 was the only function with a non-zero chance of preserving operational integrity. He chose option 3. Just as the silent, masked forms of F and Torun appeared at his window and door simultaneously, Naruto moved. He didn't run at them. He ran up. With a surge of chakra, he adhered to the ceiling directly above his bed, compressing himself into the deepest shadow in the corner. F, entering from the window, saw the empty room. His sensory abilities flared. Above. He hissed. It was the delay Naruto needed. As Torun burst through the door, Naruto dropped, not to the floor, but onto Torun's back, his small feet connecting for a fraction of a second before pushing off with all his strength, using the operative as a springboard to launch himself back out the now open window. It wasn't an attack. It was a displacement move. Astonishingly, it worked. The sheer audacity and speed of the child using a root elite as a platform broke their rhythm for a crucial half-second. Naruto hit the outer wall of the orphanage feet first, chakra flaring to stick, and immediately began sprinting sideways across the vertical surface, a pale blur against the dark wood. He headed not for the ground, but for the rooftops, the labyrinth of chimneys and gables he had mapped from his nocturnal excursions. Pursuit pattern Delta, F ordered, his voice cold. They flowed out after him, silent and terrifyingly fast. System update, evasion protocol active. Target, Hokage Forest, known route facility. Avoid at all costs. Alternate route, the deep woods south of Training Ground 3. Naruto pushed his small body to its absolute limit. His chakra adherence was flawless, letting him take impossible shortcuts, up sheer walls, across gaps, scrambling over rooftops with simian grace. But his little legs were no match for the grown shinobi behind him. The distance was closing. He felt a puff of air. A sunbon needle, tipped with a powerful sedative, embedded itself in the roof tile an inch from his hand. A warning shot. The next would not miss. He needed a terrain advantage. He dropped from the rooftops into a narrow, filthy alleyway, his dark clothing helping him melt into the gloom. He could hear their soft footfalls landing behind him. He was fast, but they were faster. He was clever, but they were professionals. They heard you, Kurama observed. Like wolves driving a deer to a cliff. Your forest is their trap. I know, Naruto thought, his mind racing. He needed to alter the equation. He couldn't outrun them. He couldn't fight them. He had to change the game. As he burst out of the alley onto a deserted side street leading toward the village wall, he made his decision. He stopped running. He turned to face the two operatives as they emerged from the shadows, blocking his path forward and his retreat. He stood there, small and seemingly helpless, his long hair disheveled from the run, his chest heaving. He looked every bit the cornered child. F approached, a restraint seal glowing on his palm. The struggle is unnecessary. You will not be harmed. Come quietly. Naruto looked at him, then at Torun. He slowly raised his hands, as if in surrender. Then, he placed them together in a single, deliberate hand seal. It was not a seal for a jutsu he knew. It was the seal he had seen in the scrolls, the theoretical framework for a basic, chakra flare jutsu used to signal for help over great distances, requiring a large, blunt expenditure of energy. F's eyes widened behind his mask. Stop him. He'll alert the entire. But Naruto wasn't trying to signal. He was trying to do something far more specific. He reached inside, past his own chakra coils, to the turbulent, hateful ocean behind the seal. He didn't try to control it. He didn't try to filter it. He simply tapped it, like striking a match near a gas leak. And he focused the entire, raging torrent of that connection not into a flare, but into the single, screaming mental command he directed at the two ANBU guards he knew were unconscious nearby, at the few night watch chunin on the walls, at any sensor nin within a half-mile radius. Pain. It was not his pain. It was Kurama's. Centuries of imprisonment, betrayal, and rage. A psychic blast of pure, undiluted malignance, channeled through his will and shot into the night like a black star-going supernova. For a split second, the world around Naruto vanished in a silent, invisible detonation of hatred. No light, no sound, just a wave of psychic nausea, primal fear, and searing, mindless agony that washed over the immediate area. F and Torun, elite as they were, stumbled, clutching their heads. Their finely honed chakra control shattered under the assault. Windows rattled in their frames. Dogs in the distance began to howl. In the ANBU headquarters, a sensor snapped awake, his nose bleeding. Baijuya signature. Faint, localized. Sector 7. Naruto didn't wait. The moment the root operatives were staggered, he was moving again, a silent bolt shooting toward a small drainage grate that led under the village wall. It was his planned escape hatch, too small for a grown man. But he had miscalculated the cost. As he ran, a torrent of red, fiery chakra, agitated by his deliberate provocation, surged through his system, bypassing his careful filters. It felt like drinking lava. His veins burned. His vision tinged crimson. The intent ward flickered and died under the internal onslaught. Fool. Kurama's roar was a real sound in his skull now, triumphant and furious. You open the gate and think to direct the flood. You are the riverbed. He reached the grate, tears of pain streaming from his blue eyes, now glowing faintly red. He ripped it open and plunged into the foul-smelling darkness of the runoff tunnel just as F, shaking off the psychic shock, lunged for him. A kunai scraped against the stone where his foot had been. Naruto crawled, then ran, through the utter blackness, guided only by his memory of the drainage maps he'd studied. Behind him, he could hear the shouts, real shouts now, of Konoha shinobi converging on the sector. The alarm had been raised. Not a clean, covert extraction, but a noisy, Baijuya-tainted incident. He had changed the game. He had turned Danza's surgical strike into a public crisis. But the cost was burning him up from the inside. The fox's chakra, once a trickle he managed, was now a wildfire in his coils. He could feel it straining against the 8 trigram seal, scouring his pathways. He stumbled out of the tunnel exit into the cold air of the forest beyond the wall. Freedom. But he was deeply, profoundly compromised. The system alerts were a frantic scroll of red text in his mind's eye, warning of seal stress and cellular degradation. He had escaped root. But he was alone, injured, and glowing with unstable Baijuya chakra in the wilderness of Fire Country, with every sensor in Konoha now alerted to a containment breach. The storm wasn't coming. He was in the eye of it. A/N. Thank you. We reached 100 Power Stone. I will keep his system notifications in this format. I feel like it looks more system-like, like that. 18. The Wildfire, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 18. The Wildfire. The forest was a cathedral of darkness and pain. Naruto staggered between ancient trunks, each breath a ragged, burning thing. The world was overlaid with a crimson haze, not from his eyes, but from the raw, unchecked chakra searing its way through his neural pathways. The system was a frantic, scrolling wall of red in his mind's eye. Critical alert, Baijuya chakra saturation at 27% and rising. Seal integrity, 92%. 91%. Warning, host cellular damage detected. Chakra coil inflammation. Neural overload. Recommend immediate chakra suppression and medical attention. Recommendations were useless. He had no suppressants. No medic. Only the cold earth, the oppressive trees, and the beast raging in his gut, its power now flowing through cracks he had deliberately hammered open. Is this your control? Kurama's voice was no longer a thought, it was the environment, the roar of the fire in his blood. You beg for a spark and complain when the forest burns. You are the forest. Naruto didn't have the focus to argue. Survival was a sequence of problems. Problem 1, contain the energy bleed. He collapsed against a thick root, his small body trembling violently. He forced his mind into the analysis chamber, pushing past the pain. The seal schematic glowed, critical nodes flashing amber. The fox's chakra wasn't just leaking, it was flooding, following the new, widened channel he had created. His earlier work on the intent ward provided a desperate blueprint. He couldn't push the energy back, but he could try to redirect it. He envisioned not a dam, but a spillway. Using the last dregs of his own will, he began to mentally rewrite the command structure around the breach point in the seal. Not contain, but cycle. He visualized the violent red chakra being drawn from his core, routed through a painful, makeshift loop in his peripheral coils, away from his vital organs, and forced back into the seal's intake, a torturous, continuous circuit. A feedback loop of agony to prevent a catastrophic explosion. It was like performing open-heart surgery on himself with his own mind as the scalpel. He screamed, a raw, silent sound lost in the forest, as the foreign energy scraped through his already inflamed pathways. But the exponential rise in saturation slowed. The system alert changed. Baijuya chakra saturation, stabilizing at 31%. Seal integrity holding at 90%. Emergency protocol, painful containment, activated. Host vital signs, critical but stable. He was alive. He was contained. For now. But he was a beacon. The psychic blast and the subsequent chakra flare would have painted a target on this sector of the forest for every sensor in Konoha. He had to move. Problem 2, evade pursuit. He tried to stand. His legs buckled. The physical and mental toll was absolute. He crawled instead, using his hands and chakra adhesion to pull his broken body through the underbrush, aiming for the deepest, most tangled part of the woods where large trees might mask his signature. Every movement sent fresh jolts of pain from his scorched coils. His pristine dark gray yukata was torn and smeared with dirt and his own sweat. In Konoha, chaos was a managed, silent thing. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood on the roof overlooking Sector 7, his face a granite mask. Below, ANBU and Tracker Nin moved with lethal purpose. The two incapacitated ANBU guards had been revived, reporting a flash of impossible speed and then a psychic assault of pure hatred. The root operatives, F and Torun, had vanished the moment Konoha forces arrived, melting back into Danza's shadow. Tengu knelt before him. The trail leads to the southern forest, Lord Third. The chakra signature is confused. Powerful Baijuyu resonance, already fading, overlaid with extreme distress. He's injured. Moving, but not quickly. Hiruzen's knuckles were white on his staff. Dan's had moved. And the boy, cornered, had done the only thing he could. He'd broken the game board. He'd used the fox as a deterrent, turning a covert extraction into a security incident that forced Hiruzen's hand. It was a brutal, brilliant, desperate play. Find him, Hiruzen commanded, his voice cold. Before anyone else does. Medical team on standby. He is to be protected and retrieved. Use the cover story, a training accident with a volatile chakra exercise. Any root agents encountered are to be dissuaded. With extreme prejudice. Understood. Tengu vanished. Hiruzen looked toward the distant Hokage monument. Minato's face was serene in the moonlight. Your son is fighting a war in the dark, Minato. And his first weapon was his own pain. In the lightless council chamber of Root, Dans received the report. His expression did not change. The subject initiated an uncontrolled Baijuyu chakra release as a defensive measure. The operatives were forced to disengage to avoid a full-scale containment breach and exposure. The subject is wounded and has fled into the southern forest. Konoha forces are mobilizing. A miscalculation, Dan said, his voice flat. The asset's reactivity was underestimated. His willingness to self-destruct to avoid capture was not factored. He saw it clearly now. The child's cold logic extended to his own safety. He would burn himself out rather than be taken. A dangerous, unpredictable variable. The Hokage will recover him. Jiraiya will arrive. The window for clean containment is closed. He paused, his mind analyzing the new battlefield. We shift objectives. The hexagram seal is now a secondary concern. Primary objective, ensure the asset does not fall under the exclusive influence of Jiraiya or the Hokage. We must acquire leverage. He turned to another operative. The medic, Ijao. She has formed a connection. Isolate her. Debrief her. Find what she knows, what she has seen. She may yet be a tool to influence the vessel's behavior when he is recovered. The operation was not a failure. It was a transition to a new, more complex phase of engagement. Naruto didn't know how far he'd crawled. An hour, 2. Time had dissolved into a haze of pain and the relentless, grinding effort of maintaining his emergency containment cycle. The forest floor was cold. The sounds of pursuit, distant shouts, the rustle of leaves, seemed to come from all directions, then fade. He found a hollow at the base of a giant, moss-covered cedar, a space formed by its sprawling roots. It was a natural bunker. He dragged himself into it, curling into a fetal position. The physical motion stopped. The pain did not. Alone in the dark, with only the roaring of the fire in his veins and the system's cold diagnostics for company, something in the meticulously partitioned architecture of his mind cracked. Not the analysis chamber. That held firm. Not the sensory buffer. It was the unnamed, quiet partition where he had, without realizing it, stored the anomalous data points, the warmth of Ijao's hands on his hair, the weight of the sandalwood comb, the Hokage's weary eyes offering a scroll. The data of kindness. The logic that had framed them as useful tools and efficient transactions now rang hollow against the sheer, animal reality of his suffering. The tools hadn't saved him. The transactions hadn't protected him. He was alone, broken, and burning, and the only thing that had answered his call was the hatred of the demon he housed. A sound escaped him, not a scream of pain, but a quiet, shuddering gasp. It was the sound of a 3-year-old child, finally overwhelmed. The rage in his gut seemed to pause. The torrent of fool and weakling quieted. For a long moment, there was only the shared, terrible reality of their mutual suffering, the container scorched by its contents, the contents eternally bound to the container. The pain. The concept that washed over him was not scornful. It was observational. Almost familiar. You channeled my hatred. You used it as a weapon. Now you wear its cost. It was the only variable I could alter. Naruto thought back, the mental words thin and strained. You altered nothing. You revealed everything. To them. To me. A pause. Your control is a child trying to hold back the tide with a cup. You bailed furiously, and now you drown. There was no accusation in it now. Just a stark, shared truth. They were both prisoners. Naruto to the village's fear and Danza's schemes. Kurama to the seal and Naruto's fragile body. In this moment of mutual ruin, the hierarchy of jailer and jailed blurred into meaningless noise. The containment protocol is holding, Naruto reported, as if to a fellow engineer on a failing project. But it is degrading my systems. Estimated functionality duration, 8 hours. Then you have 8 hours before your mind or your body fails, and we both cease. Silence descended again, but it was a different silence. Not hostile. Not resigned. A tactical silence between two wounded entities in a foxhole. Naruto's hand fumbled at his chest. His fingers, trembling, found the inner fold of his torn yukata. They closed around the smooth, familiar shape of the sandalwood comb. He pulled it out, clutching it in his dirty, scraped palm. It was a tool. But in this darkness, its purpose felt different. It was a point of reference. A coordinate from a world of order, now impossibly far away. He didn't have the strength to comb his hair. He just held it, focusing on the solid, real feel of it against his skin, a tiny anchor in the storm of pain. System notification, host psychological parameters fluctuating, detecting fatigue, despair. He was so tired. The containment cycle was a drain on his very soul. The alert scrolled on, but his focus was fading. The darkness of the root hollow began to seep into his mind. Just before consciousness slipped away, a new alert, faint and yellow, flickered at the edge of his awareness. Long-range sensor sweep detected. Origin, unknown. Not Konoha. Not root. Signature, vast, familiar searching database. Partial match, Jiraiya of the Sannin. The teacher. The variable. Somewhere out in the vast night, a new power was moving, seeking the source of the Baijiu ripple and the psychic scream. Naruto's last conscious thought was not a calculation. It was a simple, desperate datum, directed at the raging presence he was fused to, as the world went black. He is coming. From the heart of the pain, a final, grim thought echoed back. Let him come. Let him see what his village has built. And in the deep forest, curled in a cradle of roots, clutching a comb, the most dangerous child in the world fell into a feverish, chakra-poisoned sleep, waiting to be found. 19. The Ghost in the Machine, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 19. The Ghost in the Machine. Consciousness did not return to the forest, to the pain, or to the system's cold diagnostics. It returned to a sterile, white room. To the sound of a steady, mechanical beep beep beep. Naruto, no, Aiden, floated, a disembodied spectator in his own past. He was seeing it not as a memory, but as a film reel projected on the inside of his dying mind. Every detail was excruciatingly vivid, every emotion he had once buried under layers of analytical thought now raw and exposed. He was 6. His world was the size of his hospital bed. His body, a traitorous map of wasted muscle and fragile bone, Kessler's syndrome. A simple breath was a conscious effort. A trip to the window to see the children playing in the park below was a marathon that required a nurse's help and left him gasping for an hour. His mother, Eleanor, was there every day after her double shifts. Her eyes, the same blue as his, were perpetually shadowed by a fatigue that went deeper than sleep. She would smile, a brave, brittle thing, and read to him. Not from children's books, but from whatever she could find, newspapers, old novels, brochures. Your mind can still run, my love, she'd whisper, her voice hoarse. Even if your legs can't. He watched his younger self stare at the children playing tag. The ache in those young eyes wasn't just physical. It was a craving. A desperate, wordless hunger to run, to shout, to feel the impact of a ball in his hands, the grass under his feet. To have a friend who wasn't paid to be there. A memory surfaced. A well-meaning volunteer brought a boy his age for a playdate. The boy, nervous, asked, "What games do you like?" Little Aiden, surrounded by action figures he could barely lift, had said, "I like to read about heroes." The boy had looked around, bored, and left after 10 minutes. The loneliness that followed was a hollow, swallowing thing. His only friends were the characters on the page and the screen. The film reel fast-forwarded. He was 10. The medical bills were a monster eating their lives. His father's face, blurred by time and resentment, appeared in a shouting match with his mother. "It's a bottomless pit, Ellie. We're drowning. He's not going to get better." The door slammed. He never came back. Aiden watched his mother break that night. Not with sobs, but with a terrifying, quiet determination. The gentle, book-loving woman took on a third job. Then he saw the truth the child had been shielded from. Late one night, from his hospital bed, he saw her through the slightly open door, speaking to a well-dressed, unpleasant man in the harsh fluorescent light of the waiting area. She was nodding, her shoulders slumped in a way he'd never seen, accepting a thick envelope. The man's hand lingered on her arm. She didn't pull away. Her eyes, when she glanced toward Aiden's door, held a love so ferocious and ashamed it was like a physical blow. She sold herself. The realization, felt with his adult ninja mind, was a dagger of ice. His every breath, his every dose of medicine, was paid for with pieces of her dignity. Her gentle touch when she washed his face, her soft voice reading stories, they were acts of love painted over a canvas of silent degradation. The sacrifice was not a noble abstract. It was the slow, grinding destruction of a woman for the faint, flickering hope of her son's next heartbeat. Her only solace was him. And his only solace was escape. The reel shifted. Here was his sanctuary, Volume 1 of Naruto. The bright, spiky-haired boy on the cover, grinning with impossible defiance. Young Aiden devoured it. He saw Naruto, alone, hated, painting the monument. He felt a kinship so profound it was like recognizing a twin soul across dimensions. He's like me, but he can fight. He can run. Naruto's loneliness was a mirror, but his response, the shouting, the unwavering dream, the relentless, stubborn will was a beacon. Aiden watched himself, year after year, tracing the panels with frail fingers. He cried when Iruka shielded Naruto from the shuriken. He felt a fierce joy when Naruto mastered the Rasengan. He whispered, "Believe it," to the empty room, trying to borrow some of that indomitable spirit for his own losing battle. But now, observing it from within the mind of the boy he had become, the story played out differently. It was no longer just inspiring. It was a horror story. He saw the details he'd glossed over in his fans' passion. He saw Naruto, a toddler, buying spoiled milk because the shopkeeper cheated him, and having no one to tell. He saw the empty, ramen-stained apartment, the silent birthdays, the way the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would sometimes drop by with a distracted word and a cheap gift, a pathetic, guilty pittance for the son of the man who saved the village. He saw the calculated neglect, the systemic isolation designed to keep the weapon docile. This is what awaited me, the thought echoed in the spectral viewing chamber. If I had been born as just Naruto. No system. No, Aiden's mind. Just a lonely, starving boy, used as a prison, hated for existing, and pacified with ramen and empty titles by the very man who owed my parents everything. The original Naruto's smile, once a symbol of hope, now looked like a miracle of psychological survival, a dam holding back an ocean of justified rage. How? Aiden Naruto's specter begged the image. How could you still love them? The vision expanded, pulling from his encyclopedic knowledge of the canon. It wasn't just Naruto. He saw Ataki Uchiha, a boy of 13, kneeling in the rain amidst the corpses of his clan, taking the blame to prevent a war, to protect a village that would forever brand him a monster. The love in his eyes for his little brother, and the profound, tragic love for a Konoha that would never know his sacrifice. What was his reward? A life on the run, hunted by the home he saved, dying sick and alone, begging his brother to kill him. He saw Kakashi Hatake, a child soldier burying his father for the sin of choosing comrades over mission, then burying every comrade he ever loved. He saw Kabuto Yakushi, orphaned by Konoha's wars, tossed between orphanages and spy agencies, his identity so fractured he no longer knew who he was, used and discarded by Dans and Orochimaru alike. He saw his own father, Minato, and mother, Kushina, giving their lives in a blaze of sacrificial love, trusting their dream to a village that would let their son live in squalor. The pattern was clear, brutal, and institutional. Konoha, and indeed, every hidden village, was a machine that ran on the fuel of its children's pain. It bred loyal tools, used them until they broke, and discarded the pieces. The will of fire was not warmth, it was the demand that you burn yourself out for the sake of the hearth, only for the next generation to be thrown on the same pyre. What did Ataka love so much? The question haunted the dream. What was this, Konoha, worth such a price? A corrupt council? A weak Hokage enslaved by peace? A shadowy demon like Dans? A populace quick to hate and slow to remember? He saw no answer. Only the devastating, beautiful, foolish love of a broken boy for an ideal that never truly existed. The film reel reached its final frames. His mother, Eleanor, now ghostly thin, holding his 17-year-old hand. The machines beeped slower. There was no money left. No dignity left to sell. Only the end. "My beautiful boy," she whispered, her voice a dry leaf. "I'm so sorry. Sorry for this body they gave you. Sorry for the world I couldn't give you. Just be happy. Somehow, somewhere please. Just be happy." Her hand went limp. The monitor flatlined. The scene dissolved, replaced by the last, searing memory of his rebirth, the bloody, loving face of Kushina Uzumaki, saying the same impossible words with her last breath. Be happy. The two women, from two worlds, one broken by sacrifice, one martyred by it, spoke the same cursed blessing. In the dark theater of his coma, Naruto Aiden finally understood his own core programming. Happiness. It was the dying wish of both his mothers. But in this world, happiness was not a gift. It was a fortress. It required security. It required power. It required absolute control over one's own destiny, so no village council, no shadowy elder, no tide of hatred could ever dictate your suffering again. The original Naruto sought happiness through connection and acknowledgement from the very system that abused him. Itachi sought it through the preservation of an abstract ideal. They loved the machine that broke them. He could not. Aiden's life had taught him the body is a prison. Naruto's life showed him the world is a prison. The system provided the blueprint. Control was the key. To be happy, I must first be safe. To be safe, I must be powerful. To be powerful, I must understand everything. To understand, I must control every variable, my chakra, my body, my mind, the fox, the village, everything. My happiness is the prerequisite. Not Konoha's peace. Not the will of fire. Mine. It was not selfishness. It was the logical conclusion drawn from 2 lifetimes of data. In a world that consumes the kind and the loyal, the only way to honor a mother's sacrifice is to become unbreakable. To become a force of nature that dictates terms, not one that begs for scraps. The vision began to fade, the comforting numbness of the coma calling. But a final, chilling resolution crystallized in the fading light. I will be happy, Mother. Kushina. In my own way. I will build a world where what happened to you, to me, to Itaki, to the original Naruto can never happen again. Even if I have to become an emperor. Even if I have to become a demon to rule over other demons. My control will be absolute. My happiness will be the law. The forest returned. The pain was still there, a roaring fire in his veins. But the mind within the small, broken body was no longer just a collection of systems and logic. It was a tomb for two mothers' tears, a library of 2 lifetimes of pain, and a forge where a new, terrifying purpose had just been tempered. In the cage of his gut, Kurama felt the shift. The boy's anguish had peaked and then solidified. Not into weakness, but into a cold, diamond-hard certainty. The fox didn't understand the visions it had sensed flickering in the human's mind. But it felt the result. What shattered in you, it rumbled, not with malice, but with a predator's wariness of a changed landscape. From the depths of pain and memory, the answer came, quiet and final, carrying the weight of 2 dead worlds. Illusions. And in the root-choked darkness, clutching a sandalwood cone, the child who was now fully, terribly himself, waited for the sage to find him. He was no longer running from his past. He was armed with it. 20. The Toad Sage Arrives. Chapter 20. The Toad Sage Arrives. The world returned in layers. First, the pain. A deep, throbbing ache in every cell, a raw burn along his chakra pathways. It was a map of his desperation. Second, the cold. The damp, earthy chill of the root hollow seeping through his torn clothes. Third, the smell. Moss, decay, and the coppery tang of his own sweat. Naruto opened his eyes. No system interface greeted him. Just the rough, dark wood of the cedar roots inches from his face. For a long moment, he simply existed within the sensations. The emotional cataract of the vision, the crushing weight of 2 lifetimes of loneliness, was now a settled stone in his chest. It didn't dictate his actions. It informed them. The cold logic remained, but its purpose was now stained with the colors of grief and a terrible, quiet yearning. He heard the forest before he moved. The distant call of a bird. The rustle of something small in the underbrush. No urgent footsteps, no crackle of chakra. The immediate hunt had passed over him. Moving was agony. He uncurled, his joints protesting. His hand was still clenched. He had to peel his stiff fingers open. The sandalwood cone lay in his palm, a tiny island of order in the chaos of his body. The sight of it didn't just register as a tool. It brought a phantom sensation, the gentle, rhythmic pull of Ijeo's hands, a moment of uncalculated kindness. The memory ached in a new way. He managed to sit up, his back against the cold earth. A quick internal diagnostic. The painful containment protocol was still active, a grinding, energy siphon that kept the fox's wildfire in a torturous loop. His body was a battleground, and he was losing. System reinitializing. Host vital signs, critical. Chakra coil degradation, 22%. Seal integrity, 89%. Recommendation, immediate cessation of emergency protocol. Risk of permanent damage, high. He couldn't stop it. To release the containment loop was to let the wildfire flood his core again. He was trapped by his own first, desperate solution. He was so focused on the internal crisis that he almost missed the external one. There was no sound, no displacement of air. But the light at the entrance to his root hollow changed. A large shadow blocked it, silent and utterly still. Naruto's head snapped up. His blue eyes, dulled by pain, focused. A giant of a man filled the opening. White, wild hair spilled down his back. Red markings traced down his face like tears. His eyes, a dark, perceptive gaze, took in the scene, the small, battered child in torn, dark clothes, clutching a cone, looking up at him not with fear, but with the exhausted, analytical assessment of a wounded animal calculating odds. The man's imposing presence shifted. The sharp edges of a legendary warrior softened, just for a moment, into something else. Something old and sad. Well, the man rumbled, his voice surprisingly gentle, a deep sound that held no threat. This is a hell of a place for a nap, kid. Jiraiya. Naruto's mind raced, but it was sluggish, burdened by pain. The meta-knowledge was there, Toad Sage, Pervy Sage, Godfather. The man before him matched the images, but the feeling was different. This wasn't the boisterous caricature. This was a man who had seen a psychic scream of Baijuyu hatred and a child's terror on the wind, and had tracked it to its source with a hunter's silence. Jiraiya crouched at the entrance, making himself smaller, less intimidating. He didn't come closer. I felt quite a rumble a while back. Like someone kicked the hell out of a hornet's nest made of pure spite. I followed the ache in the air. It led here. His eyes, sharp as Senbon, didn't miss the minute tremors in Naruto's hands, the too pale skin, the way the boy's chakra felt like a cracked glass bowl holding back a volcano. You look like you tried to swallow the sun and it's trying to burn its way back out. Naruto said nothing. He couldn't. His throat was tight with pain and a strange, defensive tension. He was seen, in his most broken state, by the variable meant to be his teacher. Jiraiya sighed, a sound of genuine weariness. The old man sent me a lot of words. Prodigy. Systematic. Conditional loyalty. He didn't say you were sitting in a hole in the ground, halfway to cooking your own insides. He tilted his head. My name's Jiraiya. I was a friend of your dad's. I'm guessing talking is off the menu right now, huh? Slowly, Naruto nodded. The motion sent a fresh spike of pain through his neck. Right. Jiraiya's hand moved to one of the many scrolls at his waist. I'm going to come a little closer. I'm not gonna touch you. I'm gonna put down a suppression seal. It'll feel like a cold blanket on that fire you've got going in your gut. It'll give you a breather so you can let go of whatever hellish little trick you're using to keep from exploding. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. The man had diagnosed the core of his problem without any scans, just observation. This was not the Hokage's cautious theory. This was practical, frontline expertise. Jiraiya moved with a fluid, effortless grace that belied his size, settling cross-legged just inside the hollow. He unsealed a small scroll and a brush tipped with glowing ink. His movements were deliberate, giving Naruto time to track every one. Minato, your dad, he was the best seal master I ever taught. Maybe the best there ever was. His work on you, it's a masterpiece. But even masterpieces can be stressed. He began painting symbols on the earth between them, his voice a low, calming monotone. You tapped the well, deep, and you didn't have the bucket to draw the water properly. Now you're drowning in it. Stupid, brave, desperate thing to do. The seal flared with a soft, blue light. A wave of cool, soothing energy washed over Naruto. It didn't attack the fox's chakra. It didn't strengthen the existing seal. It simply calmed everything, like dropping a chemical dispersant on choppy water. The relief was so immediate and profound that a choked sound escaped Naruto's lips. The grinding, self-inflicted torture of the containment loop sputtered and died. The wildfire in his veins receded to a banked, angry heat. The system alert flashed green. External sealing intervention detected. Calming pond protocol. Baijuyu chakra agitation reduced by 70%. Host containment protocol can now be safely disengaged. Naruto let the loop go. The feedback agony vanished, leaving behind the raw, aching damage. He slumped, a puppet with cut strings, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. He hadn't realized how much energy he was spending just to hold himself together. Jiraiya watched him, his expression unreadable. There. Now you're just terribly injured instead of actively committing suicide via chakra feedback. He put the brush away. The kid who can build chakra models and outthink ANBU, why'd you run into the woods to die? The question wasn't an accusation. It was curious, seeking data of a different kind. Naruto looked at him. The man's face was lined with experience and a grief that mirrored the one Naruto now carried. He knew my father. He laughs and writes trashy books, but he has seen the same world I have. He didn't have the strength for models or pantomime. He did the only thing he could. With a trembling hand, he pointed 2 fingers at his own eyes, then gestured around the hollow, mimicking the motion of watching. Then he clenched his fist and made a sharp, pulling motion toward himself. They were watching. They came to take me. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Root. It wasn't a question. He leaned back, rubbing his forehead. Dans. Of course. The old fool's wait and see policy almost got you sealed in a lab. He looked at Naruto, and his gaze was different now. Not just assessing a curious asset, but seeing the consequences of failure. You fought them off with that. He gestured vaguely, indicating the psychic blast. Naruto nodded, then shook his head. He pointed to his own temple, then made an exploding motion. It was a weapon of the mind, not a fight. A distress flare made of pure hate, Jiraiya murmured, understanding. You used the fox's rage as a beacon, to turn a covert grab into a public incident, to force Sarutobi's hand. A slow, grim smile touched his lips. Kid, that's not just smart. That's ruthless. And it almost killed you. The smile faded. Why not just go with them? It would have been easier. Naruto looked down at the comb in his hand. He thought of the hexagram seal, of becoming a silent, empty vessel. A tool. He thought of his mother's voice, both mothers' voices. Be happy. He looked back at Jiraiya and made a cutting motion across his own throat, then pointed to his head. He then placed his hand over his heart. They would have killed me. The person who thinks. Jiraiya was silent for a long time. The sounds of the forest filled the space. Finally, he spoke, his voice quiet. Minato and Kushina, they didn't die to create a perfect weapon. They died to give their son a life. Looks like the village forgot that part. He sighed, a heavy, weary sound. And it looks like you've never really had the chance to be a son, have you? The words landed with a quiet weight. They weren't pity. They were recognition. Naruto felt something tighten in his chest, not a system alert, but a raw, human pang. He looked away, his grip tightening on the comb. Alright, Jiraiya said, clapping his hands once, the sound decisive in the quiet hollow. First lesson, and it's a freebie, surviving is good. Almost getting yourself killed to make a point is stupid. We're gonna work on that. He reached into his robes again and pulled out a small, plain flask. Second lesson, when you're broken, you fix the foundation before you worry about the roof. This is a mild chakra balancing draft. Tastes like boiled frog socks, but it'll start the healing on those scorched coils of yours. He rolled it gently across the ground to Naruto. Naruto stared at it, then at Jiraiya. The transaction was clear, but the context wasn't. This wasn't the Hokage's careful bargain. This was an offer. Drink it or don't, Jiraiya said, shrugging. But if you want to learn how to tap that well without burning down the house, you're gonna need a teacher who knows more than just theory. And you're gonna need to be in one piece. He looked at Naruto, his gaze steady. I'm not here because the Hokage ordered it. I'm here because Minato was my student, and Kushina was a terrifying, wonderful pain in my ass, and you're their kid. And you're sitting in a hole, all alone, too smart for your own good and Hetan, something fierce. He stood up, brushing dirt from his pants. I'm gonna make a small fire out there. Get some real food, not that orphanage slop. You rest. Drink that. We'll talk about your atrocious hair care routine later. Seriously, it's like a bird's nest back there. A hint of his canonical boisterousness peeked through, but it felt grounded, real. When you're ready, come on out. No one's gonna take you anywhere tonight. He turned and ducked out of the hollow, leaving Naruto alone with the flask, the comb, and a startling absence of immediate, life-threatening calculus. Naruto looked at the flask. He uncorked it. The smell was indeed foul. He drank it in one gagging swallow. A cooling wave spread from his stomach, gentle and medicinal, beginning to soothe the raw burns inside. He leaned his head back against the root, exhausted. The sage had found him. He hadn't tried to probe or control. He had offered a solution, a critique, and a connection, however awkwardly framed. Outside, the scent of wood smoke began to mix with the forest air. A simple, human smell. For the first time since his desperate run, the tension in Naruto's small body began to uncoil, not because the danger was gone, but because, for this moment, he wasn't facing it utterly alone. In his mind, Kurama was silent, watching this new variable with intense, simmering curiosity. Naruto closed his eyes. The chapter of solitary survival in the dark was ending. A new, louder, more complicated chapter was beginning by a fireside. 21. The Fireside Lesson. Chapter 21. The Fireside Lesson. The taste of boiled frog socks lingered, but the effect was undeniable. A gentle, cool numbness spread through Naruto's scorched chakra pathways, dampening the worst of the pain. It didn't heal him. It gave his body a respite, a chance to stop screaming so his mind could think. He stayed in the root hollow a while longer, listening. The sounds from outside were domestic, unthreatening, the crackle of a well-built fire, the quiet clink of a pot, the occasional soft hum from Jiraiya, a tuneless, absent-minded sound. No stealth, no hidden tension, just a man making camp. Finally, moving with stiff, careful motions, Naruto crawled out into the evening light. Jiraiya had set up a small, efficient camp in a clearing. A neat fire burned steadily, a small pot steaming above it. The toad sage sat on a log, poking the flames with a stick. He didn't look up as Naruto emerged, just gestured with the stick to another log placed a respectful distance across the fire. Sit. Don't stand there looking like a startled deer. You'll scare the real ones away, and then what'll we eat? Naruto approached slowly and sat, his back straight despite the ache. The fire's warmth was a physical comfort he hadn't realized he needed. He watched Jiraiya, not just as a legendary Sannin, but as a variable in a new equation. The man's earlier gentleness was still there, but layered over with a gruff, no-nonsense practicality. Jiraiya ladled a thick, simple stew into a wooden bowl and handed it over. Eat. It's just roots and dried meat, but it's hot and it's food. Your body's running on fumes and spite. Naruto accepted the bowl. The smell was good. He took a careful sip. It was salty, hearty, and real. For 3 years, his food had been nutritionally complete pap. This had texture, taste, a presence. He ate methodically, his eyes never leaving Jiraiya, who ate his own portion with gusto. So, Jiraiya said between mouthfuls, his tone conversational. The old man's scrolls say you're a genius. A little ice-cold calculator. You see the world and what did he call it? Systems. He gestured with his spoon at the fire, the trees, the pot. This a system? Naruto nodded, swallowing. He set his bowl down carefully and raised his hands. He summoned a tiny, simple chakra model, just a small, rotating sphere. He pointed to it, then to the fire, the trees, Jiraiya, and finally himself. Everything is. I am trying to learn the rules. Jiraiya grunted. Humph. Rules. Sure. Fire burns. Trees grow. I get heartburn from bad cooking. Those are rules. He leaned forward, his dark eyes catching the firelight. But why's a 3-year-old kid who should be crying for a toy or a hug sitting in the woods thinking about rules? That's the system I can't figure out. The question wasn't analytical. It was personal. It pried at the seam between the calculator and the child. Naruto felt a flicker of that old, defensive urge to retreat into pure logic. But the vision of his past life, the weight of the comb in his pocket, the genuine, unscripted curiosity in the old sage's face, it made that retreat feel hollow. He didn't have an answer he could gesture. He looked into the fire, his small face solemn. After a moment, he pointed to his own chest, where the seal was, then made a cradle-rocking motion with his arms. He shook his head. Then, he mimed people pointing and whispering, their faces twisted in fear. I was never a child. From the moment I arrived, I was the cage. And the world saw the monster, not the bars. Jiraiya's chewing slowed. He watched the silent pantomime, and the gruffness on his face melted into something more somber. Yeah, he said quietly, putting his own bowl down. Yeah, I suppose you were. He stared into the flames. Konoha has a way of doing that. Taking kids and making them into symbols, weapons, tools. He glanced at Naruto. Your dad Minato, he was a genius too. Saw the world in patterns, in formulas for space-time. But he also laughed. He got flustered when Kushina yelled at him. He loved ramen so much it was embarrassing. A sad, fond smile touched his lips. He was a person first, a genius second. The village sometimes forgets that order. He looked directly at Naruto. The Hokage sees a strategic asset. Dan sees a dangerous variable. What do you see when you look in a mirror, kid? An asset? A variable? Or a boy who likes his hair long and needs someone to teach him how to live? The question struck a nerve so deep it almost bypassed the analysis chamber. Naruto looked down at his hands, now clean from the stew but still small, still a child's hands. He thought of Aiden, who had only been defined by what he lacked. He thought of the original Naruto, defined by what he contained. He slowly reached into the fold of his dark, torn yukata and pulled out the sandalwood comb. He held it up, catching the firelight on its polished surface. He pointed to it, then to his own long, tangled hair. Then, hesitantly, he pointed to Jiraiya. It was a question, and an offering. Can you teach me that? Not just power, but this? How to maintain the system of the self. Jiraiya's eyebrows rose. He let out a soft chuckle, a real one, warm and surprised. A hair comb. Of all the things, he shook his head. All right, kid. First practical lesson, since you asked. He stood up and walked around the fire. Turn around. Naruto, after a second's hesitation, turned his back to the sage. He felt a large, calloused hand gather his mass of pale gold hair, which fell past his shoulder blades, matted with leaves and dirt from his flight. Jiraiya didn't have a comb, so he used his fingers. The experience was utterly novel. It wasn't Ijayo's gentle, clinical care. Jiraiya's fingers were strong, occasionally tugging at a knot with a muttered, "Sheesh, kid, you really went through a bush backwards," but the motion was patient, methodical. He worked from the ends upward, as if untangling a complex snare trap. Your mother, Jiraiya said, his voice a low rumble close to Naruto's ear, Kushina, had hair like a raging fire, miles of it, and a temper to match. She'd get so mad it would literally stand on end, crackling with chakra. He gave a soft snort. Took me forever to convince her that yes, even Uzumaki hair needs brushing unless you want to look like a red haystack that's been struck by lightning. He sectioned the hair, his movements practiced. She hated it at first, said it was a waste of training time, but then she started to like it, said it made her feel put together, like she was in charge of herself, even when the world was crazy. His hands stilled for a moment. I think she'd be glad you kept yours long. She'd probably yell at me for letting it get this messy, though. Naruto sat perfectly still, but inside, a quiet revolution was occurring. This wasn't a transaction. This wasn't data collection. This was an anecdote. A story about a mother he'd only known as a dying whisper. It was a piece of her, given freely. The system had no category for this. The feeling it created was a warm, heavy lump in his throat that had nothing to do with the stew. Jiraiya finished finger-combing the worst of the tangles and patted his shoulder. There, passable. Tomorrow we'll find a stream and do it properly. Now, he said, returning to his log, his demeanor shifting back to instructor. Second lesson. You used the fox's chakra like a bludgeon. You opened a pipe and got flooded. That's what idiots do. What my student would learn is plumbing. He held up his hand, and between his thumb and forefinger, a tiny, perfect sphere of blue water chakra formed, hovering. Then, with a thought, it shifted to a flickering ember of fire, then to a pebble of earth, then a wisp of wind, before vanishing. Control isn't about holding back the ocean. It's about knowing how to pour a cup. And before you can pour, you have to know what you're holding. Your chakra, it's not just yours anymore. It's a mix. You tried to filter it. Smart, but you're going about it backwards. Naruto leaned forward, his earlier emotional disquiet replaced by focused curiosity. This was the expertise he lacked. You don't start by separating the oil from the water, Jiraiya said, his voice taking on a lecturing tone. You start by learning the feel of the oil, the weight of the water. You have to sense each strand within the mess before you can tease them apart. He pointed at Naruto. Your little containment loop. A temporary tourniquet. It stops you from bleeding out, but it also kills the limb. We need to remove the tourniquet and teach the wound to heal around AA channel. A controlled leak. He was speaking Naruto's language, but with a master's fluency. The analysis chamber word, eagerly integrating the new framework. Not filtration. Acclimation. Then separation. We'll start tomorrow, Jiraiya said decisively. Small exercises. For now, you sleep. I'll keep watch. He gave Naruto a look that brooked no argument. And I mean sleep. Not that creepy meditation where you're somehow more awake inside. Real, honest to goodness, dreaming sleep. Your body needs it to knit those coils back together. Naruto wanted to protest, to analyze, to plan. But the exhaustion, the warm food, the strange comfort of having his hair dealt with, and the deep, thrumming ache of his injuries all conspired against him. The system itself suggested compliance for optimal recovery. He nodded, lay down on the bedroll Jiraiya had laid out, and pulled a thin blanket over himself. He watched the firelight dance on the leaves above, listening to the night sounds and the steady, solid presence of the toad sage sitting guard. Just before sleep took him, a thought formed, not in the sterile language of the system, but in a quieter, more human voice inside him. He called me, kid. Not vessel. Not subject. Not Uzumaki. Just kid. It was a simple datum. But for the first time, it felt like a gift, not a classification. Across the fire, Jiraiya watched the boys breathing even out into true sleep. The calculating intensity was gone, replaced by the vulnerable peace of an exhausted child. He sighed, the weight of his responsibilities settling on him. What am I doing, Minato? He thought to the stars. You left me a son who's a fortress and a ruin all at once. How do I teach a heart that's been wrapped in chainmail since birth? He didn't have an answer. But for the first time since seeing the Hokage's frantic summons, he felt a sense of rightness. This wasn't about politics or power. This was about a boy in the woods, with his mother's stubborn will and his father's brilliant, lonely mind, who needed someone to show him that the world, for all its cruel systems, could also hold moments of simple, unscheduled kindness. The lesson had begun. 22. The Weight of Water. Chapter 22. The Weight of Water. Dawn came, painting the forest in shades of gray and gold. Naruto awoke not to the system's chime, but to the smell of tea and the sound of Jiraiya humming off-key. The deep, healing sleep had been strange, full of formless impressions rather than structured data, but his body felt less like shattered glass and more like bruised stone. Jiraiya tossed him a piece of dried fruit. Eat. We're moving to water. They broke camp with efficient silence. Jiraiya led them deeper into the woods, following the sound of rushing water until they reached a wide, clear stream that cascaded over mossy rocks into a deep, placid pool. The morning mist still clung to the water's surface. All right, kid, Jiraiya said, planting his hands on his hips. Tree walking is beginner stuff. Impressive for a toddler, sure, but it's about adhesion. Simple force. Water. He kicked a pebble into the pool. It sank immediately. Is different. It yields. It flows. To stand on it, you don't stick. You have to balance constant, micro adjustments of chakra output. It's not a wall. It's a conversation. He stepped onto the stream's surface as easily as walking onto solid ground, the water barely dimpling under his feet. Your chakra has to be fluid, responsive. You have to listen to the water pushing back and answer it, instantly, perfectly, or. He let his chakra fluctuate. His foot sank ankle deep before he corrected it. You get a boot full of creek. Naruto understood the theory instantly. It was a dynamic systems problem, far more complex than the static adhesion of tree walking. It required real-time feedback analysis. His intent ward had a similar principle, but it was reactive. This would need to be predictive. He nodded, focused. He walked to the water's edge and placed a tentative foot on the surface. He released a steady stream of chakra. He sank like the pebble. Cold water rushed up to his thigh. He scrambled back to the bank, his dark yukata now soaked and heavy. Jiraiya didn't laugh. He watched, analytical. You're outputting a constant force. Like a board. Water doesn't want a board, it wants a leaf. Your chakra's too rigid, and it's fighting itself. He stepped off the water. I can feel it from here. Your energy, the blue of your own chakra, and the red of the fox's, they're not mixing. They're churning. Like oil and water in a shaken bottle. No stability. Naruto wrung out the hem of his yukata, his mind racing. Oil and water. He used the same metaphor. The separation was the goal, but first, he had to achieve a stable emulsion. He had been trying to build a filter while standing in a hurricane. Close your eyes, Jiraiya instructed, his voice losing its gruffness, becoming a clear instructor's tone. Forget standing, just feel. Put your hand on the water. Don't try to push it away. Try to feel its weight. The push of the current. Now match that push with your chakra, not to resist it, but to meet it. Like shaking hands. Naruto knelt and placed his palm on the cool surface. He closed his eyes, shutting out the analysis chamber's frantic schematics. He focused on the sensory data, the coolness, the gentle, insistent pressure of the flow against his skin. He pushed a whisper of chakra from his palm, not as a shield, but as a greeting. The water didn't part. It seemed to hold his hand up. For a second, he felt it, a perfect, fluid balance. Then, the volatile mix within him flared. The fox's chakra, a sullen red ember in the stream of blue, spiked with agitation at the delicate control. The balance shattered, and his hand plunged through the surface again. He opened his eyes, frustrated. A familiar, cold expression started to settle on his face, the look of calculating a problem with no emotional stake. Hey, Jiraiya said, not unkindly. The water's not your enemy. And that rage in your gut isn't a flaw to be eliminated. It's a current, just like this one. He nudged the stream with his foot. Stronger, wilder, but a current all the same. You can't build a dam against it forever. You have to learn its rhythm. He speaks as if my hatred is a river he can chart, Kurama grumbled within, but the anger was muted, replaced by a watchful intrigue. Foolish man. Maybe, Naruto thought back, a new idea forming. He had been trying to isolate the red chakra, to purge it. What if Jiraiya was right? What if, for this exercise, he didn't try to filter it? What if he tried to include it in the conversation? He placed his hand back on the water. This time, he didn't just push with his blue chakra. He acknowledged the red. He let a thread of it, thin and controlled, mingle with the energy flowing to his palm. He didn't try to force it to be calm. He accepted its wild, hot nature as part of the output, and simply asked it to focus, to join the push against the water's weight. The effect was instantaneous and terrifying. The water under his palm didn't just hold him up, it hissed and steamed violently, a patch of it boiling from the heat of the fox's energy. But his hand didn't sink. It hovered on a turbulent, boiling pocket, perfectly balanced between the upward push of his chakra and the water's resistance. It was ugly, brutal, the opposite of the elegant leaf Jiraiya described. But it was stable. Naruto's eyes widened. He looked up at Jiraiya, not with triumph, but with stunned revelation. Jiraiya stared at the boiling, churning patch of stream, his own eyebrows nearly in his hairline. After a long moment, a slow, incredulous grin spread across his face. Well, I'll be you didn't try to calm the storm. You just gave it a job. He shook his head, laughing quietly. Only you, kid. Only Minato and Kushina's son would look at a lesson in subtlety and brute force a new principle out of it. That's not water walking. That's water domination. He crouched down, serious again. But it's a start. It's a dialogue. Now, make it quieter. You're not trying to shout the water into submission. You're trying to whisper it into cooperation. Bring the heat down. Keep the balance. For the next hour, Naruto knelt at the stream's edge, his world narrowing to the point where his skin met the surface. Slowly, the violent boiling subsided to a simmer, then to a gentle warmth, until finally, his palm rested on unbroken water, held aloft by a complex, layered flow of energy that was uniquely his. The blue and red didn't mix, but they wove together, a braided cord of willpower. He was drenched in sweat and creek water, trembling with effort, when he finally stood up. His first attempt to step onto the surface failed again, sinking him to the knee. The full-body coordination was a mountain away. But he had learned something more vital than the technique. He had found a new data point: integration, not isolation, could be a path to control. Enough, Jiraiya said, tossing him a dry towel. You'll dream about water pressure tonight. Now, practical lesson 2, cleaning up. You smell like a wet dog that fell in a sulfur spring. He gestured to the deep, calm pool below the cascade. Get in, and give me that fancy yukata. Even dark colors show dirt eventually. Naruto hesitated. Bathing was a private, systematic function. Doing it here, outdoors, felt exposed. Jiraiya seemed to understand. The stream's loud. No one to hear. And I've got my back turned, working on your clothes. Some things, he added, his voice dropping to a more gentle tone, aren't about systems. They're just about being a person who isn't covered in forest and his own stubbornness. Naruto finally nodded. He stripped off the damp, torn gray yukata and handed it to Jiraiya, then waded into the cold, clear pool. The water was a shock, washing away the grime and sweat. He submerged himself, his long hair fanning out like pale seaweed. True to his word, Jiraiya sat on a rock with his back turned, fingers weaving a quick, efficient water release jutsu through the fabric of the yukata, cleaning and wringing it. He began to talk, his voice carrying over the rush of the falls. You know, when I first took Minato as a student, he was quiet too. Not like you. He was polite, eager to please. But he kept everything locked up tight behind those big, smart eyes. He chuckled. Took Kushina barging into our lives to blow the doors off that. She was all feeling, all fire. No systems, just passion. Drove him absolutely nuts. And saved him, I think. He shook out the now clean yukata, laying it on a sun-warmed rock to dry. The point is, kid, control is good. Necessary. But it's the fence around the garden, not the flowers inside. You've been building the strongest fence anyone's ever seen on bare dirt. It's time to wonder what you might want to plant. Naruto floated on his back, looking up at the sky through the leaves. The words weren't a command or a lesson with clear parameters. They were an invitation. It was unsettling. Flowers were non-essential. They could be trampled. They required care without guaranteed utility. He thought of the comb, of the story about his mother's hair. That had been a flower. A small, personal thing with no strategic value. And yet, maintaining it had felt correct. He washed his hair, finger-combing it as Jiraiya had done, the pale length of it streaming in the current. The action was no longer just about order. It was a connection, to Ijayo's kindness, to Jiraiya's story, to the ghost of a mother with fiery hair. When he emerged, clean and shivering, Jiraiya tossed him the damp but clean yukata. Put it on. And here. From his pack, he produced a simple, new hair tie made of dark leather. For when you need it out of the way. Consider it a student supply. Naruto took it, tying his heavy, wet hair back into a loose tail at the nape of his neck. The weight of it was familiar, but the gesture was new. As they walked back to a new campsite, Naruto quieter than usual, Jiraiya glanced at him. You're thinking too hard. I can hear the gears grinding from here. Naruto looked up at him. After a moment, he raised his hands and formed a small, simple chakra shape, a single, perfect lily pad floating on water. It was still, balanced. Then, with a flicker of will, a tiny, glowing flower bud grew from its center. He looked from the image to Jiraiya, his blue eyes holding a question so vast it couldn't be spoken. How? Jiraiya stopped walking. He looked at the chakra lily pad, then at the boy who made it, a boy who understood complex systems but had no map for the simple, vulnerable act of growing something just because it could be beautiful. The toad sage's face softened into an expression of profound, weary understanding. He reached out and ruffled Naruto's damp hair, disrupting the neat tail. "One step at a time, kid," he said, his voice rough with an emotion he didn't name. "First, you learn to stand on the water. Then we'll figure out the flowers." The path ahead was no longer just about survival, power, or control. A new, terrifying, and utterly human variable had been introduced, the possibility of something to protect that wasn't just a system, or a principle, or a memory. It was a future. A/N. Let's go. We just hit 100,000 views. Thank you all so much for the insane support. To celebrate, I'm dropping an extra chapter right away. Now for this week's challenge, if we hit 1,000 power stones before the end of the week, I'll do a mass release of 10 chapters. And that's not all. For every extra 100 power stones, I'll add plus one more chapter. That means up to 20 chapters total. This is on top of the usual 12 chapters daily. Let's see how far we can push this. You guys are amazing. 23. The Uninvited Guest, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 23. The Uninvited Guest. The forest, in the days that followed, became a different kind of classroom. The routine was a stark, simple rhythm that slowly sanded the sharp edges off Naruto's perpetual state of high-alert analysis. Mornings were for water. Jiraiya had him start not on the placid pool, but on a slower-moving section of the stream. The goal was no longer the explosive, boiling balance of his first attempt, but a sustained, quiet communion. He would stand knee-deep, eyes closed, one foot on the rocky bed, the other resting its weight on the surface. For hours, he did nothing but feel the push and tug of the current through the thin membrane of his chakra, making micro-adjustments so small they were barely conscious. It was excruciatingly boring, monumentally difficult, and utterly vital. The system logged it as skill honing, dynamic chakra equilibrium, but the experience was one of pure, frustrating sensation. Afternoons were for mending. Jiraiya, to Naruto's surprise, produced a basic sewing kit. "A shinobi who can't repair his own gear is a dead shinobi," he'd grumbled, demonstrating a simple, sturdy stitch. Naruto's first attempts on his torn yukata were mathematically precise but clumsy, the needle slipping in his small fingers. Jiraiya didn't take over. He just watched, offering the occasional, non-critical tip. Less force, more guide. The physical act of repairing the fabric that covered him felt profoundly different from studying a ceiling schematic. It was tactile, immediate, a direct correction of damage. He sewed in silence, the rhythmic pull of thread through cloth becoming its own kind of meditation. Evenings were for stories. Jiraiya, it turned out, was a natural raconteur. He didn't lecture about chakra theory or history. He told tales, often outrageous, probably half-true, about his adventures with Tsunade and Orochimaru, about ridiculous missions gone wrong, about strange customs in far-off countries. He spoke of Minato and Kushina not as legendary martyrs, but as real, flawed, vibrant people. Minato's hopeless crush, his embarrassing love for puns, Kushina's terrifying rages, her secret talent for terrible singing. Naruto listened. He didn't gesture or create models. He just sat, often working the sandalwood comb through his hair, now washed clean in the stream and tied back, and listened. The stories were data of a type the system couldn't categorize. They were color, texture, humor, and sadness. They populated the empty spaces in his history with echoes of laughter and love. He was in the middle of one such story. Jiraiya was animatedly describing the time a young Minato accidentally reverse-summoned himself into a lady's hot spring in Lightning Country, when Naruto's sensory buffer pinged a soft, yellow alert. Environmental scan, foreign chakra signature detected. 300 meters northeast. Approaching at stealth speed. Signature, animalistic, dense. Threat level, low moderate. Naruto's comb stilled. His eyes flicked to Jiraiya, who had also stopped talking, his gaze sharpening as he looked toward the northeast. The sage's relaxed posture was gone, replaced by a poised, ready stillness that looked as natural on him as breathing. "Seems we've got company," Jiraiya murmured, his voice losing all its storytelling warmth. "Not human. Big. Probably curious, maybe territorial. Stay behind me, and do not flare your chakra. The mix you've got is like catnip to some of the nastier things in these woods." A minute later, the underbrush at the edge of their small clearing parted. The creature that emerged was the size of a large horse, but built like a badger made of granite and shadow. Its fur was a coarse, mottled gray, and its eyes glowed with a dull, orange intelligence. Thick claws, capable of shredding stone, dug into the soft earth. A forest grinder bear. An A-rank predator, rarely seen, known for its territorial ruthlessness and nigh-impenetrable hide. It sniffed the air, its gaze locking on their small campfire, then on them. Jiraiya rose slowly to his feet, placing himself between Naruto and the beast. "All right, big fellow," he said, his tone calm, almost conversational. "We're just passing through. No need for drama. Why don't you turn around and find a nice patch of berries?" The bear's response was a deep, rumbling growl that vibrated in Naruto's chest. It took a step forward, its intent clear. This was its domain, and they were trespassers to be removed. Naruto's mind, for the first time in days, snapped fully into tactical mode. Analysis, opponent, forest grinder bear. Primary weapons, claws, bite, dense hide. Weakness, joints, eyes, underbelly. Recommended strategy, evasion. Jiraiya engagement predicted. But Jiraiya didn't attack. He made a series of quick, one-handed seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. A thick wall of earth erupted from the ground, not to crush the bear, but to curve around it, forming a semicircle between the beast and their camp. It was a barrier, not a weapon. The bear, enraged, swiped at the wall. Stone and dirt exploded, but the wall held. "I don't want to hurt you," Jiraiya called out, his voice firm. "Turn back." The bear slammed into the wall again, its roar now furious. It began to dig, its massive claws tearing through the earth at an alarming rate, aiming to flank the barrier. Jiraiya's jaw tightened. Stubborn brute. He formed another seal. Water release, wild water wave. A torrent of water from the nearby stream shot forward, not at the bear's body, but at the ground in front of its digging claws, turning the earth to instant, deep mud. The bear's front legs sank, slowing its progress. It was a masterclass in non-lethal restraint. Jiraiya was using superior power and technique not to destroy, but to deter, to inconvenience, to give the animal every chance to choose a different path. Naruto watched, utterly captivated. This wasn't a jutsu for maximum damage. This was a conversation, using chakra as the vocabulary. A plea for peace, backed by undeniable strength. The bear, mired and frustrated, seemed to hesitate. Its glowing eyes fixed on Jiraiya, sensing the immense power the man was consciously holding back. Then, the wind shifted. It blew from Naruto and Jiraiya toward the bear. The beast's nose twitched. Its head swung, its gaze bypassing Jiraiya entirely and locking onto Naruto. Its nostrils flared, drawing in a deep scent. The dull orange of its eyes flared into a hot, hungry crimson. It had caught the scent, not of a human child, but of the deep, ancient, profoundly potent chakra that seeped from him, the scent of the nine tails. "It smells a king," Kurama's voice purred with dark amusement. "And like all lesser beasts, it is drawn to the power. It thinks it senses weakness to exploit. It is mistaken." The bear forgot the mud, the wall, the powerful man. With a final, ear-splitting roar of primal greed, it focused all its fury and desire on the smaller, seemingly vulnerable source of intoxicating energy. It charged, breaking through the weakened earth wall with sheer mass, heading straight for Naruto. "Naruto, move!" Jiraiya barked, his hands flying into seals for a more offensive technique. But Naruto didn't move. The charging mountain of claws and fury was a system in motion. A problem with inputs, mass, velocity, intent, and required outputs, deflection, survival. The analysis chamber presented options, but they were too slow. This wasn't about thought. It was about feel. The lessons of the stream crashed over him. Balance. Conversation. Answer the push. He didn't try to tree walk away. He didn't have the space or time for a complex seal. He had the water principle. As the bear closed the last 10 feet, jaws wide enough to swallow him whole, Naruto dropped into a low stance. He didn't pour out a shield of chakra. He focused it into a single, precise point in the air between him and the bear's massive chest, a concept drawn from his failed, chakra-dampening field, and refined by water walking. He didn't try to stop the force. He met it with an equal, opposite, and yielding force. He visualized the bear's charge not as a solid wall to hit, but as a wave to ride. The bear's chest struck the point of concentrated, fluid chakra. There was no explosion, no flash of light. The bear's forward momentum diverted. As if it had run onto a suddenly greased, sloping ramp of pure energy, its charge was harmlessly vectored upward and to the side. The monstrous creature was lifted off its feet, its ton of mass becoming a victim of its own inertia. It sailed over Naruto's head in a clumsy, roaring arc, crashing into the trees behind their camp with a sound of snapping wood and a pained bellow. Silence, save for the groaning of the wounded bear and the crackle of their fire. Naruto stood, his heart hammering against his ribs, his outstretched hand trembling. He hadn't blocked. He hadn't attacked. He had redirected. Jiraiya stood frozen, his offensive jutsu half-formed and forgotten. He stared at the spot where Naruto had stood, then at the wreckage in the trees, then back at Naruto. His expression was one of pure, unvarnished shock. The bear struggled to its feet, shook its massive head, and looked back at the small figure by the fire. The crimson hunger in its eyes had been replaced by dazed confusion and, finally, a flicker of animal fear. It had charged a source of power and been thrown aside by the air itself. It huffed once, turned, and lumbered heavily back into the forest, defeated not by wounds, but by profound disorientation. Jiraiya let his hands fall. He walked over to Naruto, who was still staring at his own hand, processing what he'd just done on pure instinct. "Kid," Jiraiya began, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "What was that? That wasn't a jutsu. That was a principle. Applied in a half-second under mortal threat." He knelt, looking Naruto in the eye. "You used water walking on a bear." Naruto looked up at him. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind a hollow, shaky feeling. He hadn't thought. He had felt the problem and moved. It was the least robotic, most instinctively alive he had been since his rebirth. He slowly raised his hands and mimicked the bear's charge, then made a smooth, arcing motion with his palm, like water parting around a stone. It was a wave. I just changed its direction. Jiraiya let out a long, slow breath. A huge, genuine grin broke across his face. He reached out and clapped Naruto on the shoulder, a solid, approving weight. You brilliant, terrifying little oddball. You just invented a new defensive form on the spot. The grin faded into something more serious, more proud. That's not something you learn from a scroll. That's something that comes from here. He tapped his own temple. And here. He tapped his chest, over the heart. When they worked together. He stood up, looking into the dark forest where the bear had fled. Alright. Lesson for tomorrow changes. We're done with quiet water balance. You've got the feel. Now we apply it. We're going to work on redirecting force. Actual, physical force. Starting with me throwing pebbles at you. Naruto nodded, the last of the tension leaving his shoulders. The uninvited guest had been a test, one he hadn't known he was taking. And for the first time, he had passed not with cold calculation, but with something that felt like a spark of genuine, adaptable understanding. That night, by the fire, Jiraiya didn't tell a funny story. He was quiet, thoughtful. Naruto sat with his comb, but he wasn't thinking about order. He was replaying the feeling of the bear charge meeting his will, the smooth, terrifying, beautiful redirect. He had defended himself without destruction. He had spoken the language of chakra in a new dialect, one of fluidity and redirection. It was a small step, but it felt like his own. 24. The cracks in the system. Chapter 24. The cracks in the system. The morning after the bear, the forest felt different. It wasn't just data, coordinates, biomass, and water sources. The memory of the charge, the roar, the feel of redirecting that mountain of force, it lingered in Naruto's muscles like a phantom echo. It was a sensation, not a data point. When he picked up the sandalwood comb that morning, his fingers remembered the tremble that had run through them after the encounter. Jiraiya was true to his word. Training shifted from passive balance to active redirection. Alright, kid, Jiraiya said, standing across a small, rocky clearing. He held a handful of smooth creek stones. Forget the water. You understood the principle. Now we apply it to the physical world. I'm going to throw these. Don't dodge. Don't block. Redirect. Naruto nodded, settling into the low, centered stance that had served him the night before. The analysis chamber prepared, calculating probable trajectories, force vectors, required chakra output. Jiraiya tossed the first stone underhand. It was slow, gentle. Naruto focused, extending his palm. He formed the chakra point, the yielding, fluid barrier. The stone hit it and, thwacked against his palm before falling to the ground. He had stopped it, not redirected it. The energy had been rigid, defensive. Thinking too hard, Jiraiya called out. You're building a wall again. It's a stone, not a bear. You don't need a wave, you need a slope. A suggestion. The second stone came faster. Naruto adjusted, trying to make the chakra sloped. The stone hit, skittered sideways at a sharp angle, and ricocheted into a tree. Closer, but still too harsh. It was manipulation, not conversation. Frustration, a hot, sharp spike, bloomed in his chest. It wasn't in the system log. It was a physical feeling, tightening his throat. His carefully maintained control was failing at a simple task. Why can't I do this? The third stone was a real throw, fast and straight at his shoulder. Instinct took over, not the bear's instinct, but the older one. The orphanage instinct. He flinched. His chakra flared in a spastic, uncontrolled burst, and the stone veered wildly off course, missing him but shattering against a rock with a sharp crack. Naruto stood there, breathing heavily. He hadn't been hurt, but he felt exposed. The flinch was a failure of control. The frustration was a failure of detachment. He looked at his hands as if they'd betrayed him. Jiraiya didn't scold. He walked over, his steps slow. Hey, he said, his voice losing its instructor's edge. Look at me. Naruto looked up. The cold, analytical mask was gone. In its place was the frustrated, confused face of a child who'd just been reminded he wasn't a machine. Good, Jiraiya said, to Naruto's surprise. Good. That flinch. That's real. That's your body knowing it can be hurt. You can't redirect a force you're not willing to feel first. He picked up another stone. You're trying to solve this like a math problem. X force in, Y chakra out. It doesn't work like that. It's a dance. And right now, you're trying to lead while standing stiff as a board. He put the stone in Naruto's hand. Feel its weight, its smoothness. Now, he took a few steps back. Throw it at me. Not to hit me. Just throw it. Naruto looked at the stone, then at Jiraiya's relaxed posture. He threw it, an awkward, stiff-arm toss. Jiraiya didn't use a jutsu. As the stone neared, he simply moved his hand in a soft, circular motion. His palm brushed against the stone's trajectory, adding a tiny vector of his own. The stone didn't stop, it looped gently around his hand and landed softly in his other palm, its momentum spent. It's not about opposition, Jiraiya said, tossing the stone back. It's about joining. For a split second, you and that stone are partners. You accept its energy, guide it somewhere else, and let it go. You're not fighting it. You're helping it change its mind. The concept clicked, not in the analysis chamber, but somewhere deeper. It wasn't about force vectors. It was about intent. He had to align his intent with the object's motion, then gently persuade it elsewhere. He tried again. Jiraiya threw another gentle stone. Naruto closed his eyes halfway, ignoring the calculated trajectories. He focused on the feeling of the air parting, the sound of the throw. He extended his will, not as a barrier, but as an open hand asking the stone to turn. His chakra flickered, unstable. The stone wobbled in the air, slowed, and dropped at his feet. It wasn't a success. But it was different. It felt softer. Better, Jiraiya said, a note of genuine encouragement in his voice. Now, let's add a layer. The training continued for hours. Stones flew. Most times, Naruto failed, they hit him, they deflected poorly, they shattered. Each failure brought a jolt of annoyance, a flush of heat to his cheeks he couldn't suppress. Each tiny success, a stone gently steered aside, its energy dissipated, brought a flicker of something warm and quiet that wasn't pride, but simple satisfaction. He was sweating, his hair sticking to his neck, his hands dirty from retrieving stones. He felt physically present in a way his meditative scroll studies never achieved. During a break by the stream, as Naruto splashed water on his face, Jiraiya spoke casually. You know, all that control you're so fond of, it's a tool. A damn good one. But it's not who you are. Naruto looked at him, water dripping from his chin. Jiraiya met his gaze. Who you are is the kid who got furious at a stone. Who flinches when something flies at his face. Who keeps his hair long because it feels right. Who looks at a comb like it's a treasure. He poked Naruto's chest, not over the seal, but over his heart. The system one in your head, the fox in your gut, those are things you have. They're not you. Don't let them do all the talking. The words landed heavily. They challenged the fundamental premise of his existence since rebirth. Aiden had been a mind trapped in a broken body. Naruto had been a body trapped by a monstrous power. His synthesis had been the system, the control, the logic, a fortress to protect the fragile consciousness within. But Jiraiya was pointing at the consciousness itself and saying, this is enough. This is what matters. It was terrifying. To step out from behind the fortress walls felt like madness. That evening, after a silent meal, Naruto sat by the fire with the comb. He didn't run it through his hair with mechanical precision. He held it, tracing the worn teeth with his thumb, thinking of Ijayo's sad eyes, of his Aiden mother's worn hands. The memories didn't flash as data. They ached, a dull, permanent soreness in his soul. He looked up at Jiraiya, who was scribbling in a small notebook, probably notes for one of his novels. The man was a chaos of contradictions, a legendary warrior who hummed off-key, a teacher of profound wisdom who told bathroom jokes, a man who carried immense grief but offered kindness as easily as breathing. Naruto took a deep, slow breath. He willed his voice to work. It had been so long. The muscles felt strange. Why? The word scraped out of his throat, quiet and rough, but clear. Jiraiya's pen stopped. He looked up, his expression carefully neutral. Why what, kid? Naruto gestured vaguely, encompassing the forest, the training, the fire, them. This. You. Teaching me. The sentences were fragments, but they were spoken. Jiraiya closed his notebook. He was silent for a long moment, gazing into the flames. Because someone once saw a scrawny, loudmouthed orphan with more ego than sense and decided he was worth teaching, he said finally, his voice quieter than usual. Because my teacher believed the will of fire wasn't about burning your enemies, but about lighting a path for the next person. Because your father. He cleared his throat. Because Minato would have moved heaven and earth to give you this. A chance to learn. To be more than just what they say you are. He looked at Naruto, and his eyes were older than the mountains. And because, vessel or not, you're a kid sitting in the woods asking, why, with his whole heart. And that's a damn good place to start. Naruto looked down at the comb in his hands. The fortress walls hadn't fallen. But a gate had opened, just a crack. And through it, for the first time, he wasn't just looking out at a world of systems and threats. He was letting a little of the world in. The system, for once, had no notification. There was only the crackle of the fire, the vast silence of the forest, and the fragile, newly spoken word hanging in the air between them. It wasn't a solution. It was a beginning. By system, I mean the way Naruto views everything, the world, people, and situations through an analytical mindset. I'm clarifying this in case some readers think Jiraiya knows about Naruto's actual system, which is not the case. 25. The Sound of a Name. Chapter 25. The Sound of a Name. The word, once spoken, seemed to echo in the clearing longer than the fire's crackle. Why? It was the most fundamental question, and Naruto had directed it not at a system, but at a person. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full of the answer Jiraiya had given, an answer that settled in the space between them like dust motes in a sunbeam, visible, tangible. The next morning, the routine held, but the quality of the silence had changed. When Jiraiya tossed the first practice stone, Naruto didn't just prepare his chakra. He took a breath, feeling the anticipation in his muscles, the slight tension in his shoulders. He didn't fight the feeling. He acknowledged it. This is alertness. This is the body preparing. He redirected the stone, not perfectly, but with a smoother, more conscious arc. The failure of yesterday's rigid control had taught him something more valuable than success, permission to be imperfect. Better, Jiraiya grunted, already throwing the next. Now stop anticipating my throw. Feel the stone's path after it leaves my hand. React, don't predict. It was another layer. Naruto nodded, his focus deepening. Prediction was a function of the analysis chamber. Reaction lived in the nerves, in the synapse between sensation and action. He let the calculations fall away and simply waited. The stone flew. He saw its speed, heard its whistle. He moved his hand, not to a pre-calculated point, but to where he felt the stone's energy needed guidance. His chakra, a blend of cool blue and warm red, met the projectile. This time, the red didn't flare with aggression. It provided a firm, confident warmth to the blue's fluid guidance. The stone looped once around his wrist, like a planet finding a new orbit, and landed softly in his palm. He stared at it. The motion had felt effortless, unified. A loud, startling laugh broke the quiet. Jiraiya was beaming. There it is. You didn't think. You did. He walked over, clapping a heavy hand on Naruto's shoulder. That's it, kid. That's the feeling. Remember that. Naruto looked from the stone in his hand to Jiraiya's proud face. A strange, light feeling bubbled up in his chest. It wasn't the satisfaction of a solved equation. It was warmer, lighter. It wanted expression. The corners of his mouth twitched, unfamiliar muscles attempting a foreign configuration. It wasn't a smile. Not yet. But it was the ghost of one, a crack in the ice. Jiraiya saw it. His own grin softened into something more genuine, more tender. He didn't comment. He just gave the shoulder a final squeeze and stepped back. All right. Enough with the pebbles. Let's see if you can redirect something with a mind of its own. He formed a quick hand seal. Summoning jutsu. A small puff of smoke erupted, and when it cleared, a foot-tall, grumpy-looking toad with a miniature travel pack stood on a leaf. Gamitsu, Jiraiya said. I need a moving target. Hop around the clearing. Don't make it easy. The small toad blinked sleepily, then nodded. With a surprising burst of speed, it began zigzagging across the clearing, its jumps erratic and unpredictable. Your goal isn't to catch him, Jiraiya instructed. Just to gently redirect his jump once. Use the same principle. He's not a stone, he's a living, willful thing. You have to persuade him. This was orders of magnitude harder. Gamitsu's chakra was tiny but vibrant, a willful little spark. Naruto focused, extending his sensing, trying to feel the trajectory of each jump not as a line, but as an intention. He missed several times, his guiding chakra brushing empty air. Then, as Gamitsu launched himself toward a mushroom, Naruto felt the path. He extended a palm, layering his intent, not a barrier, but a gentle, sloping suggestion, like a breeze against a dandelion seed. The toad's leap met the chakra slope. In midair, his trajectory bent ever so slightly. He landed not on the mushroom, but neatly beside it. He blinked, looked down at the mushroom, then up at Naruto with an expression of profound, amphibious confusion. Jiraiya roared with laughter. He doesn't know why he didn't land where he wanted. Perfect. Naruto looked at the befuddled toad, then at Jiraiya's laughing face. The light, bubbly feeling in his chest grew. This time, the twitch at his lips became a definite, small upward curve. A real, if faint, smile. Jiraiya recalled Gamitsu with a thanks and a scroll of fly treats. The rest of the day was spent on repetition, solidifying the feel of the redirection until it became less of a conscious technique and more of a reflexive understanding. That night, as they ate, Naruto found his voice again. It was easier the second time, though still rough from disuse. The toad, he said, his voice quiet but clear. Its chakra. It was small, bright. Jiraiya paused, a piece of dried meat halfway to his mouth. He looked at Naruto, his expression thoughtful. You sensed that, huh? Good. Most shinobi just see the movement. You're learning to see the energy behind it. He took a bite, chewing slowly. Every living thing has a unique chakra signature, like a fingerprint of the soul. With practice, you can learn to read them. Know a friend from a foe before they even move. Naruto considered this. He had sensed the ANBU and root operatives as threats, their chakra signatures cold, disciplined, and sharp. Ijayo's had been a soft, warm green, tinged with blue sorrow. Jiraiya's was vast, like a deep ocean with sun-warmed surface waves and cold, powerful currents beneath. And his own, when he dared to feel for it, was that turbulent, braided cord of blue and simmering red. What he began, hesitating, what did my father's feel like? The question hung in the air. He wasn't asking for a story. He was asking for a sensory memory, a piece of data he could never have. Jiraiya put his food down. He looked into the fire, his eyes seeing another time. Minato's chakra, he said softly, was like sunlight on a calm sea. Incredibly bright, incredibly fast, it sparkled. But deep down, it was steady, unshakably calm. It felt safe, and sharp, like a perfectly honed blade you knew would never cut you unless you were the enemy. He glanced at Naruto. You've got the sharpness. The speed is in your mind. The calm, he shrugged. We're working on it. And my mother. The words were barely a whisper. Jiraiya's smile was immediate, fond. Kushina, a raging bonfire, a volcanic eruption, warm, powerful, chaotic, and fiercely protective. If you got too close, you'd get burned, but if you were in her light, you were safe from any darkness. He nodded toward Naruto. You've got the fire, too. It's just banked. For now. Naruto looked into the flames of their campfire, trying to imagine those two signatures, Sunlit Sea and Protective Inferno. The people in the stories were becoming more real, their essence described in the language he was beginning to understand best, the language of energy. He felt a sudden, fierce longing, not for power, but for connection. To have known those energies firsthand. The ache was deep and personal. It wasn't a system error. It was grief. He must have made a sound, or his expression shifted, because Jiraiya's tone changed. Hey, they're in you, you know. Not just in stories. In every cell. In that stubborn will of yours. In the way you keep getting back up. He leaned forward. And they'd be proud. Not of the control, or the system, or the power. They'd be proud of the kid asking questions. Of the kid trying to redirect a toad instead of blasting it. Of the kid who keeps his hair long because it feels like his. The words were a bomb and a challenge. They said, you are enough, just as you are. Later, as Naruto prepared for sleep, he took out the comb. He didn't just run it through his hair. He felt the pull, the separation of strands, the neat order it created. It was a ritual that connected him to Ijayo's kindness, to Jiraiya's story of his mother, to the self he was slowly, painstakingly building. He looked across the fire at Jiraiya, who was writing again. Jiraiya, he said. The sage looked up. Thank you, Naruto said, the words simple and utterly sincere. Jiraiya's pen stilled. For a moment, the legendary Sannin, the spymaster, the author of scandalous novels, looked utterly disarmed. His face did something complicated, warmth, sadness, pride, and that old, familiar weight of responsibility all passing through his eyes. He cleared his throat roughly. Don't mention it, kid, he said, his voice a little thicker than usual. He went back to his writing, but the set of his shoulders had softened. Naruto lay down, looking at the stars. The system was quiet. His mind was calm. For the first time, the control he sought didn't feel like a fortress against the world. It felt like the steady rhythm of his own breath, the reliable beat of his heart. It felt like the foundation upon which other things, questions, smiles, and gratitude could safely be built. He had a teacher. He had a path. And he had, however faintly, the beginning of his own voice. The sound of his name, spoken by him with purpose, no longer felt like a label assigned by others. It was starting to feel like something he could own. 26. The Map and the Territory. Chapter 26. The Map and the Territory. The forest days settled into a rhythm of profound contradiction. Naruto's world was now split, cleanly and irrevocably, between feeling and knowing. He felt the burn in his muscles as Jiraiya increased their morning runs, pushing his new, healthy body to its limits. He felt the exhilarating, terrifying rush of wind as they practiced chakra-enhanced leaps from towering trees. He felt the simple, uncomplicated ache of honest fatigue after a day of training, so different from the sickly exhaustion of his past life. Each sensation was a gift, an answered prayer from Aiden's lonely hospital bed. He catalogued them not just as data, but as treasures, the burn of a sprint, the impact of a safe landing, the deep, satisfying weariness of used strength. He knew this world was a graveyard dressed as a village. He knew the warmth of the campfire was an anomaly in a continent shaped by cold-blooded massacre. He knew the man teaching him, who showed him how to stitch leather padding into his yukata for protection, who laughed at his own bad jokes, was also a spymaster who had buried more friends than most people ever met. Naruto held both truths in his mind simultaneously. The feeling did not erase the knowing. It existed despite it. His genius, as Jiraiya called it, was not fading. It was sharpening, finding a new direction. Before, it had been a tool for pure survival. Now, it began to weave his feelings into its calculations. One afternoon, Jiraiya taught him a basic chakra string technique, used for manipulation at a distance. Good for traps, retrieval, subtle work, Jiraiya explained, demonstrating by making a leaf dance on an invisible thread of energy. Naruto mastered the basic form in minutes, his control too precise to fumble. But then he didn't stop. He sat by the stream, sending out not one string, but 5, then 10. He wove them into a complex, three-dimensional net in the air above the water, each strand independent, humming with minute chakra. He wasn't just learning a technique, he was exploring its architecture, its potential for simultaneous, multi-point manipulation. A spider's web, Kurama observed, its voice a low hum of interest. Not for catching flies. For feeling every vibration in the forest. Jiraiya watched, his initial praise turning to silent, deep contemplation. The boy wasn't just a prodigy. He was a blender, taking a simple tool and instantly visualizing its most advanced, systemic application. What do you see it for? Jiraiya finally asked, crouching beside him. Naruto let the net dissolve. He looked at his hands, then at Jiraiya. His voice, when he used it, was still quiet, but it carried a new weight of consideration. Sensing, he said. Then, after a pause, controlling. Many things. At once. He didn't elaborate, but Jiraiya heard the unsaid words. Battlefield control. Area denial. Multi-target ceiling preparation. The kid saw a tool for puppeteering an entire environment. You think in scales that scare people, Jiraiya said, not unkindly. Naruto met his gaze. The world operates on a scale that scares me. It was the first time he directly referenced his broader awareness. He wasn't talking about the orphanage. He was talking about the hidden wars, the massacres, the walking calamities he knew were ticking in the shadows. Small tools break. The statement hung between them. Jiraiya understood. The boy's drive for overarching control, for genius-level power, wasn't ambition. It was the only rational response to a map of the world painted in blood, a map Jiraiya knew was tragically accurate. Their connection deepened, but it did so along a unique path. Naruto began to ask questions, not just about techniques, but about people. The Uchiha, he said one evening, as they cleaned the cookpot with sand. Itachi, you know him. Jiraiya's movement slowed. I know of him. Brilliant. Burdened. Why? Naruto looked into the scoured pot, seeing his distorted reflection. He watched me. Before. His eyes they were sad, like he already knew a tragedy. He was careful, speaking from observed experience, not future knowledge. Is he a good tool for the village? The question was chilling in its cold accuracy. Jiraiya sighed. He's not a tool, kid. He's a boy. But in Konoha, sometimes that's the same thing. He looked grim. And yes, I think he carries a weight no one his age should. A weight the village gave him. Naruto filed this away. Confirmed. Path unchanged. His feeling a strange, empathetic pull towards another isolated prodigy was now cross-referenced with his knowing. Itachi was a point of future catastrophic failure, and a person drowning in silent duty. Both were true. This was the new pattern. His growing capacity for feeling, for enjoying a meal, for feeling pride in a mastered skill, for trusting Jiraiya's guidance, did not make him soft. It gave his cold analysis targets. He now had things he wanted to protect, not just a self he needed to preserve. The list was pitifully short: the memory of 2 mothers, the fragile peace of the forest camp, Jiraiya's rough kindness, Ijayo's gentle hands. And now, perhaps, the tragic figure of a clan killer who didn't seem like a killer at all. To protect them in a world of Danzos, Akatsuki, and great nations playing chess with lives, he needed more than control. He needed ascendancy. He began to train with a silent, terrifying fervor that even Jiraiya noted. After their official lessons, Naruto would find a secluded spot. He wouldn't just practice water walking, he would try to run across the turbulent stream, his feet reading the changing surface like a language. He wouldn't just redirect stones, he would have Jiraiya throw a handful of leaves and try to redirect each on a different path, his mind partitioning to track multiple vectors at once. One night, he spoke his goal aloud. They were looking at the stars, Jiraiya pointing out constellations. I will learn everything, Naruto said, his voice flat, final. Not just what you teach. Everything. Medicine, sealing, history, politics. Every jutsu I can find. Every weakness of every clan. Every secret. Jiraiya was quiet for a long time. That's a lifetime's work, kid. Several lifetimes. I know, Naruto said. He didn't say I have the memories of a lifetime studying this world already, and I know where many of the secrets are buried. He just said, I will do it anyway. To be safe. To make he struggled for the word, not wanting to say, my people, which felt false. The garden fence strong. Jiraiya heard the unyielding resolve. He didn't see a hero's vow. He saw a general preparing for a war he knew was coming. He felt a profound sorrow, and a flicker of fear. What was he nurturing? Knowledge is power, Jiraiya agreed, his tone serious. But power is a burden. And absolute power it isolates. It's a lonely peak, kid. Naruto looked at him, the firelight making his blue eyes look ancient. I have been lonely in a crowd. Lonely on a peak is better. From a peak, you can see the storms coming. You can protect what's below. He paused, then added, softer, you can choose who to let climb up. It was the most honest expression of his philosophy he had ever given. He would build an impenetrable fortress of self, not to hide forever, but to control the gate. To decide who entered his garden. His heart was no longer a locked box, it was a fortified citadel, and he was slowly, carefully, designing a drawbridge. Jiraiya understood then. The boy wasn't rejecting connection. He was redefining it on his own terms, from a position of ultimate strength. It was terrifying, but it was not evil. It was the survival strategy of a soul that had been vulnerable in 2 lifetimes and was determined never to be so again. The next day, when Naruto perfectly mirrored a complex chakra concentration exercise on the first try, Jiraiya didn't just praise him. He looked at him and said, you're going to change the world, you know. I just hope you leave some of it standing when you're done. Naruto, for the first time, gave a full, small, but genuine smile. It didn't reach his eyes, which remained the calm, calculating blue of a deep strategic reservoir. That, he said, the ghost of Aiden's longing and Naruto's resolve in his voice, will depend on the world. He had his map of horror and his territory of fragile, felt connections. His genius was the bridge between them. And he would build that bridge into a road, then a highway, then an empire of his own making, one mastered skill, one protected person, at a time. 27. The First Test, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 27. The First Test. A month passed in the deep woods. The rhythm of training hardened into something more serious. The easy laughter around the fire grew less frequent, replaced by longer silences filled with the sound of Naruto's controlled breathing as he held a water-walking stance for an hour, or the sharp thwack of a kunai hitting a distant tree knot. Jiraiya was pushing him hard. The gentle slope of early teaching had given way to a steep climb. Lessons were no longer about feeling the water, but about surviving the current. One morning, as Naruto finished running a brutal series of sprints up a sloping gully, Jiraiya didn't offer the usual dry comment or correction. He just stood with his arms crossed, looking at the boy. Naruto's dark yukata was damp with sweat, his long hair clinging to his neck. He met the look, waiting. "You've learned the pieces," Jiraiya said finally. His voice was quiet, stripped of its usual storytelling warmth. "Balance. Control. A bit of redirection. You can move, you can feel chakra, you can think 3 steps ahead of a thrown rock." He paused, his dark eyes serious. "But putting the pieces together when it matters, that's a different thing. The woods are safe. Konoha isn't." Naruto understood. This was the pivot. The theory was over. "Tomorrow," Jiraiya said, the word leaving no room for argument. "You get a test." "My test. Not in this clearing. Somewhere that doesn't care if you fall." That night, the air in the camp felt different. The forest sound seemed louder, the dark between the trees deeper. Naruto sat by the fire, methodically working the sandalwood comb through his hair. The ritual usually calmed him, ordering his thoughts. Tonight, his mind wouldn't settle. What would the test be? A fight? An escape? A puzzle? The not knowing was a hollow space he kept trying to fill with plans, but without the rules, he couldn't make any. The teacher wonders if his student has learned to swim, or merely memorized the motions of the water, Kurama mused, a distant rumble in the stillness. "He will throw you into the deep end to find out." "I know how to swim," Naruto thought back. But the old fear, the Aiden fear of a body failing, of water filling lungs, was a ghost in his memory. This body wouldn't fail. He had made sure of that. "It is not your body he doubts," the fox replied, and there was no mockery in it, just a cold certainty. "It is your heart. What will it choose when the rules are gone?" Jiraiya woke him before dawn. They moved through the sleeping forest in silence, the only sound the crunch of their steps on frost-stiffened leaves. They climbed, leaving the familiar stream and the training clearing behind, heading up into the raw bones of the mountain. After an hour of steep ascent, Jiraiya stopped. They stood on the lip of the north ridge, a brutal, wind-scoured slash of rock. Below them, the world fell away into a sea of mist, hiding the valley floor. The wind here was a constant, hungry presence, whipping Naruto's hair around his face and tugging at his clothes with cold fingers. Ahead, a narrow, crumbling ledge skirted the cliff face, leading to a single, ancient pine that grew sideways from the stone, its roots clawing into the rock like desperate hands. Jiraiya turned to him. He wasn't the teacher now. He was something harder. "The test is simple," he said, his voice flat against the wind's moan. "Reach the tree." He pointed to the pine, maybe 50 feet away along the treacherous ledge. "I will try to stop you. Use anything you've learned. Anything you can think of. There are no rules, except one." He locked eyes with Naruto, and his gaze was like stone. "Do not fall." Naruto looked at the path. The ledge was a joke. In places, it was no wider than his hand. The rock looked rotten, seamed with cracks. One wrong step, one gust of wind at the wrong moment, and that would be it. The mist below wouldn't catch him. It would just hide the end. This wasn't a test of skill. It was a test of nerve. Of what he was made of when the ground itself was his enemy. He took a slow, cold breath. The Aiden part of him, the part that remembered a body that betrayed him, screamed a silent warning. But this body was different. This body was strong. He had made it strong. He pushed the old fear down, deep into the dark where it belonged, and took his first step onto the ledge. The wind hit him like a wall, trying to pluck him off the mountain. He poured chakra into his feet, sticking to the stone with a grip that would have shattered bone in his past life. He began to shuffle sideways, his back pressed to the cold cliff, his eyes fixed on the next few inches of rock. He'd gone 10 feet when Jiraiya moved. The sage didn't come onto the ledge. He just formed a single, quick seal and touched the cliff face. The stone under Naruto's left foot didn't just slip. It flowed, turning to loose gravel and sand. Earth release, rock avalanche. A minor jutsu, perfectly aimed. Naruto's foot shot out into empty air. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drum in the wind's roar. He dropped, his right foot his only anchor. He swung out over the drop, the world tilting sickeningly. For a second, he was just a boy hanging over nothing. Then his training kicked in. Not thought, but feel. His chakra flared, his right foot clamping onto the rock like a vice. He hauled himself back up, muscles trembling, his breath coming in sharp gasps. The cold fear was there, a metallic taste in his mouth, but beneath it was a hotter, sharper feeling, anger. He glared at Jiraiya, who watched, impassive. Naruto moved again, faster now, less careful. He had to get off this exposed section. Jiraiya flicked his wrist. 3 blunt training kunai sliced through the air, not aimed at him, but at the rock face directly ahead. They thudded into the stone, their handles forming a barrier he'd have to climb over, slow and awkward. He didn't slow down. As he reached the first kunai, he didn't climb. He jumped, chakra flaring at his feet, and ran up the vertical cliff face 2 steps, passing over the obstacle before dropping back to the ledge beyond it. It was risky, a waste of chakra, but it was fast. It was unexpected. He saw Jiraiya's eyebrow twitch, just once. A flicker of surprise. He was halfway to the tree when Jiraiya stopped using jutsu. The man simply appeared on the ledge in front of him, a solid, unmovable wall blocking the narrow path. The wind tore at them both. Getting here is one thing, Jiraiya said, his voice calm. Getting through is another. Naruto stopped. He couldn't go around. He couldn't knock Jiraiya off the mountain. The logic was cold and perfect, he had to make him move. He remembered the gully, the stones. Redirection. Join the force. He didn't charge. He stepped forward, into Jiraiya's space, and placed his palm flat against the man's chest. He didn't push. He pushed his will instead. He focused all his chakra, the cool, flowing blue of his own and the hot, stubborn red of the fox's, into a single, clear command. Not an attack. A suggestion, backed by everything he had. Move. For a long second, nothing happened. Jiraiya was a mountain. Naruto's arm shook with the strain, the chakra in his pathways burning. Then, he shifted his weight. He stopped trying to shove the mountain. Instead, he leaned into it, using the man's own solidity as a pivot. He poured the red chakra into the motion, not as rage, but as unyielding leverage. He wasn't fighting the force. He was trying to convince it to take a single step. Jiraiya's left foot slid back on the grid of the ledge. Just an inch. A tiny crack in the wall. It was enough. Naruto flowed forward like water through a break in a dam, slipping past Jiraiya so close he could smell the old leather and pipe smoke on his clothes. He broke into a sprint for the final stretch, the ancient pine so close he could see the texture of its bark. He didn't see the last trap. Jiraiya, now behind him, stamped his foot on the ledge. With a sound like a cracking bone, the last 5 feet of rock leading to the tree split clean from the cliff and vanished into the mist. Naruto skidded to a stop at the raw, new edge. The tree was right there. It was 5 feet away across a gap of screaming wind and nothing. He stood there, the void at his toes. His mind, so quick with plans, went blank. Jump. The wind would swat him aside. Climb. The rock face was sheer, crumbling. He felt it then. A familiar, hateful itch at the edge of his awareness. A chakra scan, clinical and cold, brushing over him from the tree-line high above. Root. They'd found them. They were watching, taking notes on the asset in its field test. A hot, clean fury cut through his fear. This was his test. His moment of truth. They didn't get to have it. They didn't get to watch him fail or succeed and file it away in some scroll. The anger focused him. It burned away the last of the aid and fear. He didn't look at the gap. He didn't look at the tree. He turned his back on both and faced Jiraiya across the broken ledge. Then he ran. Not at the gap. Away from it. 3 long strides back along the ledge. He planted his foot and spun, not jumping, but launching himself straight off the cliff into the open air. Chakra exploded at his feet with a sound like tearing canvas. He didn't fall. He ran. Up. 2 steps, 3, 4 on the empty wind itself, climbing an invisible staircase above the deadly gap. The wind howled, trying to rip him apart. His control wavered, the volatile chakra inside him surging in protest at the madness of it. For one heartbeat, he hung in the sky, higher than the ancient pine, the world spread out below him in a dizzying panorama of rock and mist. Then he dropped, straight down, landing in a crouch on the thick, sideways trunk of the pine tree. He was on it. He had reached it. But he hadn't taken the path. He'd refused the puzzle he was given and made his own answer. The wind screamed. The cold scan from above winked out, cut off in shock. Naruto stood up on the trunk, the abyss beneath him. He wasn't breathing hard. He was perfectly still. He looked back at Jiraiya across the broken ledge. The sage's face was pale. All the sternness, the teacher's mask, was gone. In its place was pure, unvarnished shock. He stared at Naruto as if seeing him for the very first time. As if he'd just watched a child walk on air and rewrite a law of the world. A long, silent moment stretched between them, filled only by the voice of the mountain. Finally, Jiraiya closed his eyes. He let out a long, slow breath that misted in the cold air. When he opened them, he gave a single, deep nod. The test was over. As Naruto looked from Jiraiya's stunned face to the empty sky where the root spy had been, he knew a different test had just begun. He had shown a piece of what he was, of what he could be. And now, the hidden eyes of the world had seen it too. And the world, as he knew from his other life, always had an answer for things it couldn't control. A/N. First milestone achieved. 100 power stones have been reached. Thank you. Smiley face. 28. The Long Walk Back. Chapter 28. The Long Walk Back. The wind didn't stop screaming after the test. It just sounded different. Before, it had been a challenge, another enemy on the cliff. Now, as Naruto stood on the ancient pine and Jiraiya stared back at him from the broken ledge, the wind was just noise. Empty air moving over stone. Naruto jumped back across the gap. He didn't run on the sky this time. He just made the leap, a clean arc that brought him to the solid rock beside Jiraiya. He landed softly, his chakra steady. The wild, defiant surge he'd felt in midair was gone, banked back down to its usual controlled burn. For a long minute, neither of them spoke. Jiraiya just looked at him. The shock had faded from the sage's face, replaced by something more complicated. It was the look of a man who'd just dug for coal and struck a diamond vein so deep it scared him. Finally, Jiraiya let out a long, slow breath. "Alright, kid," he said, his voice rough. "Let's go." They didn't talk as they climbed down from the north ridge, leaving the howling wind and the void behind. The forest at the mountain's base felt heavy and quiet. The sun was higher now, cutting through the leaves in bright, warm shafts. It felt like stepping out of a black and white world and back into color. They walked in silence for an hour, following a deer trail back toward the territory Naruto knew. His mind, which had been a single, sharp point of focus on the cliff, began to widen again. The system quietly logged the familiar trees, the turns in the path. It noted his stable chakra levels, the minor fatigue in his muscles. But over that steady hum of data, other thoughts drifted. He had passed. He'd done what Jiraiya asked, in a way the man hadn't expected. He'd felt the root spy watching, and he'd made a choice to show them something they couldn't easily file away. It was a good tactical move. But as the adrenaline faded, the feeling left behind wasn't triumph. It was a kind of quiet. The quiet you get after a long, hard run, when your body is tired but everything is finally still. He glanced at Jiraiya, walking a few steps ahead. The man's broad shoulders were set, but not with the usual easy confidence. There was a new weight there. "You're thinking too loud," Jiraiya said without turning around, his tone lighter than it had been on the cliff, but not by much. "You said there were no rules," Naruto answered. His own voice sounded calm in the green stillness. Jiraiya snorted. "I did. And you took that and made a new one. If the path breaks, make your own." He slowed until they were walking side by side. "It was something else, kid. I've seen a lot of shinobi do a lot of impossible things. What you did up there wasn't just a technique. It was a statement." He looked down at Naruto, his dark eyes serious. "Statements get heard. By people you want to hear them, and by people you really don't." "I know," Naruto said. He'd felt the root spy vanish. They'd heard. They'd seen. The calculation was simple, showing a fraction of his unpredictable potential now might make them more cautious later. A deterrent. "Humph. Of course you know," Jiraiya muttered, almost to himself. He ran a hand through his wild white hair. "Sometimes I forget who I'm talking to. Most kids your age, I'd be giving a pep talk. Great job. You did it. With you," he shook his head. "With you, I have to warn you that being brilliant might get you killed faster than being weak." They reached the wide, familiar stream where Naruto had first learned to feel the water's push. Without a word, both of them stepped onto its surface. For Naruto, it was effortless now. His chakra met the flow of the current and adjusted without him even thinking about it, a constant, quiet conversation between his feet and the water. He'd reached the state Jiraiya had once described, standing on water without even trying. Jiraiya noticed. A faint, real smile touched his lips for the first time that day. "See that? Now that's the stuff that doesn't scare me. The slow, solid work. The mastery." The smile faded. "What you did on the cliff, that's a different kind of power. It's raw, it's creative, and it's got its own price." They walked on the water toward their old camp. "What's the price?" Naruto asked. He wanted the data. "The price is that people stop seeing a student, or a weapon, or even a Jinchuriki," Jiraiya said, his voice low. "They start seeing a wild card. A force of nature. And forces of nature don't get guided, Naruto. They get walled in, or they get destroyed before they grow too big to control." He looked at him. That root agent. He wasn't just seeing if Minato's son was strong. He was seeing if you were manageable. What you showed him wasn't manageable. It was terrifying. Naruto absorbed this. It aligned with his own prediction. "Good. So what do I do?" he asked. Jiraiya was quiet for a few steps. "You learn to show the world the version of you that serves your purpose," he said finally. "You want to be left alone to get stronger? Show them the diligent student. You want resources from the Hokage? Show him the loyal, promising heir. You want a dangerous man like Dan's to hesitate? Well, he gave Naruto a sidelong glance. "You just gave him a pretty good reason. But that's a dangerous game. Once you make someone that scared, they either run away or they try to put you down for good." They reached the bank near the empty, cold fire pit of their camp. The place already felt like a memory. As they gathered their few belongings, bedrolls, the cookpot, and Jiraiya's scrolls, Naruto's hand brushed the sandalwood comb in his pocket. He paused, then pulled it out. He sat on a log and began the methodical work of pulling it through his hair, which the mountain wind had tangled into a pale snarl. Jiraiya watched him for a moment, then grunted and started packing. "We'll be at the village outskirts by nightfall. I've sent word ahead. The Hokage will want to see you." Naruto didn't reply. He was thinking about versions of himself. The boy in the hospital bed, whose only world was pain and the pages of a manga. The ghost in the orphanage, who built walls of silence and control. The student in the woods, learning to redirect force. And now, the one who walked on air to make a point. He finished with his hair, tying it back neatly. He was all those people. And none of them were manageable. "Jiraiya," he said, standing up. The sage turned, a packed travel scroll in his hand. "Yeah. Thank you," Naruto said. The words were simple, but he put his will behind them, just like he had with the chakra. They weren't just polite. They were an acknowledgement. For the training. And for the warning. Jiraiya's face did that complicated thing again. The gruff teacher, the worried guardian, and the proud, heartbroken friend of a dead man all warring behind his eyes. He looked away, clearing his throat. "Don't mention it, kid," he mumbled. Then he squared his shoulders and pointed a thumb at his own chest, a flash of his old, loud persona breaking through. "Besides, what kind of legendary pervert would I be if I let my godson get turned into a lab experiment before he's even old enough to appreciate my research?" It was a joke, a deflection, but Naruto understood what was underneath. It was Jiraiya's version of the drawbridge. An offer of protection, framed in a way that didn't feel like a chain. Naruto gave a single, small nod. He shouldered his own light pack. Together, teacher and student turned their backs on the quiet woods and started the long walk toward the noise, the politics, and the waiting eyes of Konoha. Naruto was going home. But the boy returning was not the one who had left. The village thought it was getting back its strange, quiet Jinchuriki. It had no idea what was really coming down the road. And Naruto, walking beside the only person in the world who had even an inkling, felt the last of the forest's peace fall away behind him. In its place was a new kind of focus. Sharper, colder, ready for the next test, and the one after that. The walk was almost over. The real work was about to begin. 29, Homecoming. Chapter 29, Homecoming. The road back to Konoha felt shorter than the road out. The trees thinned, the scent of pine and damp earth fading, replaced by the distant, familiar tang of wood smoke, turned earth, and crowded humanity. The air grew heavy. Jiraiya hadn't spoken much since the ridge. His usual stream of stories had dried up. He walked with a new watchfulness, eyes scanning the shadows. Naruto matched his silence. The forest had been a simple world. Konoha was a machine with 1,000 grinding gears. He was about to step back into its teeth. They crested the final hill at dusk. Below, Konoha blazed with evening lamps. The great walls looked smaller. The Hokage faces were pale smudges in the fading light. He stopped, looking down. The village that had been his cage. The village that housed the Hokage's guilt and Danza's rot, Ijayo's kindness and the matron's coldness. He felt no pull of belonging, no warmth of home. He saw a system. A dangerous, living system he had to navigate not as a ghost in its basement, but as a piece on its board. A piece that had just shown it could move in unexpected ways. Jiraiya stopped beside him. "Not much to look at from here, is it?" "It's what's inside that matters," Naruto replied. Jiraiya glanced at him. "Yeah, it is. And a lot of what's inside isn't pretty." He clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Stay close. Keep your eyes open. And remember the cliff." They walked down as night fell. The massive gates were closed, but a small door stood open. The two Chunin on guard snapped to attention for Jiraiya. Their eyes, sharp and professional, slid to Naruto. A pause. Confusion, then uneasy recognition. They didn't see the boy from the rumors. They saw someone with eyes too old for his face, hair tied neatly back, dressed in clothes that spoke of the wilderness. "This is Uzumaki Naruto, my apprentice," Jiraiya said, tone leaving no question. "He's with me." "Of course, sir." The guard's gaze lingered on Naruto as they passed, the wary look of a soldier assessing a new weapon. The streets inside were quieter. Lantern light pooled on cobblestones. A few late workers hurried home. As they walked, people saw them. A glance at Jiraiya, a nod. Then the second look at Naruto. The stare. The whispered hush. "He looks different. Is that his hair?" Naruto heard the pieces of sentences. He didn't react. He walked beside Jiraiya, back straight, face calm. He let them look. Let them see the change. Their confusion was a shield. It was harder to hate a ghost when it looked you in the eye. They took a route past the training grounds. From the darkness of Training Ground 3 came a sound, not of sparring, but of a single, ragged breath, hitched like a sob. Naruto's steps slowed. Jiraiya stopped with him, silent. There was no one there. The field was empty, lit only by a flickering lamp post. But the sound was clear. A child's hurt, lonely gasp. Then, he saw him. Not with his eyes, but in his mind, vivid and sharp as a memory. A small boy, sitting alone in the dust at the base of the lamp post, hugging his knees. His clothes were worn, his face smudged with dirt. He wasn't the bright, shouting hero from the manga. He was hollow. His eyes, the same blue as Naruto's, were empty wells of a loneliness so deep it had scoured everything else out. This was the real suffering. The true story. Not montages of training, but years of silent rooms, of shopkeepers turning away, of birthdays with no one, of a heart breaking over and over again because it had nothing else to do. The vision boy looked up, and his eyes met Naruto's across the empty field. Why? The word wasn't spoken. It was just there, in the air between them. Why do they hate me? Naruto felt it then, not as a story he'd read, but as a ghost pain in his own chest. The spoiled milk. The whispers like cuts. The desperate, clawing need for a single kind word that never came. This was the life he'd been spared. This was the raw, aching reality of the name he carried. The vision boy's face changed. It wasn't sad anymore. It was determined. A fierce, wobbly smile stretched his lips, the same smile from the manga covers, but here, up close, Naruto could see the terrible cost of it. It was a smile built from sheer, desperate will, a dam holding back an ocean of hurt. The boy stood up, faced an imaginary enemy, and shouted a silent, defiant promise to the uncaring dark. He would forgive them, he would love them, he would save them, because it was all he knew how to do. A cold, hard knot twisted in Naruto's stomach. This wasn't inspiring. It was a tragedy. This boy's love was a cage he built for himself, the only home he thought he could have. No, the thought was quiet, but final. It came from the deepest part of him, from Aiden, who knew the value of a life, and from Naruto, who refused to be a sacrifice. He looked at the vision, at the ghost of the path he didn't walk. I won't, Naruto whispered, the words just for the two of them. I won't live your life. I won't smile while they break me. I won't love the hands that starved me. The vision boy tilted his head, his fake smile fading into something confused and lost. I'll remember, Naruto said, the promise settling into his bones like ice. I'll remember what they did to you. Every silent meal. Every turn back. Every day you spent alone in that empty room. They don't get to have that from me. They don't get to take anything else. He took a step forward, not onto the field, but into the resolution. Konoha took your parents. It took your childhood. It took your peace. And for what? For a will of fire that let you shiver in the dark. He shook his head, his own voice low and fierce. Not me. I'm not giving them a thing. I'm taking my time, my power, my safety, and I'm building walls they can never knock down. The vision of the small, lonely boy seemed to shimmer. For a second, he looked just like Naruto, the same face, the same eyes. Then he faded, dissolving into the lamplight and the shadows of the empty training ground, leaving behind only the echo of a loneliness so profound it made the air ache. Naruto turned away. His chest felt tight. It wasn't sadness. It was the weight of a promise made across 2 lifetimes. Kid. Jiraiya's voice was close, concerned. He'd been watching Naruto stare into nothing. I'm ready, Naruto said, his voice flat. He started walking again, leaving the ghost of his other self in the dark. They walked the rest of the way to the Hokage tower in a heavy silence. The building was mostly dark, a single light burning at the top. The ANBU hidden in the shadows were like statues, but Naruto felt their chakra focus on him. More watchful eyes. The Hokage's office smelled of old paper and tobacco. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window. He turned, and his tired eyes found Naruto. Relief flashed, then was buried under duty and sadness. Jiraiya. Naruto. You're back. We are, Jiraiya said. He's ready for the next stage, and he needs a new address. Hiruzen's gaze swept over Naruto, taking in the long hair, the calm posture, the eyes that held a new, unsettling depth. I see. He sighed. Dan's has been active. He calls your display a public destabilization event. But he is demanding you be transferred to a secure facility for assessment. Jiraiya's face hardened. He can demand. The boy is my apprentice. He stays with me. And where will with you be? Hiruzen asked, frustrated. The Haytake compound. Hiruzen blinked. That is clan property. We cannot simply. I've made the arrangements, Jiraiya stated, a finality in his voice. It's secure, private, on clan land. It's the solution. Naruto listened. It was a good move. A fortress. A declaration. Hiruzen stared, then looked at Naruto. What do you say? Naruto looked from the Hokage's tired face to Jiraiya's determined one. He thought of the ghost boy in the training field, and the silent room that waited for him if he was weak. It is the correct choice, he said, his voice clear. He didn't thank the Hokage. He stated a fact. Hiruzen's shoulders sagged slightly. He nodded, a gesture of weary acceptance. Very well. Weekly reports, Jiraiya. He is still a ward of this village. The Haytake compound was on the village's eastern edge, near the memorial stone. A high, mossy wall surrounded it. Jiraiya pushed the heavy gate open with a creak. Inside was stillness. A swept path leading to a dark, traditional house. The quiet here was heavy with memory. Home for now, Jiraiya said softly. Get the lay of the land. I'll see about food. Naruto walked up the path alone. His footsteps on the gravel were the only sound. He placed a hand on the wooden frame of the ingwa. The wood was smooth and cool. As he turned to look into the dark garden, a voice spoke from the shadows right beside him. You're early. Naruto didn't jump. His heart gave one hard thump, but his body went still. He turned his head slowly. A man, a teenager, leaned against the doorframe, shrouded in gloom. Silver hair. A mask. A single, dark eye, flat and empty as a deep well. In one hand, he turned a familiar sandalwood comb over in his fingers. Kakashi Haytake looked from the comb to Naruto's face. His eye just observed. I found this, one Kakashi said, his voice a lazy drawl that didn't match the sharp intelligence in his gaze. He tossed the comb. Naruto caught it without looking. A caretaker said no one's been here for months. He pushed off the doorframe. The casual slouch was a mask. Underneath was something coiled and deadly. So, Kakashi said, the lazy tone gone, his voice as cold and sharp as a senbon. You're the one who's moving into my father's house. He took a single, silent step closer. The empty well of his eye seemed to swallow the faint light. Tell me something, Uzumaki. What are you really doing here? More like he took it. 30. The Copy Ninja's Question. Chapter 30. The Copy Ninja's Question. The air in the Haytake compound's courtyard went very still. The kind of stillness that comes before a lightning strike. Kakashi Haytake stood before him, a silhouette against the dark wood of the house. The lazy slouch was gone, replaced by a predator's casual readiness. The sandalwood comb in Naruto's hand felt suddenly heavy, a tiny piece of warmth in the cold tension. What are you really doing here? The question wasn't about moving in. It was a blade aimed at the core of him. What is your game? Your angle? Are you a victim, a weapon, or a threat? Naruto looked past the mask, into Kakashi's single visible eye. He didn't see the legendary copy ninja, the master of 1,000 jutsu. He saw the boy from the stories. The one whose father bled out on this same floor. The one who watched a friend die crushed under a boulder, gave his eye to another, and then was forced to kill her with it. The one who lived with ghosts in a silent, empty house until he couldn't stand it anymore. He knew the weight Kakashi carried. It was a different shape from his own, but just as heavy. Jiraiya-sensei arranged it, Naruto said, his voice level. It was the simple truth, but not the whole answer. The orphanage was insufficient. This place has walls. Kakashi's eye didn't waver. Walls keep things out. They also keep things in. Which is it for you? Another sharp question. Naruto considered his words. He could lie. He could deflect. But something about the empty eye, about the knowledge of what had happened in this house, made him choose a different path. A dangerous one. Both, he said, the word hanging in the quiet. The village is full of eyes that want something from me. Some want me hidden. Some want me controlled. The walls keep their eyes out. He paused, meeting Kakashi's gaze. And they give me a place to put my own things. Without someone watching. It was more honest than he'd been with anyone but Jiraiya. He wasn't asking for sympathy. He was stating a tactical fact. Kakashi was silent for a long moment. He seemed to be weighing the words, testing them for lies. Jiraiya-sensei trusts you, he said finally, the title, sensei, holding a note of old, complicated respect. He sees Minato-sensei in you. Or wants to. I'm not my father, Naruto said. There was no heat in it. Just fact. I never knew him. I only know what he left behind. He gestured faintly to his own stomach, where the seal was. Then he looked around the dark compound, the overgrown garden. People leave things behind. Seals, empty houses, instructions. The air grew colder. Kakashi hadn't moved, but the space between them felt charged. Naruto had just pointed to the two great weights between them, the nine tails and the ghost of the white fan. Instructions, Kakashi repeated, his voice dangerously soft. And do you follow them? The will of fire. Protect the village at all costs. There was a brittle edge to the words, an old, rusted bitterness. Naruto thought of the ghost boy in the training field, smiling through his broken heart for a village that let him starve. He thought of the Hokage's tired guilt, and Danza's cold schemes. He thought of two mothers, from two worlds, who only asked him to be happy. I protect what's mine, he said, the words clear and final. My safety, my teacher, the few people who have been kind, without asking for anything back. He didn't name Ijao, but he thought of the comb. The village is the place where those things are. For now. So I will protect it, as part of protecting them. Not because of a will. Because it's the logical choice. It was the coldest, most unsentimental declaration of loyalty Kakashi had probably ever heard. It wasn't born of love for Konoha, but of a ruthless, personal judgment. To his surprise, Kakashi didn't look angry. The deadly sharpness in his eye softened, just a fraction, into something more like recognition. He'd heard a version of this logic before. From himself, in the darkest years after Rin's death. Protect the village because it's the mission. Because it's what's left. Not because the heart is in it. Logical, Kakashi echoed. He leaned back against the doorframe, the tension bleeding out of his posture, replaced by a weary familiarity. You sound like a strategist. Or a prisoner planning an escape. Is there a difference? Naruto asked. A faint, almost invisible chuckle escaped Kakashi. Not really. He looked up at the dark windows of the house. This place, it's full of instructions left behind. My father's. My sensei's. All of them saying, do better, be stronger, protect. He looked back at Naruto. It's a heavy place for a kid to live. I'm used to heavy places, Naruto said. He meant the orphanage. He meant his own mind. Kakashi watched him for another long moment. Then he pushed himself off the frame. The west room has the fewest ghosts. I'll have the caretaker air it out. He turned to go, then paused. The comb. It's a nice one. Someone gave it to you. It wasn't a question. Naruto just nodded. Hold on to things like that, Kakashi said, his voice losing its edge, becoming almost quiet. In places like this, you need reminders that not everything is a tool or a weight. Sometimes a thing is just a thing. It helps. He was gone then, vanishing into the deeper shadows of the Ingawa without a sound, leaving Naruto alone in the courtyard with his thoughts and the whispering memories of the house. Naruto stood there, the comb tight in his hand. Kakashi hadn't given permission. He hadn't offered a welcome. But he'd given something else, a wary, understanding truce. He'd seen another person living in a fortress of their own making, and hadn't tried to break the door down. He understands, Naruto realized. He just wants to know if I'm building a fortress to hide in, or to launch an attack from. He walked up the steps onto the Ingawa, his feet silent on the old wood. He slid the door to the main house open. The inside was dark, smelling of tatama straw and old wood and dust. It didn't feel hostile. It felt sad. Like a long, held breath. He found the west room. It was small, simple. A futon cupboard, a low desk. A window looking out onto the wild garden. It was more space, more privacy, than he'd ever had. He set his small pack down. As he did, a system alert flickered silently at the edge of his vision. It wasn't about chakra or seals. Environmental scan, sustained, long-range observation detected. Origin point, administrative district. Protocol match, route surveillance. Status, passive/logging. They were already watching. Of course they were. Dans would want to know what happened when the asset was placed in its new cage. He'd want patterns, routines, and weaknesses. Naruto didn't look toward the window. He didn't change his expression. He simply knelt and opened his pack, pulling out his few scrolls and laying them neatly on the desk. He was a kid in a new room, unpacking. Let them log that. But beneath the calm, his mind was working. Kakashi's truce was a temporary shield. Jiraiya's protection was powerful but stretched thin. The Hokage's authority was a leaky dam against Danza's pressure. He was in a stronger position, but still in a box. A prettier box with thicker walls, but a box all the same. He needed to expand. Not just his power, but his space to move. His options. He finished unpacking and sat at the desk, looking into the dark garden. A plan began to form, cold and clear. It started with the most basic need, information. He couldn't rely only on Jiraiya or the Hokage's filtered reports. He needed his own ears, his own eyes. The sound of the front gate creaking open broke the silence. Jiraiya's heavy footsteps came up the path, followed by the smell of hot food. "Kid, you alive in there? Got us some real dinner." Jiraiya's voice boomed, shattering the compound's quiet. Naruto stood and went to meet him. As he passed a dark, reflective pane of glass in the hallway, he caught a glimpse of himself, a pale face, calm eyes, long hair tied back. He looked like a ghost in a ghost house. But he wasn't a ghost. He was alive. And he was just getting started. He stepped out into the courtyard where Jiraiya was laying out food containers. The smell of grilled fish and rice filled the air, a simple, normal smell that felt out of place. As they sat to eat, a sharp thwack echoed from the compound's outer wall. A single kunai was embedded there, holding a sealed scroll. It hadn't been thrown with force, but with precise, quiet intent. Jiraiya was on his feet in an instant, between Naruto and the wall. His hand went to a weapon pouch. Naruto stood more slowly. He looked at the kunai. It was plain, unmarked. The scroll was small, tied with a black cord. This wasn't an attack. It was a message. Jiraiya approached the wall cautiously, scanning the rooftops beyond. He found nothing. He pulled the kunai free and unrolled the scroll. His eyes scanned the contents, and his face went grim. "Well," he said, his voice tight. "It seems your first night home comes with an invitation." He handed the scroll to Naruto. The writing inside was neat, precise, and utterly devoid of warmth. "Uzumaki Naruto. Your development is of paramount interest to the security of Konoha. A preliminary assessment is required. Report to Annex 7 of the Intelligence Division at 0800 tomorrow for evaluation. Do not be late." It was unsigned. It didn't need to be. The order had come from the only place it could. Danza's route. They weren't waiting. They were testing the new walls of the Hatake compound. Testing Jiraiya's protection. Testing him. The food on the Ingawa was forgotten, growing cold. The quiet of the compound was no longer peaceful. It was the quiet before a storm. Naruto looked from the scroll to Jiraiya's furious face, then out into the dark where Kakashi had vanished. The first move of the next game had just been made. And the board was right here, inside the village he was supposed to call home. 31. The Invitation 1. Chapter 31. The Invitation 1. The scroll in Naruto's hand felt like a live thing. The parchment was smooth, the ink dark and precise, but the words seemed to pulse with a quiet, threatening energy. Do not be late. It wasn't a request. It was a command wrapped in the bland language of bureaucracy. Jiraiya snatched the scroll back, his eyes scanning the words again as if he could change them by force of will. His face, usually so expressive, had settled into hard lines. Annex 7. That's not Intelligence Division. That's a route front. A clean room in a dirty building. He crushed the scroll in his fist, the paper crackling in the quiet courtyard. He can't just summon you like a dog. Not while you're under my watch. He just did, Naruto said, his voice calm. He was looking at the spot on the wall where the kunai had struck. The throw had been perfect, silent. A demonstration of skill, and of reach. They could touch him here, in this supposed sanctuary. The message was clear, your new walls are just paper to us. Jiraiya turned on him, frustration boiling over. This isn't a theory to debate, kid. This is Dan's. You walk into that annex, and you might not walk out. Or you walk out different. They have seals, techniques, ways of bending minds, making tools. The raw fear in his voice was new, and it made the night feel colder. Naruto met his gaze. If I don't go, he wins. He proves I'm disobedient, unstable. It gives him the excuse to use more force next time, to come here with official backing. He paused, thinking it through as he spoke. If I go, I see what he wants. I learn the shape of the room. I give him nothing he can use. It's a trap. All of Konoha is a trap, Naruto replied, and the simple truth of it hung between them. This one just has a sign on the door. From the shadows of the indoor roof, a voice drifted down, lazy and flat. He's not wrong, Jiraiya-sensei. Kakashi dropped soundlessly to the ground beside them, his hands in his pockets. He looked at the crumpled scroll in Jiraiya's fist. Annex 7. Second sub-basement. Soundproofed. No official floor plans. If you scream, no one hears. His single eye shifted to Naruto. You understand what that means? Naruto nodded. He knew. He knew more than Kakashi could guess. He knew about the hexagram seal, about the empty, obedient vessel's root desired. I understand. Then you're a fool if you go, Kakashi said, but there was no malice in it, just a cold statement of fact. I'm a fool if I think hiding will make him stop, Naruto countered. He looked from Kakashi's dead-eyed stare to Jiraiya's stormy expression. He wants to measure me, to see if the tool is worth keeping, or if it needs to be recalibrated. He used their language, the cold language of tools and assets. I have to let him take his measure, and I have to make sure he measures wrong. Jiraiya was silent for a long time, staring at the ground. The anger seemed to drain out of him, leaving behind a deep, weary resolve. He knew the game. He'd played it for decades. What's your plan? He asked, the question heavy with reluctance. Naruto had been building it since he read the scroll. You can't come. Your presence is a threat, a challenge. It changes the test. He needs to see me alone. He ignored Jiraiya's immediate protest. Kakashi can't come either. But you can be close. You know the area. You know the building. I know the ventilation shafts, Kakashi offered, his tone suggesting he'd used them before for less official business. Naruto nodded. Good. If I'm not out by a certain time, you come in. Not as rescuers. As a diplomatic incident. Jiraiya-sensei, you burst in demanding to know why your apprentice is being detained without your knowledge. Cause a scene. Make it political. Dans hates political light. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead. It's risky. If they're quick, they could. They won't be quick, Naruto interrupted. He felt a strange certainty. He'll want to talk. To assess. To probe. The mind comes before the seal. He'll want to see what he's working with. He thought of the cold, calculating man from his memories of the story. Dans was a strategist. He valued intelligence. He would want to study the anomaly first. Kid, Jiraiya said, his voice rough. You can't outthink a room full of people who have been doing this since before you were born. I don't have to outthink them, Naruto said. He finally took the crumpled scroll from Jiraiya's hand, smoothing it carefully on his leg. I just have to be something they can't understand. Something that doesn't fit in their boxes. You said it yourself. What I did on the cliff was a statement. Tomorrow, I make another one. I am not a tool. I am a problem that gets worse when you poke it. The night deepened around them. The plan was set, fragile and dangerous. Jiraiya spent the next hour drilling Naruto on mental defensive exercises, basic but vital walls to keep in his thoughts. Kakashi left and returned with a rough sketch of the Annex 7 building, pointing out potential entry and exit points with a detached, professional air. When Naruto finally went to his new room, sleep was a distant idea. He sat on the thin futon, the sandalwood comb in his hand. He ran his thumb over the teeth, feeling the familiar grooves. A thing that was just a thing. A point of calm. He wasn't afraid. The feeling he examined was sharper, colder. It was the focused clarity of walking onto the cliff ledge. A problem had been presented. He would solve it. The system was quiet. It had no data for this. He lay down as the first gray light of dawn touched the window. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to steady himself. To become still, like the deep water before a stone drops. Author note: the chapter ended up being too long, so I split it into part 1 and part 2. Part 2 will be posted in about 30 minutes. 32. The Invitation 2. Chapter 31. The Invitation 2. At 0745, Naruto stood before the gate of the Hokage compound. He wore a simple, dark blue training yukata, his hair tied back neatly. He looked like a student going for a lesson. Jiraiya stood before him, a mountain of worry. Remember the exercises. Your mind is your own. Don't let them in. If you feel any pressure, any foreign chakra trying to probe, you shut it down and you walk out. Promise me. I will, Naruto said. Jiraiya gripped his shoulders, his hands firm. You come back. You hear me? You come back exactly as you are. Naruto gave a single, firm nod. That was the plan. He turned and walked through the village streets. The morning was bright, ordinary. People hurried to work. It felt surreal. He was walking to an appointment with a man who wanted to hollow him out, and the world was just going about its day. Annex 7 was an unremarkable, square building on the edge of the administrative district. It looked bland, official. He pushed the heavy door open. The inside was cold. The air smelled of antiseptic and stale paper. A lone root operative, masked and silent, stood in the bare lobby. He merely pointed down a hallway to a heavy metal door. Naruto walked to it. The door hissed open on its own as he approached, revealing a descending staircase lit by harsh, white lights. The air grew colder with each step down. When he reached the bottom, another door opened. The room was a sterile, white cube. In the center sat a single, plain chair. Across from it was a metal desk. Behind the desk sat Dan's Shimura. He was older than Naruto had pictured, but the presence was exactly as he'd imagined, a heavy, chilling pressure that filled the room. His right eye was sharp, calculating. The bandages covering his right arm and eye seemed to suck the light from the air. He didn't speak as Naruto entered. He just watched. Naruto walked to the chair and sat down. He didn't fidget. He placed his hands on his knees and waited. For a full minute, the silence stretched, broken only by the hum of the lights. Dan's was letting the environment press on him. The isolation, the cold, the implicit threat. Finally, Dan spoke. His voice was dry, precise, like pages turning in an old book. Uzumaki Naruto, you have caused a considerable amount of discussion. Naruto said nothing. He just looked back, his face calm. Your recent display of chakra manipulation was unorthodox, Dan's continued. It demonstrated a concerning lack of control, and a dangerous volatility. The Hokage believes this is a sign of progress. I believe it is a sign of a deteriorating vessel. Still, Naruto was silent. He was a pawn, reflecting back only what was shown to him. Dan's eye narrowed slightly. You do not speak. A tactic? Or are you simply incapable of understanding the gravity of your situation? I understand that I was summoned for an evaluation, Naruto said, his voice even. I am waiting to be evaluated. A flicker of something, interest or annoyance, passed behind Dan's eye. Very well. We shall begin. He lifted a hand. A seal on the wall behind him glowed, and the room's hum deepened. A suppression field. It was a gentle pressure, meant to make chakra feel sluggish, heavy. To make a Jinchuriki feel their cage. Naruto felt it. It was like a weight on his chest. He simply acknowledged it, then breathed through it, as he had breathed through the pain of his scorched coils in the forest. He didn't fight it. He accepted it as a new condition of the room. Dan's watched. Your control is better than reported. But control is not the issue. The issue is purpose. You are a unique asset to this village. Your instability is a threat to its security. My purpose is to secure that asset, to ensure it functions for Konoha, and not against it. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. The Hokage sentiment is a weakness. Jiraiya's indulgence is a danger. They see a child. I see a weapon that is not yet pointed in the right direction. I can correct that. Naruto felt a new sensation then, a subtle, invasive tickle at the edges of his mind. Not an attack, but a probe. Seeking fear, seeking anger, seeking a crack. He looked directly into Dan's sharp eye. He let the man see nothing. Not fear, not anger, just a flat, unwavering calm. He thought of the deep, still water of the forest pool. He was the surface, unbroken. The village does not need another broken weapon, Naruto said, each word clear and deliberate. It has enough of those. Dan's went very still. The psychic probe sharpened, becoming a needle of pure will trying to pierce his mental walls. Naruto held them, the exercises Jiraiya taught him forming a smooth, seamless barrier. He didn't push back. He just was solid, impenetrable. For the first time, something like surprise showed on Dan's face. It was quickly buried. Interesting, he murmured. Not resistance. Absence. His gaze grew more intense, more hungry. What are you? Naruto didn't answer. The pressure in the room increased. The suppression seal glowed brighter. The mental needle became a drill. He knew he couldn't hold this forever. He had to make his statement. Now. He slowly, deliberately, lifted his hand from his knee. He didn't form a seal. He just focused, drawing not on the volatile mix, but on the pure, refined silver-blue chakra he'd forged in the forest. In his palm, he began to construct something. It wasn't a model of the village. It wasn't a fox. It was a perfect, complex, three-dimensional replica of the 8 trigram seal that bound the 9 tails. It rotated slowly above his hand, every line, every whirl, every stress point illuminated in cool, steady light. He was showing Dan's the masterpiece prison, showing him that he understood its architecture down to the last symbol, that he lived inside it, and knew every corner. Dan's eye widened, just for an instant. The mental assault stopped. The room was silent except for the hum. Then, from the seal model in Naruto's hand, a single, thin strand of that silver-blue chakra extended. It didn't lash out. It didn't attack. It gently, precisely, touched the glowing suppression seal on the wall. The seal didn't break. It flickered. Its field stuttered for a fraction of a second, the pressure in the room wavering before it snapped back. The message was delivered. I see your walls. I know how they are built, and I can make them blink. Naruto let the model dissolve. He lowered his hand. The silence now was electric, deadly. Dan stared at him. All pretense of evaluation was gone. What looked back at him was not a child, not a weapon. It was an intellect. A sovereign will housed in a dangerous power. You are not what was expected, Dan said, his voice a low rasp. Before Naruto could respond, a distant, muffled thump echoed through the ceiling. Then another. Voices, raised but indistinct. Jireya's voice, booming with theatrical outrage. Where is my apprentice? Right on time. Danza's eye flicked upward, a flash of pure, icy fury crossing his face. He looked back at Naruto, and in that look was a promise. This was not over. It had only just begun. The evaluation is concluded, Dan said coldly. You may go. Naruto stood. He gave a small, precise nod, as if ending a business meeting. Then he turned and walked to the door. It hissed open. He didn't look back. He climbed the stairs, the sterile white light washing over him. As he reached the top, the door to the lobby burst open and Jireya stormed in, face red, two flustered root operatives trying to block his path. There you are. Jireya boomed, grabbing Naruto's arm. Come on, we're late for your actual training. I told these paper pushers you had a prior commitment. He hustled Naruto out into the blinding morning sun. The ordinary world rushed back in, loud and bright. Naruto took a deep breath of the free air. He had walked in. He had walked out. He had shown Dan's a problem that couldn't be easily solved. But as they hurried away from the bland, terrible building, he knew the truth. He had also seen the hunter's face. And the hunter was now very, very interested. The game had changed. He was no longer just a piece on the board. He had made himself the prize. 33. Notice. Hello everyone, sorry for the long hiatus. I've been preparing advanced chapters so I can maintain a stable and consistent release schedule, while also having enough time to properly focus on my main novel. Since this is a fanfiction, I also spent a lot of time rereading and rewatching the anime. There were certain details I wanted to get right, even though the story will be very different from canon. Happy New Year to all of you. Thank you for your patience and continued support. As always, please keep supporting the story with Power Stones. For every plus 100 Power Stones, I'll release one extra chapter. I'll aim to release 12 chapters per day, depending on the story's traction and your feedback. Also, I'd really appreciate it if you check out my main novel. The Genius Mage was reincarnated into a swordsman family. Today's chapter will be released in a few hours, so stay tuned. Thank you for reading, and enjoy. 34. The Hunter's Gaze. Chapter 32. The Hunter's Gaze. The morning sun felt aggressive after the sterile, white-lit halls of Annex 7. Jireya didn't speak until they were 3 blocks away. His hand was a heavy, grounding weight on Naruto's shoulder. The Sannin wasn't just walking, he was marching. His usual theatrical swagger had been replaced by a tense, predatory stillness. Naruto didn't mind the silence. He was busy. System notification, host mental integrity, stable. Threat assessment, Dan's Shimura. Status, updated. Data acquired, root suppression frequency, chakra signature variation, psychological profile. Current mental fatigue, 14%. Recommended action, sensory grounding. Naruto reached into the sleeve of his dark yukata and pulled out the sandalwood comb. The smooth wood felt cool against his palm. The faint, spicy scent acted as an anchor, pulling his focus away from the lingering vibrations of Danza's crushing chakra. He began to run the comb through his long, blonde hair. The rhythmic motion steadied his breathing. That was a mistake, Naruto, Jireya finally said. His voice was low and devoid of its usual humor. A calculated risk is one thing. Walking into Danza's parlor just to show him you can pick the locks is another. That is how people disappear. He needed to know, Naruto replied. He kept his voice flat, devoid of the adrenaline that usually followed a confrontation. If I had hidden, he would have hunted. By showing him I can disrupt his suppression seals, I changed his classification of me. I am no longer just a weapon to be seized. I am a variable he cannot fully predict. Jireya stopped in the middle of the quiet street. He looked down at the 4-year-old boy. He saw the noble, refined posture and the cold, blue eyes that held far too much weight for a child. He's a hunter, kid. You didn't just scare him. You made yourself the most interesting prey in the village. Good, Naruto said. His thumb traced the teeth of his comb. Interest breeds observation, and observation requires proximity. I would rather have him where I can see him than in the shadows. He knew the truth from his memories of the manga. Dans operated best in the dark, acting against enemies who didn't know they were being targeted. By walking into the light, by walking into Annex 7 and walking out, Naruto had forced the game into the open. They reached the Haytake compound in silence. Kakashi was there, leaning against the gate with a book in his hand, though he wasn't reading. His lone visible eye tracked them the moment they turned the corner. He took in Naruto's pristine appearance and Jireya's grim expression, then closed his book with a soft thud. I assume the evaluation went poorly, Kakashi said. It went exactly as intended, Naruto answered, walking past him toward the porch. Inside, the house was cool. It smelled of old wood and the light floral scent of the tea Kakashi had brewed earlier. Naruto sat on the ingawa, the wooden veranda, and placed his comb beside him. He needed to process the data he had harvested. The way the root operatives moved. The specific tint of Danza's malice. It was all information, and information was the only currency that mattered in this life. Analysis chamber, active. Subject, Dan's Shimura. Observation, subject utilizes a high level of psychological projection. His reliance on systemic control suggests a fear of unpredictability. Current threat level, extreme. Jireya sat down heavily beside him, the wood groaning under his weight. You've got a lot of your father in you, kid. The mind for strategy, the talent for seals, but Minato knew when to play his cards close to his chest. My father died for a village that currently houses my greatest threats, Naruto said, his gaze fixed on the small garden. I don't intend to follow his example of self-sacrifice. I want security, Jiraiya. Real security, not the kind that depends on the mercy of old men in high towers. Jiraiya sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. He looked at the boy, really looked at him. He saw the tension in Naruto's small frame. He saw the way Naruto's hand hovered near the cone, seeking comfort in a tool because he didn't know how to ask for it from a person. Seals take time, Jiraiya muttered, almost to himself. They take preparation, ink, focus. If Dan decides to stop playing games and sends an elite squad to grab you in the street, you won't have time to draw a barrier. Naruto looked down at his hands. He knew this. The Intent Ward and the Sentry Ward were passive defenses. He had no Fang. He had no way to strike back instantly. In the original story, Naruto survived on luck and the fox's chakra until he learned the Rasengan. But this Naruto couldn't rely on luck. I am working on increasing my chakra density, Naruto said defensively. I can redirect force. I can walk on water. I can. You can survive, Jiraiya interrupted. But you can't win. Not yet. The toad sage stood up. He walked into the center of the overgrown garden. He plucked a water balloon from a stray bucket Kakashi had left out, remnants of a water-walking exercise from the day before. You want security? Jiraiya asked. He held the water balloon in his palm. You want to be a force Dans can't suppress. Then you need something that is yours alone. Something that doesn't need ink, or hand seals, or the fox. Naruto watched, his analytical mind already dissecting Jiraiya's posture. He knew what was coming. He had watched this scene on a screen in a hospital bed a lifetime ago. But seeing it now, feeling the chakra gather in the air, was different. It wasn't a story. It was a lifeline. Watch, Jiraiya commanded. Chakra began to swirl in Jiraiya's palm. It wasn't the gentle flow of water walking. It was violent, turbulent. The water inside the balloon began to churn, distorting the rubber. It spun faster and faster, a contained hurricane in the palm of a hand. Pop. The balloon burst. Water splashed onto the dry stones, but the chakra didn't dissipate. It lingered for a second, a spinning sphere of pure, condensed power, before fading. Naruto stared. He knew the theory. He knew the steps. Rotation, power, containment. But seeing it performed by a master was a revelation. It was the ultimate expression of shape manipulation. That wasn't a seal, Naruto whispered. No, Jiraiya said, shaking the water off his hand. He looked at Naruto, his eyes filled with a mixture of pride and deep, sorrowful memory. That is the legacy of the fourth Hokage. It took him 3 years to create it. He never finished it. But he left it for us. Jiraiya walked back to the porch and tossed a fresh, dry water balloon into Naruto's lap. It's called the Rasengan, Jiraiya said, his voice serious. It's an A-rank jutsu. It's dangerous. It's difficult. And if you master it, you'll be holding a typhoon in your hand. He grinned, the expression finally reaching his eyes. Your father created it, Naruto. Now, I'm going to teach you how to use it. 35, Genius. Chapter 33, Genius. The water balloon sat heavy and cool in Naruto's palm. It was a simple thing. A child's toy. A flimsy skin of red rubber filled with tap water. To anyone else, it looked like a prank waiting to happen. To Naruto, it looked like a physics problem. Spin it, Jiraiya said. He was leaning against the porch post, arms crossed, watching with a gaze that was half teacher, half hawk. Don't just agitate the water. Make it rotate. Create a typhoon inside that rubber until the pressure is too great for the skin to hold. Naruto looked at the balloon. He knew the theory. He had watched the anime in a hospital bed, years ago, and a lifetime away. He knew the 3 steps, rotation, power, and containment. He knew that the original Naruto had struggled for weeks with this, using both hands, fighting his own chaotic focus. But Aiden's mind wasn't chaotic. It was a library of filed data. He closed his eyes. Quest active, mastery of rotation. Current status, phase 1. Analyzing fluid dynamics. He didn't need the system to tell him how water moved. He needed his chakra to listen. He pushed a pulse of energy into the balloon. The water sloshed. It wobbled, distorting the red rubber, but it didn't pop. It just felt like a bag of angry jelly. Too rigid, Kakashi's voice drifted from the shadows of the garden. The copy ninja was sitting on a large rock, reading his orange book, but his single eye was fixed on Naruto's hand. You're trying to punch the water from the inside. You need to stir it. Naruto ignored him. He focused on the sensation. His chakra was heavy. It was dense, weighed down by the massive reserves of the Uzumaki bloodline and the bottomless ocean of the Nine Tails. Trying to make it spin specifically and delicately was like trying to thread a needle with a rope. He tried again. This time, he visualized the stream in the forest. The way the water curled around rocks. Turbulence. Friction. He sent a stream of chakra clockwise. Then, he sent a second stream counterclockwise, grinding them against each other in the center of the balloon. The rubber stretched. It groaned under the strain. The water inside began to hiss, a low, angry sound. Pop. It didn't explode. It just tore. A small leak sprung from the side, squirting water onto Naruto's dark yukata. Fail, Jiraiya said, though he didn't sound disappointed. You pierced it. You made a needle, not a bomb. Try again. Naruto stared at the leaking balloon. He felt a flash of irritation, hot and sharp. He knew how this worked. He knew the answer. Why couldn't his hands do what his brain commanded? Observation, chakra density is too high for fine manipulation. Suggestion, reduce output volume, increase velocity. He tossed the broken balloon aside and grabbed a fresh one from the bucket. He sat on the edge of the ingawa. The sun moved across the sky, marking the hours. He went through 10 balloons. Then 20. His hand grew cold and numb from the water. His chakra pathways began to ache with the repetitive strain of the rotation. He wasn't tired. He was annoyed. I am not the original, he thought, his thumb digging into the rubber skin of the 21st balloon. I don't have time to be an idiot savant. I need to be efficient. But you are trying to muscle it, Kurama's voice rumbled in his head, dripping with lazy amusement. You treat your chakra like a hammer. Water does not fear a hammer. It fears the whirlpool. Naruto paused. The whirlpool. He thought back to the cliff, to the bear, to the principle of redirection. He hadn't stopped the bear's force, he had taken it and spun it. He looked at the water balloon. He stopped trying to force the water to spin. Instead, he reached out with his chakra and grabbed the water itself, latching onto the liquid molecules. He didn't push. He pulled. He pulled the water at the bottom of the balloon up, and the water at the top down. He created a chaotic, multi-directional storm in the space of 3 inches. The balloon didn't just wobble this time. It convulsed. The rubber expanded, stretching thin, turning translucent as the water inside was forced outward by centrifugal force. Naruto grit his teeth. He felt the resistance. The water wanted to stay still. The rubber wanted to hold its shape. Break, he commanded silently. He poured more chakra in, not more volume, but faster. He spun the energy until he could feel the friction heating up the cold water. Bam! The explosion was sudden and violent. The balloon didn't just tear, it vanished, shredded into confetti. A sphere of water hung in the air for a fraction of a second, held there by the sheer velocity of the spin, before splashing down onto the wooden boards. Silence filled the courtyard. Jiraiya uncrossed his arms. He looked at the wet spot on the floor, then at the sky. The sun hadn't even set yet. It was late afternoon. Minato took 3 days to figure out the rotation, Jiraiya said softly. He had to watch a cat play with a ball of yarn to get the idea. Naruto wiped his wet hand on his dry yukata. He felt a quiet, cold satisfaction settling in his chest. It wasn't joy. It was the feeling of a lock clicking open. I had better teachers, Naruto said. Kakashi closed his book with a snap. He stood up and walked over to the porch, looking down at the small boy. The eye that usually looked bored was wide, alert. You didn't use 2 hands, Kakashi noted. Most people need the second hand to contain the rotation until they master it. You did it with 1. My other hand was busy, Naruto said simply, patting the pocket where he kept his comb. Quest update, Mastery of Rotation. Phase 1 complete. Jiraiya reached into his pouch. He didn't look happy. He looked like a man who had bought a wolf pup thinking it was a dog, and was now watching it bite through a steel chain. He tossed something to Naruto. It bounced on the wooden floor with a heavy, dull thud. It was a rubber ball. Solid. Thick. Phase 2, Jiraiya said, his voice serious. Pop that. Naruto picked it up. It was heavy. There was no water inside to slush around. No easy fluid dynamics to exploit. This was about raw power. It was about forcing something solid to act like a liquid through sheer, overwhelming density. The water balloon is about rotation, Jiraiya explained, sitting down next to him. The rubber ball is about power. You have to fill it with so much chakra, spinning so fast, that you force the rubber to expand beyond its limit. It's 100 times harder than the water. Naruto squeezed the ball. It was hard as a rock. Good, Naruto said. He closed his eyes. He didn't wait. He didn't rest. He poured his chakra into the ball immediately. He tried to use the same trick as the water balloon. He visualized the whirlpool. He pulled and pushed. Nothing happened. The ball vibrated slightly, but it didn't expand. The chakra just leaked out of the rubber, dissipating into the air. Analysis, density insufficient. Chakra is permeating the material rather than pressurizing it. He needed more. He needed to make his chakra thick enough to hit the rubber like a physical fist. He reached deeper. He didn't just tap his own reserves. He brushed against the seal. He didn't draw on the red chakra, not yet, but he drew on the pressure of it. He used the weight of the Nine-Tails presence to compress his own energy, packing it tighter and tighter until his hand began to glow with a faint, erratic blue light. The rubber ball hissed. Smoke began to curl from Naruto's palm. The friction was burning the rubber. Easy. Jiraiya warned, reaching out. You'll burn your hand off, kid. Naruto didn't stop. He felt the pain, the heat searing his palm, but he pushed it into the sensory buffer partition of his mind. Pain was just data. He focused on the ball. He could feel the internal structure of the rubber weakening. He pushed harder. Spin. Faster. Harder. The ball shook violently in his hand. It was fighting him. It was a battle of wills between a boy and a piece of rubber. Crack. A sound like a gunshot rang through the garden. Naruto gasped and dropped the ball. It hadn't popped. But there was a split in it, a jagged tear running down the side, smoking and hot. His hand was red, blistered, and shaking. Jiraiya stared at the split ball. He picked it up, examining the tear. It wasn't a clean pop. It was a brute force rupture. You cracked it, Jiraiya whispered. You didn't pop it with pressure. You tore it open with sheer density. He looked at Naruto. The boy was cradling his burned hand, his face pale, sweat beading on his forehead. But his blue eyes were burning with a terrifying, cold light. It didn't pop, Naruto said, his voice trembling with exhaustion. It failed. You've been holding it for 5 minutes, Kakashi said, his voice losing all traces of laziness. It took me a month to get a rubber ball to even wobble. Naruto looked at his damaged hand. The system was flashing warnings about tissue damage and chakra exhaustion. He ignored them. He looked at the split ball in Jiraiya's hand. He understood now. The Rasengan wasn't just a technique. It was a miniature Baijuya bomb. It was shape manipulation taken to its absolute, violent limit. He looked up at his teachers. Give me another one, Naruto said. Jiraiya hesitated. Naruto, your hand. Please, give me another one, he repeated. Jiraiya slowly reached into his pouch and pulled out a fresh rubber ball. He handed it to the boy. Naruto took it with his uninjured hand. He didn't start immediately. He sat there, breathing, holding the ball, analyzing the failure. He didn't need to be stronger. He needed to be denser. He needed to be sharper. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, plunging the garden into twilight, the two jonin watched the 4-year-old boy. They didn't see a prankster. They didn't see a hero. They saw a genius who would break his own bones to solve a puzzle. And for the first time, Jiraiya wondered if he was teaching a savior, or if he was simply sharpening a blade that would one day cut the world in half. A/N. Hey guys, please support the story with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I will release an extra chapter. 36, Genius, 2. Chapter 34, Genius, 2. The moon was high now, casting long, pale shadows across the haytake garden. The only sound was the wet, rhythmic thud of the fountain and the ragged breathing of a 4-year-old boy. Naruto sat cross-legged on the porch. The fresh rubber ball was in his hand. His skin was raw, red and blistering where the chakra burns had torn through, but steam was already rising from the wounds. The Uzumaki vitality, boosted by the demon in his gut, was knitting the flesh back together before the blood could even dry. He didn't look at his hand. He looked at the ball. Crack, not pop, he thought, his mind replaying the failure on a loop. I treated it like a stone to be crushed. But the objective isn't destruction. It's expansion. Analysis. Structural integrity of rubber requires uniform pressure. Previous attempt utilized directional force. Result, rupture. Goal, inflation. He needed to be everywhere inside the ball at once. Jiraiya watched from the railing, a cup of sake in his hand. He hadn't moved for an hour. Kakashi had vanished into the house, perhaps to sleep, perhaps to watch from a darker corner. You're trying to drown it, Jiraiya said softly. You're pouring so much chakra in that there's no room for the energy to move. It's just a solid block of power. You need to give it space to spin. Naruto paused. Space. He closed his eyes. He visualized the interior of the rubber ball not as a solid void to be filled, but as a room. He didn't need to pack the room with furniture. He needed to fill it with wind. He drew on his chakra again. This time, he didn't compress it. He spun it thin. He created a web of high-velocity threads inside the rubber shell, thousands of them, spinning in a chaotic, multidirectional frenzy. He pushed them outward, painting the inside of the rubber with pure friction. The ball vibrated. It didn't shake violently like before. It hummed. A low, dangerous sound like a hive of angry hornets. That is better, Kurama's voice curled through his mind. You are finally learning that power is not just weight, it is speed. Naruto gritted his teeth. The burn in his palm returned, sharper this time. The rubber was heating up, expanding. He felt the material stretching, thinning, reaching its yield point. He didn't pull back. He pushed. Pop. It wasn't a gunshot this time. It was a clean, sharp explosion. The rubber ball disintegrated, blasting shreds of hot material outward. A shockwave of air rippled through the garden, knocking the empty sake cup from the railing. Jiraiya caught the cup before it hit the ground. He looked at the boy. Naruto opened his hand. It was empty. Scorch marks traced his fingers, but the ball was gone. Phase 2, Naruto said, his voice hoarse. Complete. He didn't wait for praise. He turned his head, his blue eyes locking onto Jiraiya. The third step. Jiraiya set the cup down. The playful glint was gone from his eyes. He looked tired, and wary. You've been at this for 6 hours, the sage said. Your hand looks like hamburger meat. Even Jonin-level ninjas would take a week to master the power stage. You did it in an evening. I am efficient, Naruto replied. He stood up, his legs trembling slightly with exhaustion. He ignored the weakness. The third step, Jiraiya. Jiraiya reached into his pouch. He pulled out a small, ordinary balloon. It wasn't filled with water. It was filled with air. This is the last one, Jiraiya said, holding it up. And it's the hardest. You have the rotation. You have the power. Now you have to combine them. He tossed the balloon to Naruto. It felt light as a feather. If you use the power you just used on the rubber ball, Jiraiya warned, you'll pop this before you even start. If you use the rotation from the water balloon, it won't be strong enough to maintain shape. You have to create a shell of chakra to hold the typhoon in place. You have to be the balloon. Naruto held the small object. It was fragile, weak. Containment. This was his specialty. He had lived his entire second life containing things. He contained Aiden's memories. He contained the system's cold logic. He contained the Nine-Tails' rage. He contained the village's hatred. I am a cage, he thought, looking at the fragile skin of the balloon. Now I just have to build one out of air. He focused. He didn't need to experiment this time. He knew the feeling. He remembered the feeling of the suppression seal Dan's had used, the feeling of his own intent ward. He began to spin the chakra in his palm. Fast, violent. But around it, he wove a second layer. A dense, static skin of energy. A barrier. The balloon wobbled and distorted as the air inside it churned. It didn't pop. Sweat ran down Naruto's nose. This was harder than the rubber ball. The rubber ball fought back. The air balloon just surrendered. He had to be the structure. He had to be the wall. Warning, chakra control limits approaching. Neural strain at 85%. He pushed the warning aside into a partitioned room of his mind. He focused on the shape. A sphere. Perfect. Unbroken. He poured more power in. The rotation screamed in his hand, a high-pitched whine. The air inside the balloon was spinning so fast it was creating a vacuum, pulling the skin inward while the centrifugal force pushed it out. Balance. He's compressing it. Kakashi's voice came from the doorway. He was leaning there again, his eye wide. He's not just maintaining the shape. He's compressing the density. Jiraiya stepped forward, his eyes locked on Naruto's hand. The balloon began to glow. A faint, swirling blue light emanated from inside the rubber. Naruto felt the limit. The balloon was going to burst. The container was too weak for the contents. So he removed the container. With a sharp intake of breath, Naruto clawed his fingers and ripped the balloon away. Logic dictated the air should dissipate. Physics dictated the energy should scatter. But it didn't. For 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a swirling, violent sphere of blue chakra hung in Naruto's palm. It was rough. It was unstable. It looked less like a ball and more like a captured storm, jagged and wild. But it held. The wind in the garden died. The sound of the fountain seemed to stop. The only thing in the world was the roar of the chakra in the boy's hand. Naruto looked at it. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It was pure, unadulterated power, held in check by nothing but his will. Quest complete, mastery of rotation. Skill acquired, Rasengan, imperfect, dot. Proficiency, level 1. He let the chakra fade. The sphere dissolved into a gust of wind that ruffled his bangs. Naruto fell to his knees. His chakra reserves, usually bottomless, felt hollowed out. Not empty, but shocked. He had forced a river through a straw. Jiraiya was there in an instant, catching him before he hit the wood. The large man lowered him gently, his hand checking Naruto's pulse. You idiot, Jiraiya breathed, but his voice was thick with awe. You absolute, stubborn idiot. Naruto looked up at his teacher. His vision was blurring at the edges. Did I pass? Jiraiya looked at the burned, trembling hand, then at Naruto's face. He looked at the boy who had learned an A-rank jutsu in a single day, a feat that defied every rule of ninja training. Yeah, Jiraiya whispered. You passed. You passed too well. Naruto closed his eyes, letting the darkness take him. He needed to sleep. He needed to file this data. As his breathing leveled out, Jiraiya stood up. He looked at Kakashi. The copy ninja was staring at the spot where the Rasengan had been, his single eye cold and hard. That wasn't the Rasengan, Kakashi said quietly. It was, Jiraiya replied, his face grim. But it was different. Minato's Rasengan was smooth. Perfect rotation. He looked down at the sleeping boy. The kid's chakra, it's heavy, dense. When he spun it, I saw it. Jiraiya looked at his own hand, remembering the feeling of the air vibrating. He didn't just rotate the chakra, Kakashi. He was grinding it. Like millstones. Kakashi looked at the boy, really looked at him. A weapon that grinds, he murmured. That fits him. Jiraiya turned to look at the moon. He's 4 years old. And he just mastered the shape manipulation that took the 4th Hokage 3 years. He's a genius, Kakashi said. No, Jiraiya replied, a chill running down his spine that had nothing to do with the night air. Genius is learning the rules faster than anyone else. This. He looked at the small, sleeping figure who clutched a comb in his sleep even now. This is someone who is rewriting the rules entirely. And I'm starting to wonder if we're raising a Hokage, or something that will eat the Kage for breakfast. From the shadows of the garden wall, a single leaf fell, sliced cleanly in half by the lingering wind of the boy's jutsu. And high above, in the darkness of the village, a single eye snapped open in a room full of roots. He is ready. A/N. Hey guys, please support the story with power stones. For every 50 power stones, I will release an extra chapter. 37. The Softest Thread. Chapter 35. The Softest Thread. The morning after the Rasengan training, Naruto's hand was whole. The skin was pink and fresh, knitting together with a speed that would have terrified a normal medic. The blisters were gone. The charred flesh was a memory. But the phantom heat remained, a ghost sensation of holding a miniature typhoon in his palm. He sat on the ingwa, flexing his fingers. System notification, cellular regeneration complete. Chakra pathway durability increased by 2%. He dismissed the notification. He didn't need numbers to tell him he was getting stronger. He needed to know if he was strong enough. The gate creaked. It wasn't Jiraiya returning from his morning research, nor was it Kakashi drifting in like a silver ghost. It was a hesitant, polite sound. Naruto looked up. Standing at the entrance to the Haytake compound was Ujo. She looked out of place against the mossy, imposing stone walls of the clan estate. She wore her simple medic's uniform, her face lined with the same gentle worry he remembered from the orphanage. In her hands, she held a small basket covered in a cloth. "Naruto-kun." She called out softly. I heard you were staying here now." Naruto stood up. For the first time in days, his movement wasn't a combat stance or a training drill. It was just a boy walking toward a guest. "Ujo-san," he said. She hurried over, her eyes scanning him frantically. She didn't look at the seal, or his chakra levels. She looked at the dark circles under his eyes, the dust on his yukata, and the way he held his right hand slightly protectively against his side. "The matron said you were gone," she said, setting the basket down on the porch. Then the whispers started, "about the Hokage moving you. I was worried." She reached out, her hand hovering near his cheek. "You look tired. Are they feeding you? Are you sleeping?" Naruto froze. The system usually categorized touch as a threat or a transaction. With Jiraiya, touch was instruction, a correction of posture, a clap on the shoulder. With Kakashi, it was a test. But Ujo's hand settled on his cheek, cool and dry. Analysis, no hostile intent. No chakra manipulation. Subject pulse, elevated, anxiety. Origin of anxiety, concern for host. She wasn't scared of him. She was scared for him. "I am eating," Naruto said. His voice felt strange, smaller than it had been when he shouted at the cliff. "Jiraiya-sensei makes stew." "Stew isn't enough for a growing boy," she scolded gently, uncovering the basket. Inside were rice balls, pickled plums, and a small jar of ointment. "And I brought more herbal salve. For bumps and scrapes." She knew. She didn't know about the Rasengan or the cliff, but she knew that a boy living with shinobis would get hurt. "Sit," she ordered, patting the wooden floor. It was the same tone she used when he was an infant. Well, he was still an infant. It was the kind of tone that brooked no argument, because it was wrapped in kindness. Naruto sat. He turned his back to her, instinctively reaching into his sleeve to pull out the sandalwood comb she had given him. "You still have it," she whispered. He could hear the smile in her voice. "It is effective," Naruto said. "Give it here." She took the comb. Her hands began to work through his long, golden hair. The rhythm was familiar. It pulled him back from the edge of the tactical precipice he lived on. It grounded him. Jiraiya watched from the roof, hidden by the tiles. Kakashi was in the tree line. Both men stayed silent, their chakras suppressed to zero. They watched the most dangerous child in the village melt. Naruto's shoulders dropped an inch. Then another. He closed his eyes. The system's constant stream of data, wind velocity, chakra signatures, threat assessments, seemed to quiet down. "Your hair is getting so long," Ujo murmured. "Like silk." My Daichi, his hair was coarse. Hard to comb. He used to hate it. Daichi, her son, the one who died. He would have liked this garden, she continued, her voice drifting. He liked bugs. He would have been chasing cicadas by now. Naruto opened his eyes. He looked at the overgrown garden of the Haytake compound. He saw the wild grass, the unkempt bushes. "I can clear it," Naruto said. "The garden." Ujo paused in her combing. "That's a big job for a little one." "I am strong," he stated. "I know you are," she said sadly. She resumed the rhythmic stroke of the comb. "That's what worries me. Strong boys get sent to dangerous places. I just want you to have quiet moments. Like this." Quiet moments. Naruto thought about the normal life Jiraiya and the Hokage spoke of. They spoke of it as a reward for service. Go to the academy, serve the village, and maybe you get a happy ending. But Ujo was giving it to him now. For free. She finished braiding his hair, tying it off with a practiced hand. She turned him around and inspected his face, then his hands. She saw the fresh, pink skin on his palm where the Rasengan had burned him. Her breath hitched. She didn't ask what jutsu did it. She didn't ask about the Ninetales healing factor. She just opened the jar of ointment and began to apply it with infinite care, her brow furrowed. "Be careful, Naruto-kun," she whispered. "Please. Skin heals, but scars add up." "I will be careful," he said. It was a lie. He couldn't afford to be careful. He had to be efficient. But as he looked at her bent head, at the graying hairs mixed in with the brown, he felt a new variable enter his calculations. Point 1. New parameter identified, asset protection. Subject, Ujo. Status, civilian/medic. Vulnerability, extreme. She was a weakness. An exposed flank. If Dans wanted to hurt him, he couldn't break Naruto's body. He couldn't break his mind. But he could break this. A cold chill that had nothing to do with the wind swept through the garden. Naruto looked over Yujeo's shoulder, toward the village walls. He saw the piece of the moment for what it really was, a hostage situation waiting to happen. "Thank you," he said, and this time, the words were heavy. "For the food. And the comb." Yujeo smiled, patting his cheek one last time. "I'll come back in a few days. To check the binding. Don't let that loud oaf Jiraiya feed you only dried meat, you hear?" She stood up and gathered her things. Naruto watched her walk down the path and out the gate. When she was gone, Jiraiya dropped down from the roof. The Sannin didn't make a joke. He didn't comment on the hair. He looked at the gate where Yujeo had vanished, his expression grim. "She's a nice woman," Jiraiya said. "She is a civilian," Naruto replied, his voice back to its flat, analytical baseline. "She has no real chakra training." "She cares about you," Jiraiya countered. "I know." Naruto looked down at his hand, smelling the herbal ointment she had applied. "That is why she is in danger." Jiraiya looked at his student. He wanted to tell him he was paranoid. He wanted to say the village protected its own. But he knew Dan's. He knew the foundation. And he knew that a weapon with a human heart was easier to control than a weapon with only logic. "We'll keep an eye on her," Jiraiya promised. "I'll have a toad watch her house." Naruto nodded, but the cold knot in his stomach didn't loosen. A toad wasn't enough. Jiraiya couldn't be everywhere. Kakashi was broken. The Hokage was tired. If he wanted to keep the one soft thing in his life from being trampled, he couldn't just be a genius student learning in a garden. He needed to know how the darkness worked. He needed to know how the people who made people disappear operated. He picked up a stone from the garden path. He didn't redirect it. He crushed it, dust sifting through his fingers. "Be happy," his mother had said. "I will," Naruto thought, watching the dust fall. "But first, I have to make sure no one can take it away." From the shadows, Kakashi watched the boy crush the stone. He saw the shift in posture. The boy wasn't just training anymore. He was planning a war. P.S. For those who had not realized it yet, this Yujeo is not Yujeo Azuki. 38. The Friction of Change. Chapter 36. The Friction of Change. The sound in the garden had changed. It was no longer the sharp pop of rubber or the splash of water. It was a low, persistent thrum, like the vibration of 1,000 hornets trapped in a jar. Naruto stood in the center of the training ground, his right hand held out. Above his palm, the blue sphere of the Rasengan churned. It wasn't the smooth, polished marble of Minato's design. It was jagged. The surface flickered with tiny, violent sparks of chakra that ground against each other. Skill update, Rasengan, imperfect. Current optimization, 42%. Analysis, shape stability is high. Friction efficiency is increasing. Internal turbulence remains disorganized. "You're overthinking the spin," Jiraiya called out from the porch. He was nursing a cup of tea, his eyes narrowed as he watched the boy. "You're trying to control every single thread of chakra. Let the rotation do the work, Naruto. If you try to pilot every drop of water in a whirlpool, you'll drown." "Complexity is just a series of managed variables," Naruto replied. His voice was strained. Sweat rolled down his temple. "If I let the rotation be random, the energy is wasted. I want the friction to be focused on the impact point." He wasn't just trying to copy his father's technique. He knew from his memories of the future that the Rasengan was essentially a half-finished masterpiece. It was a container for something greater. While the original Naruto would eventually add wind nature to it, Aiden wanted to perfect the base first. He wanted it to be a grinder, not just a blunt force object. With a sharp grunt, he thrust his hand forward, slamming the sphere into a thick wooden training post. The impact didn't just break the wood. The Rasengan bit into it. The jagged rotation acted like a circular saw, chewing through the fibers with a screeching sound before the sphere finally destabilized and exploded. The post was shredded. Not just snapped in half, but turned into fine sawdust at the point of contact. Naruto took a step back, his hand trembling. His chakra pathways felt like they were lined with hot sand. "That's enough for today," Jiraiya said, standing up. "You're going to burn out your coils before you're 5 years old." "I have the reserves," Naruto said, though his breathing was heavy. "It's not about the gas in the tank, kid. It's about the engine. Even the Uzumaki have limits on how much heat they can handle." The gate creaked open then. Naruto's posture immediately shifted. The cold, analytical focus vanished, replaced by a forced, quiet stillness. It was Yujeo. She was carrying a smaller basket today and a wide-brimmed straw hat. She stopped at the edge of the clearing, her eyes widening as she saw the shredded training post and the smoke rising from Naruto's hand. "Oh, Naruto-kun," she sighed, hurrying over. She didn't look at Jiraiya, who gave her a respectful nod. She went straight to Naruto, reaching out to take his hand. "You're at it again. Look at this." She pulled a small jar of cool salve from her apron. "I brought some dango from the shop near the hospital," she said, her voice a soothing contrast to the violent humming that had filled the air moments ago. "And I thought, well, the sun is getting quite hot. I thought you might like a hat for when you're working in the garden." Naruto let her apply the salve. The cooling sensation was an immediate relief to his scorched nerves. "The garden is nearly clear," Naruto said. He looked toward the corner of the compound where he had spent his rest hours pulling weeds and rearranging the stones. "It looks beautiful," Yujeo said, smiling. She placed the straw hat on his head, adjusting the chin strap. There. Now you look like a proper little gardener, not a soldier. Naruto felt the weight of the hat. It was light, made of dried grass, but it felt heavier than the Rasengan. It was another anchor. Another thread connecting him to a life he wasn't sure he was allowed to have. Subject pulse, stable. Emotional resonance, positive. Observation, host's heart rate has decreased by 12 bpm. Stress hormones are receding. Stay for tea, Yujeo-san, Jiraiya invited, moving toward the kitchen. The brat has done enough damage to the scenery for one morning. They sat on the porch. For an hour, the world of shinobi politics and lethal jutsu felt miles away. Yujeo talked about the hospital, about a cat that had moved into the clinic's rafters, and about the gossip of the civilian market. Naruto listened, eating the dango slowly. He didn't contribute much to the conversation, but his eyes never left her. He was mapping her. The way her eyes crinkled when she laughed. The way she moved her hands. He was recording a person who existed entirely outside the logic of the system. You're very quiet today, Naruto-kun, Yujeo said, leaning closer. Is the training too hard? You don't have to do all this so fast, you know. I have to, Naruto said. He looked at the mangled training post. Strength is the only thing that ensures the quiet stays quiet. Yujeo's smile faded into something sadder. She reached out and smoothed a stray lock of hair behind his ear. You sound so much like a man who has lost everything, but you're just starting. I don't intend to lose anything, Naruto replied. When she eventually left, the silence that returned to the compound felt heavier than before. Naruto stood at the gate, watching her walk down the street until she turned the corner. He stayed there for a long time. You're getting attached, Jiraiya said, leaning against the gatepost. He wasn't teasing. His voice was heavy with caution. She is an asset, Naruto said. The lie felt thin, even to him. She's a person, Naruto. And in this village, for someone like you, a person is a target. I know. Naruto turned back toward the training ground. He didn't go to the porch. He went back to the center of the clearing. He held out his hand again. He thought about the way Yujeo's hands had trembled slightly when she saw the smoke. She was afraid of the violence, even if she wasn't afraid of him. He needed to be faster. He needed to make the Rasengan perfect. If he could create a defense that was absolute, then he wouldn't have to worry about the shadows. He focused. The blue light flared again. More rotation, he commanded himself. Don't just spin it. Grind it. Make the air itself scream. Warning, neural strain increasing. Recommended rest period, 4 hours. Ignore, Naruto thought. He spent the next 3 days in a blur of blue light and shredded wood. He stopped using balloons. He started using stones. He would hold a river stone in his hand and try to disintegrate it from the inside out without the sphere exploding. By the end of the 3rd day, the garden was a graveyard of pulverized rock and wood. His hands were permanently stained with the smell of ozone and burnt rubber. Kakashi watched from the roof, his expression unreadable. He had seen geniuses before. He had been one. But Naruto didn't train like a child trying to learn a skill. He trained like a man trying to outrun a fire. On the 4th day, Yujeo didn't come at her usual time. Naruto stood by the gate, his hat pulled low over his eyes. The sun was setting, painting the village in shades of bruised purple and orange. The system sat silent in his mind, but his internal clock was ticking. She was 40 minutes late. She probably just had a long shift at the clinic, Jiraiya said, though he was standing closer to the gate than usual. Naruto didn't answer. He felt a prickle at the back of his neck. It wasn't a chakra signature he recognized. It was just an absence. A gap in the expected pattern of the world. He looked at his hand. The skin was healed, but the memory of the heat remained. He realized then that he had spent days trying to improve a weapon, but a weapon was only useful if you knew where to point it. And the people he was truly fighting didn't stand in front of training posts. I'm going for a walk, Naruto said. Naruto. Jiraiya started. I'm just going to the market, Naruto said, his voice cold and level. I want to see the lights. He walked out the gate before Jiraiya could stop him. He didn't head for the market. He headed for the hospital district. He moved with a quiet, ghost-like efficiency, his small frame blending into the evening shadows. He needed to see her. He needed to confirm that the world was still following the rules he had set. But as he approached the street where Yujeo lived, he saw a black bird perched on a lamppost. Its eyes were fixed on her door. It wasn't a normal bird. Its chakra was stagnant, artificial. A root messenger. Naruto stopped in the shadows, his heart rate spiking. He didn't move. He didn't flare his chakra. He just watched the bird. The warning was clear. Dan's wasn't making a move yet. He was just showing Naruto that he was watching. He was showing him that the garden walls of the Hatake compound were made of paper. Naruto turned back, his face a mask of stone. He didn't go to the clinic. He went back to the compound. He found Jiraiya and Kakashi in the kitchen. I've changed my mind about the academy, Naruto said, startling them both. What? Jiraiya asked. I thought you said it was a waste of your time. It is, Naruto said. He looked at his hands, then at the 2 men who represented the light of the village. But before I go there, I need to finish my education in other areas. He looked Jiraiya in the eye. I need to know how they do it. The shadows. How they watch without being seen. How they threaten without saying a word. He took off the straw hat and placed it carefully on the table. I'm going to talk to Dan's tomorrow. And this time, I'm not going to walk out until I've learned how to break his system from the inside. 39. The Weight of a Name. Chapter 37. The Weight of a Name. The kitchen light flickered, casting long, wavering shadows against the walls. The smell of Jiraiya's herbal tea was thick in the air, but the warmth of the room had vanished the moment Naruto finished speaking. Jiraiya stood frozen, the teapot still gripped in his large, scarred hand. Across the table, Kakashi had gone perfectly still, his lone visible eye fixed on Naruto with a look of profound, silent alarm. I'm going to tell you one more time that I didn't hear you correctly, Jiraiya said. His voice was dangerously low, the kind of tone he used just before a fight started. Because what I thought I heard was the son of Minato Namikaze asking to walk into the slaughterhouse. I am not asking to be slaughtered, Naruto said, his voice flat and steady. I am asking for an apprenticeship in the only place that can teach me what I actually need to know. We've been over this, Naruto, Jiraiya snapped, finally setting the teapot down with a sharp clack. 3 days ago, we sat on the porch and talked about the academy. I told you that in a few months, you'd be enrolling. You'd be with kids your own age. You'd be learning the basics, building a foundation. I thought we had an understanding. We had a conversation, Naruto corrected him. I didn't agree that the academy was the best use of my time. The academy teaches children how to be patriots. It teaches them how to follow orders and throw shuriken at wooden blocks. It does not teach them how to identify a root operative who is watching their home. It doesn't teach them how to neutralize a threat before it even draws a blade. He thought of Ujeo. He thought of the bird on the lamppost and the subtle, lingering scent of Danza's influence that seemed to permeate the very air of the village. Dan's is a wolf, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto continued, his eyes meeting the Sunin's without flinching. You are trying to teach me how to be a lion. But a lion in a cage is still a trophy. To beat a wolf, you have to know how the pack moves. You have to know the scent of the den. You are 4 years old. Jiraiya roared, his frustration finally boiling over. He slammed a hand onto the wooden table, making the cups rattle. You have no idea what they do down there. They don't just teach you how to hide in shadows, Naruto. They take your name. They take your face. They take the part of you that makes you human, and they cut it out until there's nothing left but a void. They cannot take what I do not give them, Naruto said. They won't ask for your permission. Jiraiya stepped around the table, his massive presence filling the small space. Dan's has been salivating over the chance to get his hands on the Nine Tails since the day you were born. If you walk in there, he will find a way to leash you. He will put a seal on your tongue, a seal on your heart, and he will turn you into a ghost. I promised your father I would look after you. I will not be the one who handed his son to the devil. Kakashi spoke up, his voice a quiet, jarring contrast to Jiraiya's anger. Naruto, listen to him. I've worked alongside Root. I've seen the kids they bring out of that specialized training center. They don't have eyes. They have glass. They don't feel pain, but they don't feel joy either. Is that what you want? To never feel the sun on your face because you're too busy calculating the wind speed for a kill. Naruto looked at Kakashi, then back at Jiraiya. He knew they were right from their perspective. They saw him as a child who needed protection. They saw the will of fire and the dream of a happy life. But he had the memories of a man who had seen the end of the story. He knew the wars that were coming. He knew about the Akatsuki, about the Uchiha massacre, about the pain that was going to tear this village apart. A normal childhood was a luxury he couldn't afford if he wanted to survive the future. I am not going there forever, Naruto said, his tone shifting into something more calculated. 3 months. That is my limit. 1 season in the dark to learn their language, their tactics, and their network. I want the scrolls on psychological warfare and silent killing. I want to know how the Foundation operates so that they can never use those tactics against me or the people I care about. He paused, his blue eyes hardening. If I go to the academy now, I am a target that everyone can see. If I spend 3 months in the center, I become the one doing the watching. When I finally join the academy after those 3 months, I won't be a defenseless boy. I'll be a predator in a room full of sheep. No one will be able to touch me, not even Dan's. Jiraiya shook his head, his face pale with a mixture of grief and fury. You're talking like a machine, Naruto. Who taught you to think like this? Was it the fox? Is that thing whispering in your ear? He is blaming me. Kurama's voice rumbled with a dark, mocking laugh in the back of Naruto's mind. Tell the old fool that his own village is the one that sharpened your teeth. The fox has nothing to do with this, Naruto said. This is logic. To have a normal life later, I have to be strong enough to protect it now. If I can't protect a single medic in this village without you or Kakashi standing over my shoulder, then I have already failed. We won't let you do it, Jiraiya said, his voice trembling. I'll go to the Hokage. I'll tell him I'm taking you out of the village tonight. We'll go to Mount Mayaboku. You can train with the toads until you're 20 for all I care, but you are not going into that hole. Naruto didn't argue. He knew that words were no longer effective. Jiraiya was acting on emotion, on a desperate need to preserve the memory of his student, Minato. Naruto turned and walked toward the door. Where are you going? Jiraiya barked. To the garden, Naruto said. I need to think. He walked out into the cool night air. The Haytake compound was quiet, the trees casting long, skeletal shadows across the grass. He walked to the center of the clearing where he had practiced the Rasengan, but he didn't stop there. He walked to the edge of the stone wall, looking toward the dense woods that bordered the estate. He didn't have to wait long. The air shifted. It wasn't a wind. It was a ripple in the ambient chakra of the area. A silent, cold presence materialized on the branch of a nearby oak tree. It was a root operative. The porcelain mask was blank, the eyes behind it devoid of any flicker of light. You have been debating with the Sannin for some time, the operative said. His voice was a flat, toneless rasp. The Lord Dans is aware of your dissatisfaction with your current curriculum. Naruto didn't look up. He kept his eyes on the moon. I know he's listening, Naruto said. Tell your master that I have a proposal. 3 months in the training center. I want full access to the tactical archives. In exchange, I will show him exactly how the Nine-Tails chakra responds to high-stress combat. I will be his experimental subject, but only on my terms. No seals. No permanent marks. And if a hair on Yugeo's head is harmed while I am inside, I will turn his facility into a crater before the sun rises. The operative shifted, a brief, almost imperceptible movement of surprise. You would bargain with the Foundation? You are a child. I am a Jinchuriki, Naruto said, finally turning to face the mask. The blue of his eyes seemed to glow in the darkness, cold and terrifyingly focused. And I am bored of being a piece on a board. Tell Dans that if he wants a weapon, he should come and see if he can handle the one I'm offering. The operative didn't answer. He simply dissolved into the shadows, leaving only a single, black feather fluttering down to the grass. Naruto picked up the feather. It was cold to the touch. He knew that tomorrow morning, the Hokage's office would be a battlefield of words. Jiraiya would scream, Hiruzen would sigh, and Dans would smile. But the choice was already made. He was going into the dark. And he wasn't planning on coming back the same. From the porch, Jiraiya watched the boy standing alone in the moonlight. He felt a cold dread settle in his chest, a feeling he hadn't had since the night the fox attacked. He's not a child, Kakashi, Jiraiya whispered, not looking at the Jonin who had appeared beside him. He's something else entirely. And I think we just lost him. 40. A Machine Made of Scars. Chapter 38. A Machine Made of Scars. Naruto/Aiden POV. The next morning, the walk to the Hokage's administrative tower was quiet. Jiraiya walked beside me, his steps heavy, his usual theatrical energy dampened by a dark, simmering frustration. He didn't speak. He didn't have to. The air between us was thick with the things he wanted to say, the pleas, the warnings, the anger. I didn't care. As we climbed the stairs, passing the portraits of the previous Hokage, I looked at the face of the fourth. Minato Namikaze. To the village, he was a god who traded his soul for their safety. To me, he was a man who had made a catastrophic error in judgment. He had trusted Konoha to love his son. He had forgotten that humans find it much easier to hate a face they can see than a demon they cannot. We reached the top floor. The guards, members of the standard ANBU, not Root, stepped aside with a respectful, if wary, nod. Jiraiya pushed open the heavy oak doors. The office was filled with the scent of old paper and the acrid, lingering smoke of shikyaku tobacco. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, looking smaller than I remembered. The weight of the hat seemed to be pressing him down into the floor. Jiraiya, Hiruzen said, his voice weary. And Naruto. I was told you were coming. He has something to say to you, sensei, Jiraiya said, stepping back and folding his arms. Something suicidal. I walked to the center of the room. I didn't look like a 4-year-old. I didn't stand like one. I stood with the stillness of a man who had spent years watching his own vitals on a monitor, waiting for the end. Look at him, I thought, my eyes locking onto Hiruzen's. The professor. The god of shinobi. To me, he was a failure. He was the man who had allowed the orphanage to become a hunting ground. He was the man who let Dan's Shimura build an army of ghosts in the sewers. He was the man who spoke of the will of fire, while children burned in its embers. I want to join the Foundation, I said. Hiruzen's pipe paused halfway to his mouth. He didn't look shocked, he looked profoundly disappointed. Jiraiya mentioned this. I had hoped he was exaggerating. I am not, I replied. I want to enter the specialized training center for 3 months. No interference. No supervision from your ANBU. Naruto, Hiruzen sighed, setting his pipe down. Do you understand what that place is? It is not a school. It is a forge. It is designed to strip away everything that makes you Naruto Uzumaki. I almost laughed. Everything that makes me Naruto Uzumaki. But even back in my old world, as Aiden, I used to wonder if the people of Konoha simply forgot. They forgot that this boy's parents died to save their lives. They took that sacrifice for granted and then spent 5 years spitting on the result. The hypocrisy of this village was a physical weight. I remembered sitting in that hospital bed, watching Naruto on a screen. I used to envy him. He was resilient. He was optimistic. He was a sun that refused to be extinguished. I tried to emulate him. I tried to never let the pain show in front of my mother or Martha, the nurse. I tried to be Naruto even as my lungs felt like they were made of glass and my bones were turning to dust. But I couldn't be him. Because I was dying, and I knew it. There was no Hokage dream for a boy with Kessler syndrome. There was only the beep of the monitor and the slow crawl toward the last page. Now, I was here. And I realized the real Naruto was a miracle I couldn't replicate. If I didn't have the system, if I didn't have the skill I had cultivated, the one I called emotional catalysis, I would be curled in a ball in that orphanage right now, screaming at the unfairness of it all. Emotional catalysis, active. Status, sensory and emotional input redirected to logic processing. That was why I felt like a robot to them. Because I had to. If I let the emotions lead me, the rage at Hiruzen, the grief for a mother I never knew, the fear of the dark, I would be useless. I had burned my emotions into fuel for my brain. I didn't cry because tears were a waste of moisture. I know exactly what that place is, I told Hiruzen. It is where the things you are too kind to do get done. It is where the shadows are trained. And right now, the shadows are the only things threatening the people I care about. I thought of Ujo. She was the only soft thing in this world. She was the only person who looked at me and didn't see a fox or a hero, but a boy who needed his hair combed. She was my only anchor to the humanity I was discarding. You speak of protecting others, Hiruzen said. But you are sacrificing yourself to do it. I am securing my future, I said. 3 months. If I can perfectly assimilate everything they have to teach in that timeframe, I want your word that I will be allowed to return to a normal life. I will join the academy afterward, as you wish. But I want the skills of the foundation first. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya. The Sannin looked like he wanted to punch the wall. 3 months. A new voice rasped. The side door opened. Dan Shimura walked in, his cane tapping rhythmically on the floor. His one visible eye was fixed on me, gleaming with a cold, predatory hunger. The Foundation's curriculum takes years to master, boy, Dan said. Even for the most gifted. 3 months is an absurdity. Then you have nothing to lose, I said, turning to him. If I fail to master the curriculum in 3 months, I remain in the Foundation for as long as you deem necessary. But if I succeed, and if I prove that I can learn your ways faster than anyone in your history, I leave. And you leave me, and Ujo, alone. Dan's paused. I could see the gears turning in his head. He didn't believe for a second that a 4-year-old, even a genius, could digest the psychological and tactical training of Root in 90 days. To him, this was a contract for permanent ownership. Fool, I thought. I already know the theory. I have the data. I have the system. You think you're catching a bird, but you're opening the door for a virus. Very well, Dan said, his voice like grinding stones. If the Hokage agrees, I accept the terms. 3 months. If you fail to meet our standards at the end of that period, you belong to the Foundation. Hiruzen looked at me for a long time. I didn't blink. I didn't show fear. I just waited, a machine made of golden hair and blue eyes. 3 months, Hiruzen whispered, his voice full of defeat. God help us all. I agree. Dan's perspective. Dan's walked through the dimly lit corridor of the administrative building, his mind already weaving the next layer of the web. The boy was arrogant. His genius had made him think he could handle the darkness. It was a common mistake among those who had never seen the true abyss. He stopped a shadow in the hallway, an operative who appeared out of the floor. Lord Dan's. The boy joins the center at dawn, Dan said. Prepare the siren protocols. He thinks he is protecting that medic, Ujo. We will use that. Keep a constant watch on her. Do not touch her yet. Dan smiled, a thin, gruesome line. The final test of the 3-month period will not be a combat trial. It will be the severing of the heart. When the time comes, he will be the one to eliminate her. If he can do that, he will be the greatest weapon Konoha has ever produced. If he cannot, he will be broken until he can. A/N. For every 50 power stones, I will release an extra chapter. 41. The Threshold of the Dark. Chapter 39. The Threshold of the Dark. Naruto/Aiden POV. The garden was finished, but the victory felt hollow. I had pulled every weed, straightened every stone, and pruned the overgrown bushes until the Haytake compound looked like a place where someone actually lived, rather than a monument to a dead clan. I stood in the center of it, the moonlight silvering the grass, and felt the familiar hum of the system at the edge of my consciousness. System note: physical environment optimized. Stress levels, nominal. It was lying. My pulse was steady, sure, but there was a tightness in my throat that no amount of emotional catalysis could fully dissolve. You did a good job on the pond, a voice said from the shadows of the porch. Kakashi was leaning against a pillar, his mask pulled up, his single eye tracing the lines of the garden. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. Maybe he hadn't. He was a man who lived in the cracks between the light and the dark, and I knew he saw exactly where I was headed. It needed to be done, I said, my voice sounding older than it should. It was messy. Sometimes messy is better, Kakashi murmured, more to himself than to me. At least you know where you stand when things are messy. The dark, it has a way of making everything look smooth until you're already drowning in it. Before I could respond, the gate chimes rang. It was a soft, rhythmic sound, one I had come to associate with the smell of medicinal herbs and the gentle friction of a wooden comb. Ujo didn't wait for us to open the gate. She walked in carrying a small bundle wrapped in a blue cloth. Her hands were encased in light bandages, the white gauze stark against the night. Every time I looked at them, the cold logic in my head sharpened into a blade. "I heard you were leaving," she said, her voice catching as she reached me. She didn't look at Jiraiya, who had just shuffled out of the kitchen with a bottle of sake, or at Kakashi. She only had eyes for me. "Just for a while," I said, forced into the first real lie I'd ever told her. Jiraiya-sensei found a specialized training site outside the village. High-intensity chakra work. It's isolated. I won't be able to send letters. Ujo knelt in front of me, setting the bundle down. She reached out, her bandaged fingers trembling slightly as they hovered near my cheek. She didn't touch me this time. Maybe she was afraid she'd break. "You're lying, Naruto-kun," she whispered. The air in the garden seemed to freeze. Jiraiya paused with the bottle halfway to his lips. Kakashi didn't move a muscle. "I'm a medic," she continued, her eyes searching mine, glassier than usual. "I spend my life looking for the truth in people's bodies. Your heart rate is perfect. Your breathing is steady. You're too calm. You look like a soldier preparing for a suicide mission, not a boy going to a training camp." I didn't blink. I couldn't. If I let the mask slip for even a second, I didn't know what would come out. "It's just training, Ujo-san. In 3 months, I'll be back. I'll even be tall enough to help you with the high shelves in the clinic." She let out a small, broken laugh and finally closed the distance, pulling me into a hug that smelled like lavender and antiseptic. I stayed rigid for a heartbeat, my mind calculating the tactical disadvantage of the embrace, before I finally let my arms wrap around her neck. "Don't let them take your eyes," she whispered into my ear. "Promise me. Whatever they do to you, don't let them take the boy I know." "I promise," I said, and the word felt like a weight in my stomach. She pulled away, wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and pushed the blue bundle toward me. "It's just some dried fruit and a new set of inner linings for your sandals. And a fresh ribbon for your hair." She stood up then, nodding to Jiraiya and Kakashi with a coldness that surprised me. She knew they were complicit. She knew they were letting me go, and in her eyes, that was a betrayal she couldn't forgive. She walked out of the gate without looking back, her silhouette disappearing into the village shadows. The rest of the night passed in a funeral silence. Jiraiya sat on the porch and drank until his eyes were bloodshot, staring at the moon as if it held the answers to the questions he was too afraid to ask. Kakashi stayed in the trees, a silent sentinel over a house that was already empty. I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor of my room, staring at the sandalwood cone. I thought about Aiden. I thought about the hospital bed and the beeping monitors. I thought about how I had wanted a second chance to live, not just to survive. But as the first gray light of dawn began to bleed through the window, I realized that in this world, living and surviving were the same thing. "It's time," Jiraiya said from the doorway. He looked old. The lines on his face seemed deeper in the morning light, his broad shoulders slumped under the weight of his travel cloak. I stood up, tucked the comb into my inner pocket, and shouldered my small pack. We walked through the village while it was still waking up. The mist clung to the streets, muffling the sound of our footsteps. We didn't talk. There was nothing left to say. Jiraiya led me toward the industrial district, past the warehouses and the shuttered factories, to a building that looked like 1,000 others, gray, windowless, and dead. At the entrance, 2 men in porcelain masks were already waiting. They didn't bow. They didn't speak. They just stood there like statues carved from ice. Jiraiya stopped 10 feet away. He looked at the building, then down at me, and for a second, I saw the man who had lost his teammates, his teacher, and his student all at once. His hand reached out, hovering over my head as if he wanted to ruffle my hair one last time, but he stopped. He dropped his hand, his fingers clenching into a fist at his side. 3 months, Naruto, he said, his voice thick and unrecognizable. "If you aren't at the gate in 90 days, I don't care what the old man says. I'm coming down there with every toad in the contract, and I will tear this place apart stone by stone." "I'll be there," I said. I turned away from him and walked toward the operatives. They flanked me immediately, their presence a sudden chill against my skin. One of them placed a hand on my shoulder not out of kindness, but to steer me. We entered the warehouse. The air inside was stale and smelled of ozone and old blood. They led me to a heavy iron elevator cage in the center of the floor. I stepped inside. The metal floor groaned under my weight. I looked back through the mesh of the gate. Jiraiya was still standing in the doorway, framed by the rising sun, his shadow stretching long and dark across the floor toward me. He looked like he was watching a ghost. The operative pulled a lever. With a violent lurch and the screech of rusted cables, the elevator began to drop. The light from the doorway shrank into a thin, horizontal line, then a sliver, then nothing. The world of the sun, of Ujo's lavender scent and Jiraiya's loud laughter, vanished. There was only the rhythmic clack-clack-clack of the descent and the absolute, suffocating darkness of the deep earth. System notification, entering high threat zone. Protocol, adaptation initiated. I closed my eyes, letting the darkness swallow me whole. The training had officially begun. 42, The Void Below the Leaf. Chapter 40, The Void Below the Leaf. The descent into the Foundation's heart felt less like a journey and more like a burial. The elevator cage was a skeletal thing of rusted iron, shuddering with every inch it dropped into the crust of the earth. There was no light inside the shaft, only the rhythmic clack-clack-clack of the pulley system and the heavy, mechanical breathing of the two root operatives flanking Naruto. They stood like statues, their porcelain masks blank and unyielding in the gloom. Naruto didn't fidget. He didn't look up toward the receding square of morning light that was rapidly vanishing above. His mind was a calm, cold lake, a result of the emotional catalysis, skill working in tandem with a lifetime of experience that these men couldn't possibly fathom. To them, he was a child being led to the slaughter. To himself, he was a wolf entering a den of jackals to see how they lived. When the elevator finally hit the bottom, the gate didn't slide open, it was hauled back by a third operative, the screech of metal echoing through a vast, underground hall. The air hit him first. It was cold, not the refreshing chill of a winter morning, but a stagnant, recycled cold that tasted of damp stone and ozone. The lighting was artificial, provided by flickering lamps that cast long, distorted shadows against the jagged bedrock walls. This wasn't a school. It wasn't even a barracks. It was a factory designed to strip away the self until only the tool remained. "Follow," one of the guards said. They led him through a labyrinth of low-ceilinged tunnels. Every few dozen yards, Naruto saw hidden alcoves where sentries stood so still they could have been mistaken for carvings. There was no chatter, no laughter. The only sound was the distant, rhythmic thud of wood hitting wood from a training hall somewhere deeper in the complex. They eventually emerged into a large, circular arena carved into the floor of a massive cavern. Naruto stopped at the edge of the stone railing, looking down. Below him, nearly 50 children were gathered. They were arranged in perfect, silent rows, dressed in the slate-gray uniforms of the Foundation. Most were older, perhaps 8 or 9, but a small cluster in the front were no older than 4 or 5. Naruto's gaze locked onto two figures near the center of the youngest group. One was a pale boy with ink-stained fingers, staring at the floor with eyes that looked like empty craters. Beside him was a slightly older boy, his posture rigid, his shoulder brushing against the younger one's in a subtle, desperate display of kinship that the instructors hadn't managed to bleed out of them yet. Sai and Shin, seeing them here, in the dim, oppressive light of the root facility, made the reality of this world hit harder than any manga panel ever could. These weren't just characters with a tragic backstory, they were living, breathing children whose very existence was being systematically dismantled by the man Naruto had just made a deal with. The hypocrisy of the village felt like a physical weight in his chest. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke of the will of fire and the preciousness of the leaves, yet he allowed this rot to exist in the roots. He allowed dance to play God with the lives of orphans while the rest of the village slept in the sun. "The new asset has arrived," a voice rasped from the shadows. A man stepped forward from the opposite side of the arena. He didn't wear a mask, but his face was so devoid of expression it might as well have been made of stone. His eyes were a dull, flat gray, and he carried a heavy wooden staff that he used to point toward the center of the pit. "Down," the instructor commanded. Naruto didn't hesitate. He hopped over the railing, dropping 15 feet and landing in a perfect crouch in the center of the stone circle. The other children didn't flinch. They didn't even look at him. They remained fixed in their positions, staring straight ahead as if he didn't exist. The instructor descended the stairs slowly, his eyes never leaving Naruto. "You are the Jinchuriki. Lord Dans has informed us that you are to be integrated into the standard curriculum. You will be given a designation, not a name. You will be given a purpose, not a choice." The man walked a slow circle around Naruto, the tip of his staff dragging across the floor with a grating sound. "The others here have been training since they could walk. They have already learned the first lesson, that they are nothing. You, however, come from the surface. You still smell of the sun. You still think you are a person." The instructor stopped in front of him, leaning down until his face was inches from Naruto's. "We will cure you of that." Naruto met the man's gaze with a terrifyingly calm intensity. He didn't look like a 4-year-old. He looked like an ancient spirit trapped in a small, golden-haired frame. The instructor blinked, a microscopic flicker of unease crossing his features before he masked it with a sneer. "Join Group 4, the instructor barked, gesturing toward the row where Sai and Shin stood. As Naruto took his place next to the pale boy, he felt a cold, empty aura radiating from the children around him. They weren't just disciplined, they were hollow. The instructors hadn't told the staff about the 3-month limit. To everyone in this room, Naruto was a permanent addition, another body to be broken and rebuilt. Dans was smart, he knew that if the trainers thought Naruto was leaving, they wouldn't push him to the edge. And Dans wanted him to fall over that edge. "Today's introductory exercise is the trial of the blinded shadow," the instructor announced, his voice echoing off the cavern walls. He signaled to the operatives on the upper level. They began to wheel out large, wooden crates filled with iron-weighted spheres. "In the dark, your eyes are a liability," the instructor continued. "They tell you lies. They show you shadows that aren't there. To survive the Foundation, you must learn to see with your skin and hear with your blood." He pulled a thick, black silk blindfold from his belt and walked toward Naruto. "The exercise is simple. You will be blindfolded. Your group will be surrounded. The spheres will be launched from all angles. If you are hit, you fail. If you make a sound, you fail. If you fail, you do not eat." He stepped behind Naruto and pulled the silk tight. Everything vanished. The gray light, the stone walls, the hollow faces of the other children, it was all replaced by a thick, suffocating blackness. Naruto stood perfectly still. He let his breathing slow until it was almost non-existent. He expanded his senses, feeling the minute vibrations in the air, the subtle shift of weight from the instructors above, and the faint, cold whistle of the wind through the tunnels. This wasn't just a test of reflex. It was a test of the soul. They wanted to see if he would panic in the dark. System notification, sensory input redirected. Status, high-stress environment detected. In the silence of the blackness, Naruto heard the first click of a spring-loaded launcher on the balcony above. Then another. And another. Begin, the instructor whispered. The air suddenly hissed as the first iron sphere tore through the darkness, aimed directly at the back of Naruto's skull. He didn't move a muscle until the sphere was inches away. Then, with a movement so fluid it looked like a ripple in water, he tilted his head to the left, letting the iron ball graze his ear before it slammed into the stone floor with a deafening crack. But the sound was followed by a dozen more hisses from every direction. Naruto didn't just dodge, he began to move in a rhythmic, haunting dance in the center of the pit. He was a blur of golden hair and gray fabric in the dark, weaving through a rain of iron that would have crushed the bones of any other child his age. Behind the blindfold, Naruto's lips thinned into a cold line. Is this the best you have, Dans? He thought. If you want to break me, you're going to need a much bigger hammer. The exercise was only supposed to last 5 minutes. But as the iron continued to fly, the other children in Group 4 began to shift, their own breathing hitching in surprise as they heard the new asset moving with a precision that defied logic. The darkness was no longer a cage. For Naruto, it was becoming a weapon. 43. The Weighted Silence. Chapter 41. The Weighted Silence. The iron spheres did not stop. For the other children in Group 4, the exercise was a desperate scramble for survival, a frantic game of flinching and bracing for the inevitable bruising impact. But in the center of the formation, Naruto moved with a terrifying, rhythmic economy. He wasn't scrambling, he was flowing. Every time a weighted ball hissed through the air, his body shifted just enough to let the metal whisper past his skin. Clang, crack, thud. The sounds of iron hitting the stone floor created a chaotic percussion, but beneath it, the instructors were listening for something else. They were listening for the cry of a 4-year-old. They were waiting for the sob of frustration, the grunt of pain, or the sharp intake of breath that signaled a breaking spirit. They heard nothing. Naruto's heart rate remained at a resting pace. Behind the black silk of the blindfold, his mind was stripping the room down to its mathematical essentials. He wasn't seeing with his eyes, he was feeling the displacement of air and the micro-vibrations traveling through the sound-dampened floor. After several minutes of the relentless barrage, the mechanical clicking of the launchers finally ceased. Eyes, the instructor barked. Naruto reached up and untied the silk. The dim, gray light of the cavern flooded back into his vision. He didn't blink or squint. He simply stood there, his chest barely heaving, surrounded by a ring of iron spheres that had failed to touch him. The silence in the arena was absolute. The other children in his group were heaving for air, several of them clutching bruised ribs or limping. The instructor, the one with the stone-gray face, stared at the pattern of the fallen spheres around Naruto's feet. They formed a near-perfect circle, a testament to how little the new asset had actually been forced to move. The instructor's staff tightened in his grip. This was supposed to be the breaking of the sun, a lesson designed to show the Jinchuriki that his status meant nothing in the dark. Instead, it had become a demonstration of an impossible gap in skill. 0, the instructor said, his voice dropping an octave. You were hit. I wasn't, Naruto replied. His voice was flat, carrying no boast, only a cold statement of fact. You are a novice. You moved. Therefore, you were hit, the instructor countered, his logic looping in a way designed to gaslight a child's perception of reality. Report to the back of the line. Your lack of a perfection has cost your comrades their morning rations. There will be no meal before the lectures. It was a classic root tactic, collective punishment. They wanted the other children to hate him. They wanted the eyes that watched Naruto in the dark to be filled with resentment rather than curiosity. Naruto didn't argue. He turned and walked toward the back of the line, his face a mask of indifference. As he passed the other recruits, he felt the heat of their glares, all except for 2. Sai and Shin remained as vacant as ever, their conditioning already too deep to allow for something as human as spite. Formation. The instructor shouted. To the primary hall. We are 3 minutes behind schedule. If the group is not seated before the lecturer arrives, the morning session will be conducted while holding a stress position. The march from the training pit was a blur of gray stone and echoing footsteps. As they moved through the narrow corridors, a small, trembling hand reached out and accidentally brushed Naruto's sleeve. He glanced to his side. Beside him walked a boy who looked like he was made of glass. He was perhaps 5 years old, but his frame was so frail that his gray tunic hung off his shoulders like a shroud. His hair was a dull, dusty brown, and his eyes were wide, sunken, and clouded with a permanent, shivering terror. This was Recruit 27. In the hierarchy of the Foundation, he was a weak link, the type of recruit usually used as a sacrificial lamb to teach others the cost of failure. You shouldn't have done that, the boy whispered, his voice so thin it barely carried over the hum of the facility's ventilation. Naruto looked at him. Done what? The test, 27 breathed, his eyes darting toward the masked guards stationed in the alcoves. You made him look bad. Now he'll pick you for the focus. You should have let one hit you. It hurts less than what comes after. Naruto kept his pace steady. He slightly glanced at the boy's number tag, then his blue eyes bored into the corridor ahead. If I let them hit me once, they'll think they can hit me whenever they want. I don't plan on being a target. 27. The boy flinched at the use of his designation, his shoulders hunching inward. I'm Ro, he whispered, so quietly it was almost a ghost of a sound. My name was Ro. Before the dark. Naruto felt a familiar spike of cold anger. The Foundation didn't just take their lives, it took their anchors. He looked at Ro, this frail, broken child who was likely only a year or two away from being discarded for failing to meet the brutal standards of Root. Names are dangerous here, Ro, Naruto said, his voice softening just a fraction, barely audible under the rhythmic trudge of the group. But if you want to keep yours, keep it inside. Don't let it show in your eyes. I'm going to fail, Ro whispered, a single tear tracking through the dust on his cheek. The lectures are fine, but when we return to the pits, I'm too slow. They'll make me fight a senior, and then I'll be gone. Naruto looked at the boy's trembling hands. He saw the bruises, the signs of malnutrition, and the absolute lack of hope. This was the reality of the root that supported the leaf. You won't fail, Naruto said. Ro looked up, his clouded eyes flickering with a tiny, pathetic spark of confusion. How? You saw me today. I got hit 4 times. Because for the next 3 months, you're going to stand behind me, Naruto replied. Before Ro could ask what that meant, they reached the heavy iron double doors of the lecture hall. The instructor with the stone-gray face stood at the entrance, his wooden staff tapping a slow, ominous beat on the floor as he counted the recruits filing in. 0. 27. Silence is the law, the instructor rasped as they passed. He leaned in toward Naruto, his cold eyes reflecting the dim lantern light. Lord Dan's has taken a particular interest in your placement, 0. He believes your potential is best refined through responsibility. The man gestured with his staff toward the seating arrangement. 27 is now your direct partner for all cooperative drills. In the Foundation, we pair the gifted with the struggling. If the weak link breaks, the strong link is the one we punish. If 27 fails his evaluation at the end of the week, 0, you will be the one who administers his dismissal. The instructor's voice held a cruel, invisible smile. And we do not dismiss people with words in the deep earth. Prepare yourself. The morning lecture is on anatomy and fatal points. Pay attention. You'll need to know exactly where to strike when the time comes to correct your partner. The instructor pushed them into the room, the doors closing with a heavy, final thud. The morning was only beginning. The sun was likely just touching the rooftops of the village far above, but down here, Naruto was already being forced to choose between his humanity and his survival. He sat down on the cold stone bench, Ro trembling beside him. Naruto's eyes fixed on the chalkboard at the front of the room, where a diagram of the human nervous system was already being drawn. The Foundation thought they were setting a trap. They thought they were giving him an impossible choice, be a killer or be a victim. But they didn't realize that Naruto wasn't playing by their rules. He wasn't a strong link. He was a virus in the system. A/N. This marks the real start of the mini-root arc. Please support the story with Power Stones. For every increment of 20 Power Stones, I will release 1 extra chapter. I currently have 18 chapters stockpiled. Current PS, 52. 44, The Geometry of a Kill. Chapter 42, The Geometry of a Kill. The lecture hall was a tiered amphitheater carved directly into the bedrock, lit by glowing crystals that cast a harsh, blue-white light over the stone benches. There were no desks and no paper. In the Foundation, you were expected to carve the information directly into your memory. If you forgot a detail, you didn't fail a test, you failed a mission. Naruto sat on the cold stone, his back perfectly straight. Beside him, Ro was a mess of quiet tremors, his breathing shallow and hitched. To Naruto's right sat the pale boy, the one who would eventually be known as Sai. He was staring at the front of the room with eyes so vacant they looked like holes in his head. The instructor with the stone-gray face stood at the side of the room, his wooden staff held behind his back. But the man at the front was different. He was older, dressed in dark, flowing robes, holding a piece of chalk with fingers that looked like gnarled roots. Efficiency is the only virtue, the lecturer began. His voice didn't carry the bark of a drill sergeant, it was the dry, academic tone of a mortician. A standard shinobi relies on flashy ninjutsu and massive chakra output. They are loud. They are wasteful. A root operative requires only 3 inches of steel and the knowledge of where to place it. He turned to the chalkboard and began to draw. It wasn't a map of the village or a tactical formation. It was a highly detailed cross-section of a human head and neck. The body is a machine with specific failure points, the man continued, tapping the chalk against the base of the skull. Most amateurs aim for the heart. The heart is a large target, yes, but a man stabbed through the heart has enough oxygen in his brain for 10 seconds of action. 10 seconds to scream. 10 seconds to pull a tag. 10 seconds to kill you. The chalk moved to the very top of the spine. But if you sever the medulla oblongata, the connection between the mind and the motor functions is deleted instantly. The target does not fall. They simply cease to be. The lecturer turned, his dull eyes scanning the rows of children before settling on Naruto. 0. Stand. Naruto stood up. The movement was fluid, lacking the jittery tension of the other recruits. You have been heralded as a prodigy by the Lord Dans, the lecturer said, a trace of a sneer in his voice. Let us see if your mind is as sharp as your reflexes. A target is wearing a standard Konoha flak jacket with a reinforced high collar. They are alerted to your presence. You have one chance to strike from the shadows. Where do you aim? The room went silent. Ro let out a tiny, frightened whimper. Naruto looked at the diagram. In his past life as Aiden, he had spent years in hospital beds reading medical journals out of a desperate, futile need to understand his own failing anatomy. He didn't see a person on that board, he saw a system of levers and weak points. The orbital socket, Naruto said. His voice was flat, lacking the high-pitched cadence of a 4-year-old. A strike to the throat is blocked by the collar. A strike to the temple risks deflecting off the temporal bone if the angle isn't perfect. But the eye is a direct, unobstructed path to the brain. You strike upward at a 30-degree angle. It bypasses the skull entirely and enters the frontal lobe. Death is instantaneous. The target won't even have time to blink. The lecturer stopped. The chalk in his hand snapped. Even the instructor with the stone-gray face shifted his weight, his staff letting out a small creak on the floor. It wasn't just the answer, it was the clinical, detached way Naruto had delivered it. There was no hesitation, no disgust, no childhood innocence. Correct, the man whispered, his voice tightening. It seems you were born for the dark, 0. Most children your age still find the eyes sacred. It's just an opening, Naruto replied, sitting back down. Beside him, he saw Sai's head tilt just a fraction of a degree. It was the first sign of life the boy had shown. Sai didn't look at Naruto, but his hand, the one resting on his knee, twitched. On the surface of the stone bench, Sai began to trace a tiny, perfect circle with his fingernail, a mimicry of an eye. The lecture continued for 2 more hours. They covered the chemistry of poisons that mimicked heart failure and the specific nerve clusters in the wrist that, when crushed, made it impossible to form hand signs. Every word was designed to strip away the sanctity of life, turning the human body into nothing more than a collection of mechanical weaknesses. By the time the blue crystals in the ceiling dimmed to signal the end of the session, Naruto felt a heavy, stagnant weight in the room. The theoretical session is concluded, the stone-faced instructor announced. Group 4 will report to the mess hall. You have 5 minutes for water. As per the morning's failure, there will be no solid food. You will hydrate and reflect on the cost of mediocrity. As the recruits stood up in their silent, synchronized fashion, Ro leaned toward Naruto. His face was like parchment, his eyes wide with a new kind of terror. How did you know that? Ro whispered, his voice trembling. The thing about the eye. I've been here for months, and I've never even heard that. I've spent a lot of time thinking about how fragile people are, Ro, Naruto said, his eyes fixed on the door. The sooner you learn that, the safer you'll be. I don't want to be a killer, Ro breathed, his small hands clenching into fists. Then don't be, Naruto said, standing up. Just learn to look like one. It's the only way they'll leave you alone. As they filed out of the room, Naruto felt a presence behind him. He didn't turn, but he knew it was Sai. The pale boy was following him, his footsteps perfectly matched to Naruto's, a shadow that was starting to take an interest in the light. The morning was barely over, and the real training was about to begin. A/N. Please support the story with Power Stones. For every increment of 20 Power Stones, I will release 1 extra chapter. 45. The Sparring of the Severed. Chapter 43. The Sparring of the Severed. The mess hall was not a place for nourishment, it was a cathedral of deprivation. It was a wide, sterile room where the air was colder than the hallways, smelling of lye and old stone. There were no chairs, only long, waist-high stone slabs that served as tables. The recruits stood while they drank, their shadows stretching long and thin against the floor under the flickering glow of the overhead crystals. At the end of the hall, an operative stood behind a metal basin, ladling lukewarm water into wooden bowls. There was no conversation. The only sound was the rhythmic clink of wood on stone and the steady drip of water from a leaky pipe in the corner. Naruto stood at the end of a slab, his bowl of water untouched. Beside him, Ro was hunched over, his hands shaking so violently that the surface of his water was a constant blur of ripples. The boy looked like he was on the verge of a total collapse. His skin was sallow, and the way he leaned against the stone table suggested his legs were finally giving out. Drink, Naruto said, his voice a low murmur that barely carried past Ro's ear. I can't, Ro whispered, his voice cracking. My stomach hurts too much. If I drink, I'll be sick, and if I'm sick, they'll see. Naruto glanced toward the corners of the room. 2 instructors were stationed near the exits, their arms crossed, their gazes sweeping over the children like vultures. They were looking for any sign of weakness, any deviation from the mandated silence. Naruto moved slightly, shifting his body to create a narrow blind spot between himself and the nearest guard. With a practiced, fluid motion, he reached into the hidden pocket of his tunic. He felt the small, wax paper bundle Yujeo had pressed into his hand before he left the Heitake estate. Inside were 3 pieces of high-calorie dried fruit, dense and sticky. Hand under the table, Naruto commanded softly. Ro hesitated, his eyes wide with terror. We'll be killed. Only if you're slow. Do it. Ro slid his hand beneath the stone ledge. Naruto dropped a single piece of the fruit into the boy's palm. The sugar hit Ro's senses before he even tasted it. His pupils dilated, and he nearly dropped his bowl in surprise. Eat it in small bites, Naruto instructed, his eyes never leaving the guards. Wash it down with the water. If they look at you, keep your mouth shut and swallow. Ro didn't need to be told twice. He moved with the desperation of a starving animal, his movements jerky but hidden by the shadow of the table. As the sugar hit his system, a ghost of color returned to his cheeks. He looked at Naruto with an expression that was halfway between worship and pure, unadulterated fear. Why? Ro breathed after he had swallowed the last bit. If they caught you, you'd be the one getting the correction. Because a broken tool is useless to me, Naruto lied, his voice regaining that cold, clinical edge he used to shield himself. And you're my partner for the month. I don't intend to let your weakness drag me down. It was the kind of logic the Foundation would respect, but the lie felt heavy on his tongue. A shadow fell over the table. Naruto didn't flinch. He slowly lifted his bowl and took a measured sip of the metallic water. Standing directly across from them was the pale boy with the ink-stained fingers. Sai didn't have a bowl. He simply stood there, watching them with those empty, bottomless eyes. He had seen everything. He had seen the fruit, the handoff, and the way Naruto had guarded the frail boy. For a long moment, nobody moved. The tension was a physical cord stretched tight between them. Naruto prepared himself to move, his mind calculating the distance to the pale boy's throat if he tried to call for an instructor. Instead of shouting, Sai reached into the pouch at his waist. He pulled out a small, charcoal-stained rag and began to wipe his fingers, his gaze never leaving Naruto's face. He didn't smile. He didn't scowl. He just watched, as if he were trying to memorize the way Naruto's muscles moved. Then, Sai did something unexpected. He tapped the stone table 3 times in a rhythmic pattern, a signal that was used in the deeper levels of the facility to indicate, clear. He wasn't going to tell. Sai turned and walked away, his movements as silent as a ghost. He rejoined his older brother, Shin, who was standing a few tables away. Shin looked at the younger boy with a questioning glance, but Sai simply shook his head, returning to his state of catatonic stillness. He saw, Ro whimpered, his breath hitching. He did, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes at Sai's retreating back. But he didn't speak. Remember that, Ro. Even in the dark, not everyone is an enemy. Water ration concluded. The stone-faced instructor shouted, his staff hitting the floor with a booming thud that made half the recruits jump. Deposit your bowls. Formation for the afternoon sparring. Group 4, you are in Pit 3. Move. The march to Pit 3 was faster this time. The instructors were pushing the pace, deliberately trying to exhaust the children's cardiovascular systems before the physical combat began. Pit 3 was a sunken hexagon of packed earth, the walls lined with various wooden weapons and blunted practice knives. The air here was thicker, smelling of sweat and the copper tang of blood from previous sessions. The instructor stood on the raised walkway above the pit, looking down at the children with a gaze of pure iron. The afternoon session is the sparring of the severed, he announced. The rules are absolute. You will be paired. One partner will have their primary hand tied behind their back. The other will defend. If the defender is hit 3 times, the attacker wins. If the attacker cannot land a hit within 2 minutes, the defender wins. The man's eyes locked onto Naruto and Ro. 0. Since you are so confident in your efficiency, you will be the first attacker. Your right hand will be bound. Your partner, 27, will be your target. If you do not land 3 strikes within the time limit, 27 will be removed for standard reconditioning. Ro turned white. Standard reconditioning was a euphemism for the isolation cells, where recruits were left in total darkness for days without food or water. For a boy as frail as Ro, it was a death sentence. The instructor leaned over the railing, a cruel glint in his gray eyes. And to ensure you don't hold back for your new friend, for every strike you miss, the guard at the door will strike 27 with a rattan cane. Do you understand the stakes? 0. Naruto felt the heat of the Nine-Tails chakra flicker deep in his gut, a low growl of rage that he quickly suppressed. This was Danza's game. They wanted to see if he would break Ro's spirit to save himself, or if he would let Ro suffer to keep his own hands clean. An operative stepped into the pit and pulled Naruto's right arm behind his back, securing it with a thick, coarse rope that bit into his skin. Naruto looked at Ro. The boy was shaking, standing in a clumsy defensive stance he had likely been taught weeks ago and never mastered. His eyes were pleading, filled with a terror so deep it was heartbreaking. Don't look at them, 27, Naruto said, his voice dropping to a cold, steady frequency. Look at me. Only at me. I'm sorry, Ro sobbed quietly. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry, Naruto said, stepping forward. Be ready. The instructor raised his wooden staff. Begin. Naruto exploded into motion. Even with one arm bound, his speed was a blur. He lunged toward Ro, his left hand shaped like a spear, but he wasn't aiming for the boy's chest or throat. He was aiming for the space just above Ro's shoulder. Whack. The guard at the edge of the pit swung his cane, catching Ro across the thigh. The boy screamed, collapsing to one knee. Strike 1 missed. The instructor shouted, his voice full of dark amusement. That's one for the guard. 2 more, 0, or your partner belongs to the hole. Naruto stood over the fallen boy, his expression unreadable. He could hear the other recruits watching, their silent judgment weighing on the air. He could see Sai standing at the edge of the pit, his ink-black eyes tracking every movement. Naruto leaned down, his face inches from Rose. Listen to me, Naruto whispered, so low the instructors couldn't hear. The next one is going to look real. When I move, you're going to drop. Do you hear me? Drop. Naruto backed away, resetting his stance. He didn't look like a 4-year-old anymore. He looked like a predator closing in for the kill. He lunged again. A/N. Please support the story with power stones. For every increment of 30 power stones, I will release 1 extra chapter. 46. The Art of Breathing Underwater. Chapter 44. The Art of Breathing Underwater. The rattan cane hissed through the air, hungry for a second bite of Rose's skin. Naruto didn't wait for it to land. He didn't just lunge, he vanished from his standing position, his small body dropping low to the earth. He swept his left leg out in a savage arc, catching Rose behind the ankles. It wasn't a gentle trip, it was a tactical takedown. Rose's eyes went wide as gravity claimed him, his body tilting backward. He opened his mouth to scream, but the sound never came. Naruto, using the momentum of his own spin, launched himself upward. He grabbed the front of Rose's tunic with his free left hand, arresting the boy's fall just inches before his head cracked against the hard-packed dirt. For a split second, they were suspended in a tableau of violence, Rose, paralyzed by fear, dangling in Naruto's grip, his back arched, his neck exposed. Stay limp, Naruto hissed. His fingers moved. Thwip, thwip, thwip. It was a blur of motion, 3 strikes delivered with the speed of a striking cobra. The first 2 fingers of Naruto's left hand jabbed into the soft tissue of Rose's shoulder, then flashed down to the solar plexus, and finally tapped the pulse point on the side of the neck. They were fatal targets. If Naruto had been holding a kunai, Rose would be dead 3 times over. If he had used full force, he would have stopped Rose's heart. Instead, he used just enough chakra to shock the nerve clusters. Rose gasped, his body seizing up in a harmless but immobilizing spasm. Naruto released him, letting the boy slump gently onto the dirt, completely winded but physically unbroken. Naruto landed on his feet, his breathing steady, his right arm still bound tight against his spine. He turned his head slowly to face the guard with the cane. The rattan stick was frozen mid-swing, the guard uncertain whether to strike a target that was already on the ground. Silence descended on Pit 3. It wasn't the silence of discipline, it was the silence of confusion. The other recruits were staring, their mouths slightly agape. They had just watched a 4-year-old dismantle his partner without drawing a single drop of blood. High above on the walkway, the instructor with the stone-gray face leaned over the railing. The wood of his staff groaned under his grip. He looked from Naruto's defiant blue eyes to Rose's heaving chest. 3 strikes, Naruto said. His voice was cold, cutting through the dusty air like a scalpel. Jugular, solar plexus, subclavian artery. The target is neutralized. The instructor narrowed his eyes. Technically, the boy was right. The rules stated he had to land 3 hits. They did not specify the force. But this was an insult to the spirit of the exercise. It was an act of rebellion wrapped in the guise of perfection. The hits, registered, the instructor finally graded out, the admission tasting like ash in his mouth. But your technique lacks conviction, 0. You possess the speed of a killer, but the heart of a nursemaid. He banged his staff on the metal railing. Bout concluded. 0. Untie yourself. 27. If you cannot stand in 10 seconds, you will be dragged to the incinerator chute. Naruto didn't look up at the man. He knelt beside Rose, who was wheezing, clutching his chest where the nerve strike had landed. Up, Naruto whispered, offering his now free hand. The feeling will come back in a minute. Force your legs to move. Rose looked at him, tears streaking the dust on his face. He grabbed Naruto's hand, his grip weak and trembling, and hauled himself up. He swayed, but he stood. You didn't hurt me, Rose stammered, his voice barely a breath. I hurt you exactly enough, Naruto corrected, wiping the dirt from his own knees. Anything less and they would have killed you. Anything more and I would have been just like them. He turned away, his gaze sweeping the perimeter of the pit. He found Sai instantly. The pale boy was standing by the weapons rack, his head tilted to the side, his eyes locked on Naruto's hands. Sai's fingers were moving against his own thigh, mimicking the 3-strike combination Naruto had just used. He was learning, copying. That's it for today's training, the instructor announced, his voice echoing off the cavern walls. Formation. Return to barracks. Sleep is mandatory. Dreaming is discouraged. The march back to the sleeping quarters was a trudge of exhaustion. The adrenaline of the spar had faded, leaving behind the aching reality of bruised muscles and empty stomachs. The barracks were a long, narrow tunnel lined with shelves cut into the rock. There were no mattresses, only thin reed mats and scratchy wool blankets. It was a tomb for the living. Naruto found his designated slot number 0 at the far end, near a ventilation grate that blew cold, stale air. He sat down, pulling his legs to his chest. Rose collapsed onto the shelf beside him, instantly curling into a fetal position, his exhaustion finally overtaking his fear. The heavy iron door at the front of the barracks slammed shut. The crystals in the ceiling dimmed until they were nothing more than dying embers, plunging the room into a deep, oppressive gloom. Naruto didn't sleep immediately. He leaned his head against the cold stone wall, closing his eyes. He let his senses expand, feeling the chakra signatures of the 40 other children in the room. He felt their fear, their loneliness, and in some cases, the slow, creeping emptiness that marked the beginning of their transformation into root. He thought of the Hokage's office, of the warm sunlight filtering through the leaves. It felt like a lifetime ago. It had only been 12 hours or so. 89 days left. He felt a small vibration in the air. He opened one eye. Sai was standing in the aisle, holding his blanket. He wasn't looking at Naruto. He was looking at the empty shelf directly across from him. Without a word, Sai climbed onto the stone slab, wrapped himself in the gray wool, and lay down facing Naruto. In the dark, Sai's eyes were open. He watched Naruto for a long time, the silence stretching between them. Then, slowly, Sai reached out a hand from under his blanket and tapped his index finger against the stone floor. Tap, 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 3 times. The exact rhythm of Naruto's strikes. Naruto watched him for a moment, then closed his eyes again, a faint, bitter smirk touching his lips. "Good night, Sai," he whispered into the dark, too low for anyone else to hear. Sai didn't answer. He didn't know that name yet. But as the sleep of the exhausted claimed the room, the pale boy didn't turn away. Naruto let his breathing slow, syncing it with the hum of the ventilation. He was tired, his 4-year-old body screaming for rest, but his mind, the mind of Aiden, was wide awake, sharpening its knives. They had tried to break him with fear. They had tried to break him with hunger. They had tried to make him a monster. All they had done was show him exactly where their own weak points were. System notification, Day 1 complete. Observation, the seeds of doubt have been planted. 47, The Gray Ghost. Chapter 45, The Gray Ghost. The concept of morning was a lie in the foundation. There was no sunrise, only the harsh, buzzing flicker of the crystals embedded in the ceiling transitioning from dim amber to a blinding white. The wake-up signal was not a bell. It was the sudden, sharp withdrawal of oxygen in the room as the ventilation system cycled, a momentary suffocation designed to jolt the brain into immediate alertness. Naruto sat up instantly. Beside him, Ro gasped, clutching his throat, his eyes wide with the panic of a drowning animal. "Breathe slowly," Naruto whispered, his voice barely a vibration in the stagnant air. "Don't fight it, let the cycle finish." Ro looked at him, tears pricking his eyes, but he obeyed. He mimicked Naruto's rhythm, short, sipping breaths until the hum of the fans returned and the air flowed again. Naruto watched the other children scrambling from their shelves, their movements stiff with exhaustion and dread. To Dans, these recruits were blank slates to be written on. To the instructors, they were raw materials to be hammered. But to Naruto, as he watched Ro steady himself, they were something else. They were potential assets. His plan wasn't born of altruism. The memories of Aiden knew that kindness in a vacuum was just a weakness waiting to be exploited. But kindness weaponized, that was loyalty. Dans wanted soldiers who obeyed out of fear and erased self. Naruto would build soldiers who obeyed out of gratitude and hidden devotion. If he was going to burn the foundation down, he wasn't going to do it alone. He was going to steal the bricks one by one. Unit 04. Formation. The command echoed from the corridor. They marched out, a line of gray ghosts. Today's destination was not the combat pits. They were led deeper into the complex, into a hall that was distinct for its total lack of features. The floor was padded with sound-absorbing cloth. The walls were jagged rock, designed to scatter sound waves. A new instructor waited for them. He was slight, wearing a mask painted with the visage of a chameleon. He did not carry a weapon. He stood so still that half the children didn't notice him until he spoke. "To exist is to make noise," the instructor said. His voice was soft, sibilant, like dry leaves skittering on stone. "To breathe is to vibrate the air. To have a heart is to emit a pulse. To hold chakra is to shine a light in the dark." He raised a hand. Suddenly, his presence vanished. He was still standing there, physically visible, but to the senses of the 30 children, he had simply ceased to be. It was nauseating, a visual paradox where the eyes saw a man but the mind registered an empty space. The art of the foundation is the art of the void. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. We do not hide behind trees. We become the space between them. Your objective for this week is simple, hollowing. The instructor reappeared, or rather, his presence snapped back into reality with a jarring psychological thud. "You will disperse into this room. You will attempt to erase your signature. I will hunt you. If I find you, you will be struck. If I hear your heart, you will be struck. If I feel your fear, you will be struck." He pulled a thin, flexible reed from his belt. It looked harmless, but Naruto knew it would sting like a hornet. "Begin." The children scattered. Most ran for the corners or the shadows of the rock pillars, curling into balls, holding their breath until their faces turned purple. They were trying to hide their bodies. Naruto didn't run. He walked calmly to the center of the room. He closed his eyes. The system analyzed the task, hollowing. It was essentially the suppression of biological and energetic output. The instructors expected them to fail for days. This was a week-long curriculum designed to break their reliance on the self. But Naruto had already solved this equation. Back in the orphanage, under the nose of the Anbu Tengu, he had developed the silence shell. It was a barrier formula he had written in his mind, originally designed to mask the sound of his breathing and the scratch of his pen. He triggered the mental partition. Technique initiated, silence shell. Subroutine, chakra dampening. He visualized the barrier not as a wall, but as a sponge. He didn't stop the sound of his heart, he absorbed it. He pulled his chakra tightly inward, reversing the flow so that instead of radiating energy, he became a sinkhole for it. He synchronized his breathing with the ambient hum of the facility's air filtration. He didn't hide in a shadow. He stood in the open, 5 feet from where the instructor was pacing. The hunt began. Thwack. Too loud, the instructor hissed. A boy in the corner yelped as the reed stung his arm. Thwack. Your fear stinks, number 12. Naruto opened his eyes. He watched the instructor move. The chameleon was good. He moved like smoke. But to Naruto's enhanced perception, honed by the fox's senses leaking through the seal, the man was a beacon of intent. Ro was hiding behind a pillar near Naruto. He was shaking, his chakra flaring wildly in panic. The instructor turned, his masked face locking onto the pillar. He raised the reed, stepping forward. Naruto calculated the distance. If Ro was hit now, his fragile confidence from yesterday would shatter. Naruto shifted his stance. He didn't move toward the instructor. He simply expanded the radius of his silence shell by 3 feet. It encompassed Ro. Instantly, Ro's erratic chakra signature and the sound of his ragged breathing vanished from the room's ambient noise. It was as if the boy had fallen into a black hole. The instructor stopped mid-step. He tilted his head, the chameleon mask looking left, then right. He had been tracking a scent, a sound, and suddenly it was gone. The instructor murmured, lowering the reed. He scanned the area, his eyes passing right over Naruto and the pillar Ro was behind. Peculiar. He turned away, moving toward a group of shivering girls on the other side of the hall. Ro peeked out from behind the pillar, his eyes meeting Naruto's. He looked terrified, confused, and awestruck. He mouthed a silent howl. Naruto didn't answer. He just held a finger to his lips. Loyalty established, he noted. Dependency deepened. For 10 minutes, the instructor dismantled the hiding spots of the other 28 children. Welts rose on arms and legs. Sniffles were suppressed out of fear of drawing more fire. Finally, the room was a landscape of bruised, whimpering failures. Only Naruto and Ro remained untouched. 2 left, the instructor noted, his voice carrying a trace of genuine irritation. He stood in the center of the room, closing his eyes, flaring his own sensor capabilities to the maximum. You cannot hide from a root. He swept the room with a wave of sensory chakra. It washed over Naruto. The silence shell absorbed it. The probe didn't bounce back, it didn't find a void, which would be suspicious, it simply found nothing distinguishable from the stone floor. Naruto was a hole in the world. The instructor's eyes snapped open. He looked around the empty center of the room. He was standing 4 feet from Naruto. He looked straight at him, and his eyes slid off. It was a phenomenon of the brain refusing to acknowledge what the senses couldn't confirm. Without sound, scent, or chakra, Naruto was just visual noise. Impossible, the instructor whispered. Naruto decided it was time to end the lesson. He didn't want to expose the full extent of the shell, just enough to pass. He dropped the barrier around Ro. Instantly, Ro's presence reappeared, a loud, frightened heartbeat behind the pillar. There. The instructor lunged, the reed whistling. He struck the space behind the pillar. Ro scrambled away, yelping. And the last one. The instructor spun, scanning for Naruto. 0. Reveal yourself. Naruto let the silence shell dissolve. He didn't step out from a shadow. He didn't drop from the ceiling. He simply let his presence return to the space he had been occupying the entire time. 1 second, the space in front of the instructor was empty air. The next, a blonde-haired boy was standing there, his hands calm at his sides, looking up at the mask. The instructor jumped. It was a small, involuntary flinch, a spasm of pure shock. He stumbled back a step, the reed nearly slipping from his hand. I am here, Naruto said. The silence in the training hall was absolute. The other recruits forgot their bruises. They stared at Naruto as if he were a demon. Even Sai, who was nursing a welt on his cheek, had lowered his ink-stained hand, his black eyes wide and fixated on Naruto. The instructor regained his composure, but his breathing was jagged. How long were you standing there? Since the beginning, Naruto replied. The instructor stared at him. You didn't move. There was no need. The chameleon mask stared down. This wasn't proficiency. This wasn't talent. This was a technique that shouldn't exist in the arsenal of a recruit, let alone a 4-year-old on his second day. Stay here, the instructor ordered, his voice tight. He turned and walked rapidly toward the heavy iron door, rapping a specific code. He vanished into the hallway. The room erupted into whispers. Ro crawled over to Naruto, grabbing his sleeve. You were invisible, he hissed. You were right there, and then you weren't. You saved me again. Quiet, Naruto commanded gently. They're watching. Moments later, the door opened. The chameleon returned, accompanied by the stone-faced instructor from yesterday and a third man, an older operative with a scar running beneath his eye hole. They looked at Naruto. They looked at the other children. Again, the scarred man commanded, disappear. Naruto didn't hesitate. He pulled the chakra in. Silence shell active. To the three adults, the boy simply faded from their senses. He was a visual smudge, a ghost. By the sage, the stone-faced man muttered. It's perfect. He's achieving total hollowing. I haven't seen a signature erasure this clean since. Since Atake, the scarred man finished grimly. He stepped forward, breaking Naruto's concentration with a wave of his hand. Enough. Unit 07 is dismissed to the mess hall. He pointed a gloved finger at Naruto. Except you, Zero. You're coming with us. Ro gripped Naruto's sleeve tighter, panic returning. Where are they taking you? Naruto pulled his arm free, giving Ro a reassuring nod. Go eat, 27. Save a seat for me. He walked toward the instructors. He knew what this was. He had broken the curve. He had shattered the syllabus. You have outgrown the nursery, Zero, the scarred man said, opening the door to a different corridor, one that led deeper, into the darker, colder levels of the facility. Today, you train with the seniors. Try not to die. Naruto stepped into the dark hallway. System notification, progression accelerated. New environment, senior training grounds. Warning, mortality rate in senior division, 40%. The hook was set. He was moving up the ladder. And the higher he climbed, the more influence he could gather. He walked into the dark, a small smile playing on his lips that none of the instructors saw. A/N. Hello guys, I hope you liked this chapter. The title was inspired by a DC comic on Batman, Bruce Wayne's favorite actor. Please drop some PS. 48, The Lag in Reality, bonus chapter. Chapter 46, The Lag in Reality. The air in the senior division tasted of iron. It wasn't the fresh, coppery tang of a nosebleed that permeated the nursery levels, it was the stale, heavy scent of old blood that had soaked into the stone and dried there for a decade. The scarred man led Naruto through a heavy blast door. The room beyond was a cavernous training floor, lit by harsh, unforgiving white crystals. There were no wooden dummies here. No blunted practice swords. The floor was scored with deep gouges from live steel and ninjutsu. 12 operatives stood in the center. They weren't children. They were teenagers, perhaps 14 or 15 years old, their bodies hardened into lean, wire-tight instruments of violence. They wore the full gray armor of the Foundation, masks hanging from their belts. Their faces were blank slates, devoid of curiosity, pity, or boredom. They were what Ro and Sai were meant to become, empty vessels. Unit Alpha, the scarred man barked. The 12 heads snapped toward him in unison. It was eerie, like watching a single organism with 12 bodies. This is Zero, the instructor said, pushing Naruto forward. Naruto stood barely waist-high to the shortest of them. He has mastered hollowing in a single session. He is to be integrated into the freeform combat rotation. A ripple of confusion minute, almost imperceptible, passed through the ranks. A 4-year-old in freeform? It was a death sentence. In the nursery, they pulled their punches. Here, a reflex reaction could snap a toddler's neck. One of the seniors stepped forward. He was tall, with lank black hair and eyes that looked like glass beads. This was Unit 14. In the senior division, they no longer used individual numbers. Each teenager was designated a unit, a title that signified they were expected to possess the tactical utility and raw power of an entire nursery squad. To the Foundation, a senior wasn't a person, they were a self-contained platoon of one. Sir, Unit 14 said, his voice a monotone drone. The target is too small. Combat parameters cannot be calibrated. I will break him. Then break him, the scarred man replied indifferently, walking to the edge of the mat. If he dies, he was a defect. Begin. Unit 14 turned to Naruto. He drew a tant from his back. The blade was real. It gleamed under the white lights, sharp enough to split a hair. Draw your weapon, Unit 14 commanded. Naruto didn't have a weapon. He had his small hands and the standard-issue kunao pouch on his leg, which was currently empty. I don't need one, Naruto said. Unit 14 didn't blink. He didn't scoff. He simply accepted the variable. Acknowledged. System notification, threat level, high. Opponent status, Chunin level Kenjutsu specialist. Analysis chamber, active. Naruto's world slowed down. The analysis chamber, the mental construct he had developed during his self-training back in the orphanage, overlaid a grid onto reality. He saw the shift in Unit 14's weight. He saw the tensing of the brachioradialis muscle in the arm holding the blade. Unit 14 vanished. To a normal eye, it was a teleportation. To Naruto, it was just high-speed movement. The blade swept in a horizontal arc, aimed to decapitate. Naruto didn't dodge backward. That was what Prey did. He stepped into the swing. Technique integration, silence shell plus vector analysis. Naruto triggered the silence shell. Instantly, his sound, his scent, and his chakra signature were scrubbed from the air. He became a void. Unit 14 was a sensor. Like all root operatives, he had been trained to fight with all senses. His eyes saw Naruto moving forward, but his chakra sense reported that the space in front of him was empty. This created a sensory dissonance. For a fraction of a second, perhaps 200 milliseconds, Unit 14's brain stuttered. The visual input clashed with the sensory input. Is he there? Is he a genjutsu? That microsecond of lag was all Naruto needed. Because he was so small, he passed purely underneath the arc of the blade. The wind of the steel ruffled his blonde hair. He didn't stop. He pressed his body tight against Unit 14's legs, entering the senior's guard where the sword was useless. Naruto's small hand snapped out. He didn't have the strength to break a femur or shatter a kneecap. He knew that. Physics was a law he couldn't break yet, though he did not have a weapon. With a sleight of hand born from 1,000 hours of visualizing anatomy in a hospital bed, Naruto focused a needle-thin point of chakra at the very tip of his index finger. It was a microburst of refined energy, a technique he had honed to mimic the surgical precision of the senbon he didn't have. He drove the finger directly into the peroneal nerve on the side of Unit 14's knee. It wasn't a strike of brute force. It didn't need to be. The precise jolt of chakra short-circuited the nerve cluster that controlled the ability to lift the foot, sending a phantom pulse of paralysis through the senior's leg. Unit 14's leg went dead. The senior operative stumbled, his balance compromised by the sudden paralysis of his foot. As he pitched forward, Naruto rolled between his legs, popping up behind him. Unit 14 spun, his face twisting in genuine shock, swinging the sword blindly backward. Naruto was already gone. He had reactivated the silence shell to its maximum density. He stood perfectly still in the shadow of Unit 14's own body. The senior operative scanned the room, his eyes darting, his chakra flaring to find the enemy. Where? Unit 14 breathed. Naruto stepped out from the blind spot. He didn't attack. He simply raised his hand and pressed his index finger gently against the base of Unit 14's spine. The medulla, Naruto whispered like a ghost. Connection severed. Unit 14 froze. He felt the phantom pressure of the finger. He knew, theoretically, that if that had been a blade, he would be dead. He had been outmaneuvered not by speed or strength, but by a ghost. The tent clattered to the floor. The room was silent. The scarred man stared at Naruto, his one visible eye narrowed to a slit. The other 11 seniors were watching with a new kind of intensity. They weren't looking at a child anymore. They were looking at a new breed of weapon. Dissolve the paralysis, the scarred man ordered, his voice thick with calculation. Naruto didn't reach for a tool. He simply knelt beside the older boy and pressed his thumb over the exact spot where he had struck seconds before. With a sharp, controlled intake of breath, he pulsed a reverse frequency of chakra into the nerve. It was like a grounding wire being connected to a live circuit. Unit 14 gasped as the artificial blockage vanished, feeling rushing back into his leg with the stinging heat of 1,000 needles. He collapsed onto one knee, his breath hitching as his motor control returned. How? Unit 14 asked, his voice shaking as he looked up at the 4-year-old. My senses, you weren't there. There was no signature. But my eyes saw you. Your senses lie, Naruto said, standing up and dusting off his knees. He didn't look like a child, he looked like a scientist who had just finished a routine dissection. You've been trained to trust your chakra sense more than your own sight. You wait for the energy to tell you where to strike because it's faster than the human eye. I didn't hide from your vision, I just turned the volume down on the frequency you were listening to. The scarred man walked onto the mat, his wooden staff clicking against the stone. He looked at Unit 14, then down at Naruto. You used the hollowing technique offensively, the instructor noted. You created a sensory lag to mask your entry. Efficiency, Naruto replied, echoing the morning's lecture. Why fight the sword when you can fight the brain holding it? The instructor's lips twitched. It was almost a smile, a terrible, predatory smile. Unit 14, return to the line. 0, you do not return to the nursery. You will remain here. The curriculum for the children is too slow for you. Naruto nodded. Understood. However, the scarred man continued, circling Naruto. Efficiency has a limit. You rely on surprise. Once the enemy knows you are a ghost, they will simply burn the whole room to find you. Tomorrow, we will see how your logic handles raw destruction. He gestured to the other end of the hall, where a massive, heavy iron door stood sealed with suppression tags. But for now, you have earned a meal. A real one. The instructor tossed a small token to Naruto. It was a wooden chit stamped with the root insignia. Access to the senior mess hall. Protein, meat. You'll need it if you want to grow enough to hold a real sword. Naruto caught the token. It felt heavy in his hand. This was currency. This was status. As he walked off the mat, he felt the gaze of the 12 seniors on his back. They weren't looking at him with the disdain of earlier. They were analyzing him. They were wondering if he was the replacement that would eventually make them obsolete. Naruto pocketed the token. He wouldn't eat the meat. He would save it. He thought of Ro, shivering in the barracks with his empty stomach. He thought of Sai, staring at the wall. Let them think I'm a monster, Naruto thought as he exited the high-intensity zone, his mind already calculating the calorie distribution of the senior meal. The more they fear me, the less they'll watch who I'm feeding. System notification, reputation updated. Status, the anomaly. Objective, secure resources for Unit 04. The second day wasn't over, and Naruto had just secured the first supply line for his rebellion. 49. The Currency of the Dark. Chapter 47. The Currency of the Dark. The senior mess hall was a different world. It was located 3 levels below the nursery barracks, separated by a heavy blast door that required a chakra signature to open. Naruto stood before it, the wooden chit clutched in his hand. He pulsed a tiny amount of chakra into the locking seal, not enough to override it, just enough to announce his presence. The door hissed open. The smell hit him instantly. It wasn't the sterile scent of ozone or the damp rot of the tunnels. It was the rich, savory aroma of roasted meat, animal fat, and spices. It was the smell of life. Naruto walked in. The room was smaller than the cavernous hall where the children ate, but it was occupied by the wolves of the Foundation. Dozens of older operatives sat at long metal tables. They ate in silence, but it was a different kind of silence. It wasn't the terrified hush of the nursery, it was the quiet of predators fueling their bodies between hunts. As Naruto entered, the conversation of spoons scraping against bowls stopped. He felt the weight of 50 stares. These were killers who had survived the culling processes that Ro and the others were just beginning. They looked at the small, blonde 4-year-old standing in the doorway, his gray uniform too large for his frame. Naruto ignored them. He walked straight to the serving counter. The woman behind the counter wore a mask like the rest, but her hands were thick and scarred from burns. She looked down at him, then at the chit in his hand. "Senior ration," Naruto said, his voice flat. He placed the wooden token on the counter. The woman hesitated. She looked at the token, the dark lacquer stamp of the instructor, and then back at the boy. This token was usually given as a reward for a successful B-rank mission, not to a toddler. "Plate or pouch?" she rasped. "Pouch," Naruto replied. "To go." She ladled a heavy portion of stew into a wax-lined bag. It wasn't the watery broth the nursery received. There were chunks of root vegetables and thick strips of pork swimming in a dark, nutrient-dense gravy. She added a dense block of calorie bread, wrapped in paper. Naruto took the pouch. The heat radiated through the wax, warming his hands. It felt heavier than a kunao. In this place, it was worth more than a kunao. He turned and walked out. He didn't eat a single bite. Later that day, the walk back to the nursery barracks was a descent back into the cold. The air grew thinner, the smell of food replaced by the familiar damp stone. Naruto moved with a purpose. He wasn't supposed to be here. The scarred man had said he was promoted, that he didn't return to the nursery. But no one had assigned him a new bunk yet. The bureaucracy of Root was efficient at killing, but slow at paperwork. He reached the heavy iron door of the Unit 04 barracks. He didn't knock. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The room froze. 40 children were in various states of preparing for sleep. Some were polishing their boots. Others were staring at the ceiling. When Naruto entered, they stopped. They had seen him vanish earlier that day. They had seen the instructors take him away to the senior levels. The rumor mill, even in a place of silence, had churned out one conclusion: Zero was dead. He had been taken to be disposed of. Yet here he was, alive. And he was carrying something that smelled like heaven. Naruto walked down the center aisle. He didn't look at the faces of the other children, though he felt their hunger spiking as the scent of the pork stew wafted from the pouch. He reached his slot at the end of the row. Ro was there, curled into a tight ball on his thin mat, his face pressed into the stone wall. He was shaking slightly. 27, Naruto said softly. Ro flinched violently. He turned over, his eyes red-rimmed and hollow. When he saw Naruto, his jaw dropped. You came back," Ro whispered, his voice cracking. "They said you were gone. They said you went to the breaking room." "I went to get dinner," Naruto corrected. He sat down on the edge of the slate bed. He opened the wax pouch. The smell of the stew exploded into the small space, overpowering the scent of unwashed bodies and mildew. Ro's stomach let out a traitorous, deafening growl. The boy clamped a hand over his midsection, looking terrified, as if the sound itself was a crime. "Eat," Naruto commanded. He broke the calorie bread in half. He dipped a piece into the thick gravy, soaking it until it was heavy and dripping, and held it out. Ro stared at the food. His eyes darted to the door, then to the other children watching from the shadows, then back to Naruto. "If I eat, I'll get in trouble," Ro whimpered. "It's not ration time. That's officer food. We're not allowed." "I am allowing it," Naruto said. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried the absolute certainty of a law being written. "The instructors gave this to me. It is mine to distribute. If you want to survive tomorrow's lessons, you need fuel. If you collapse, they dispose of you. Eat." Ro looked at the bread. The hunger was a physical pain, a clawing beast in his gut. He reached out with a trembling hand. He took the bread. He didn't chew, he practically inhaled it. Naruto handed him the pouch. "Drink the rest, slowly, or you'll be sick." As Ro ate, weeping silently into the stew, Naruto felt a presence nearby. He didn't need to look up. He felt the cold, ink-like chakra signature standing at the foot of the bed. Sigh. The pale boy was watching them. He wasn't looking at the food with hunger, though he must have been starving like the rest. He was looking at the transaction. He was analyzing the data. "This is inefficient," Sai stated. His voice was a hollow drone, devoid of judgment but full of curiosity. Naruto turned his head slowly. Sai stood there, his brother Shin hovering nervously behind him. "Explain," Naruto said. "You require calories to maintain your muscle mass and cognitive function," Sai recited, as if reading from a manual. "You are smaller than the average recruit. Your caloric needs are higher if you intend to maintain the performance you showed today. Giving the resources to 27 is a net loss. He is statistically the weakest link. He is likely to be discarded within the month regardless of this meal. You are wasting fuel on a broken engine. It was cold logic, it was rude logic. It was exactly what Dans wanted them to think. Naruto stood up. He faced Sai. You think of him as an engine, Naruto said. That is why you will fail. Sai tilted his head, a bird-like movement. I do not fail. I am the top of the class. Until today. You are top of the class because you follow the rules, Naruto said. But the rules are designed to make you alone. In the field, a lone operative is a dead operative. Naruto reached into the pouch Ro was holding and pulled out the second half of the calorie bread. He held it out to Sai. Sai stared at the bread. I did not ask for this. Take it, Naruto said. Why? Because you're hungry, Naruto replied simply. And because tomorrow, when the instructors tell us to hunt each other again, I want you to remember that I gave you bread when I didn't have to. Sai looked at Naruto's eyes. He was searching for the trick. He was looking for the trap, the poison, the catch. In the Foundation, nothing was free. It is a bribe, Sai concluded. It is an investment, Naruto corrected. A bribe is for a favor. An investment is for a future. Sai hesitated. His hand twitched. Behind him, Shin nudged him gently. Sai reached out and took the bread. He didn't eat it immediately. He held it, examining the texture, the warmth. Then, with a precise motion, he broke it in half and handed the larger piece to his brother, Shin. Naruto watched, a small satisfaction settling in his chest. There it is. The crack in the armor. Sai claimed to be empty, but his first instinct was to feed his brother. The Foundation hadn't killed his heart yet, they had just buried it under a layer of ink. Eat, Naruto said to the group. He sat back down on his slate. Ro had finished the stew and was now looking at Naruto with a gaze that bordered on religious adoration. The fear was gone from his eyes, replaced by a fanatical, terrifying gratitude. Naruto closed his eyes, activating the analysis chamber. Asset acquired, Ro 27. Status, loyalty, absolute. Asset pending, Sai and Shin. Status, curiosity piqued. He had successfully turned the senior division's reward into a tool for subverting the nursery. The instructors thought they were feeding a prodigy, they were actually funding a rebellion. But as the lights dimmed for the night cycle, Naruto knew the real test was coming. The scarred man had mentioned raw destruction for tomorrow. They wouldn't be playing hide-and-seek anymore. Naruto lay back, his head resting on his arms. He could hear Ro's breathing, steady, deep, and full for the first time in months. Sleep well, Ro, Naruto thought. Because tomorrow, I'm going to teach you how to kill a senior. The darkness of the barracks felt less oppressive tonight. It felt like a cover, a blanket under which things could grow unseen. Naruto drifted into his meditation, the taste of victory far sweeter than the pork he hadn't eaten. System notification, Day 2 complete. Influence level, rising. The ghost had returned to the machine, and he had brought matches. 50. The geometry of the blade. Chapter 48. The geometry of the blade. The morning routine was shattered before it even began. While the other children of Unit 04 were still fumbling with their boots, the heavy iron door groaned open. It wasn't the usual nursery warden. It was the scarred man from the senior division. He didn't shout, he didn't scan the room, he simply looked at the slot labeled 0. Deploy, he said. Naruto stood up. He felt Ro stiffen beside him, a reflex of panic. Naruto gave a micronod, a signal to stay calm, and walked to the door. As he passed Sai, the pale boy's eyes tracked him, analyzing, calculating the deviation in the schedule. The hallway was cold. The scarred man walked with a limp that he concealed well, but Naruto's analysis picked up the uneven rhythm of his footsteps. Yesterday, you proved you could disappear, the instructor said, his voice echoing off the damp stone. But a ghost cannot cut a throat. Today, we put steel in your hand. They descended past the mess hall, past the senior barracks, into a circular chamber that smelled of oil and whetstone. The walls were lined with racks of dull, gray metal. Kenjutsu, the scarred man stated, stopping in the center of the room. The Foundation style is not about art. It is about the shortest distance between 2 points. He walked to a rack and pulled down a chocut, a straight, single-edged blade. He tossed a smaller version toward Naruto. It was a kodaki, intended as a sidearm for an adult, but for a 4-year-old, it was a full-sized sword. Naruto caught it. The weight was significant. His small wrist strained against the leverage. The blade is a lever, the instructor said, assuming a stance. His feet were wide, his center of gravity low. A child cannot overpower a man. If you try to block, your arm will break. If you try to parry, your wrist will snap. He raised his sword. The tip pointed directly at Naruto's throat. You must deflect. You must use the geometry of the blade to slide the opponent's force away from you. Watch. The instructor moved. It was a standard root kata, the falling leaf sequence. It consisted of 3 movements, a deflection of a downward strike, a rotation of the hips to step inside the guard, and a horizontal slash across the stomach. It was complex. It required perfect balance and an understanding of angles that took most recruits months to grasp. The angle of deflection is 45 degrees, the instructor lectured, resetting his stance. Too shallow, the blade binds. Too steep, you lose the edge. You will practice this form for the next week until your muscles bleed. Like this. Naruto asked. The instructor blinked. Naruto didn't hesitate. He didn't have the muscle mass of an adult, so he compensated with physics. He widened his stance further to lower his center of gravity. He swung the heavy Kodaki. Naruto visualized the vector diagram in his mind. Force mass x acceleration. He couldn't change the mass of the sword, so he maximized the acceleration by using his hips as a torque engine. Whoosh. The deflection was perfect, a sharp 45-degree angle. Step. He moved inside the imaginary guard, his small size actually making the entry faster. Slash. The horizontal cut was clean. The blade whistled through the air, stopping exactly parallel to the floor. There was no wobble in the tip, no hesitation. The scarred man stood frozen. He looked at the boy, then at the sword. He had expected the child to drop it. He had expected the weight to be unmanageable. Do it again, the instructor commanded, his voice tight. Naruto repeated the motion. It was identical. The exact same footprint. The exact same whistle of the blade. It wasn't just mimicry, it was a perfect reproduction of the biomechanics involved. How? The instructor muttered. Your wrists, they shouldn't be able to stop the momentum. I'm not stopping it, Naruto said, breathing slightly harder as he lowered the blade. I'm letting the sword finish the circle. Conservation of angular momentum. The scarred man stared at him. He didn't understand the terminology, but he understood the result. The boy was a sponge. He didn't learn, he absorbed. 5 minutes, the instructor said abruptly, turning his back to hide his expression. Hydrate. Then we moved to the pit. Naruto sat down on the cold floor, placing the sword across his lap. His arms were burning. The technique was perfect, but his body was still 4 years old. The lactic acid was building up fast. I can fake the skill, Naruto thought, rubbing his forearm. But I can't fake the stamina. If this drags on, I'll collapse. The 5 minutes passed too quickly. Up, the instructor barked. Leave the sword. Where we are going, steel won't save you. They left the armory and entered the deepest chamber Naruto had seen yet. It was a massive, domed arena, the floor covered in jagged rocks and debris. The walls were reinforced with heavy ceiling tags. Standing in the center was a different operative. This one was huge, wearing heavy armor and a mask that resembled a bull. This is Unit 02, the scarred man introduced. He specializes in earth release, area denial. Naruto looked at the giant man. A bad feeling settled in his gut. You have mastered hollowing, the scarred man said, stepping onto a raised observation platform. You can hide your presence. You can trick the senses. But logic has a flaw, 0. The instructor looked down, his one eye gleaming. Logic assumes the enemy cares where you are. But what if the enemy decides to simply destroy everything? The bull-masked operative slammed his hands together. Chakra, heavy, dense, and brown, erupted from his body. The ground beneath Naruto's feet began to rumble. The exercise is raw destruction, the scarred man announced. There is no opponent to strike. There is no mind to trick. There is only the avalanche. Survive for 3 minutes. Naruto's eyes widened. Warning, high-level chakra detected. Threat analysis, saturation attack. The bull slammed his palms onto the ground. Earth-style, tectonic breaker. The floor exploded. It wasn't a targeted attack. The entire ground heaved upward, jagged spikes of rock shooting out of the earth like the teeth of a subterranean beast. Naruto triggered the analysis chamber, but for the first time, it flashed red. There were too many variables. Rock A, trajectory 40 degrees. Rock B, speed 15 meters per second. Dust cloud, obscuring vision. He couldn't analyze it all. Naruto leaped to the left, narrowly avoiding a stone spear that erupted from the spot he had been standing on. He landed, but the ground under his landing spot crumbled instantly, turning into quicksand. He's not aiming at me, Naruto realized with a jolt of genuine fear. He's terraforming the whole room. Move, 0. The scarred man shouted from the safety of the platform. You can't hide from an earthquake. Naruto scrambled up a rising pillar of stone, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. He looked for a safe spot, a blind spot, a shadow, a stillness. There were none. The silence shell was useless. The nerve strikes were useless. His intellect was useless against a falling ceiling. A massive slab of rock, dislodged by the jutsu, swung down from the darkness above. Naruto saw it too late. He tried to dodge, but his foot was caught in the shifting rubble. He wasn't fast enough. The shadow of the rock consumed him. For the first time since waking up in this body, Naruto didn't feel like a genius or a savior. He felt small. And then, the impact came.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.